what I like. You watch me through my webcam and you listen to me through my mic. Beam signal straight into my brain from satellites above me in the sky. But I don't mind this FBI, 'cause I know that you know what I like. You watch me through my webcam and you listen to me through my mic. Beam signal straight into my brain from satellites above me in the sky. I'm in your scope, I'm in your sight, but I don't mind this FBI. I'm in your scope, I'm in your sight, but I don't mind this FBI. I'm in your scope, I'm in your sight, but I don't mind this FBI.
We're at his island every night to finally touch tips and invite new files to unredact. People say he's even worse than Diddy. Now I find that really strange, though even worse, he turned out gay. He took his own life on that day. His choices are never unmade. Please just let us abuse you, we can have sex too. He was forced to do it. He hung himself in that cell, I just think he's going to hell. And he was forced to sex traffic. We have been redacting, Epstein was reacting since 2019. Join him, go to his island, it's very imagined that you go and stay 5 nights at Epstein's. Is this where you wanna touch tips? We can touch lips while he comes on your hips. 5 nights at Epstein's. Is this where you wanna touch tips? We can touch lips while he comes on your hips. 5 nights at Epstein. I'm really quite surprised the files haven't released after all this time. You should have went to another island. You shouldn't have fell for his baiting. Though now you already had sex, maybe somebody diddled before. I remember a face like yours, I think you were in the fire. Please just let us abuse you, we can have sex too. He was forced to do it. He hung himself in that cell, I just think he's gonna hell. And he was forced to sex traffic. We have been redacting, Epstein was reacting since 2019. Join him, go to his island, it's very imagined that you go and stay 5 nights at Epstein's. Is this where you wanna touch tips? We can touch lips while he comes on your hips. 5 nights at Epstein's. Is this where you wanna touch tips? We can touch lips while he comes on your hips. 5 nights at Epstein.
Running through these checks till I pass out. This shorty give me neck till I pass out. I swear to God, all I do is cash out. And if you ain't a hoe, get up on my tripod.
Try hard not to cheat on my bitch.
Rasta, can you hit this?
Try hard not to cheat on my bitch. Try hard not to beat on my bitch. Try hard not to break her phone. Tried hard not to send her home. Tried hard not to text these bitches. So solar that I need my distance. So Isabel that I'm committed. Vanessa never let me hit it. All I wanna do is slap her nigga every time that she yells. But I won't let her be my downfall. No, I'm not trying to go to jail. Pay for the pussy through Zelle. Pray my side bitch, don't tell. Pray my side bitch, don't snitch. I'm not trying to cheat on my bitch. I'm not trying to be unfaithful. But sometimes my bitch is ungrateful. My bitch really loves to yell at me. I'm just trying to make
What's up, guys? How's everybody doing tonight? Everybody good? I'm doing great. Is everybody doing good tonight? Everybody feeling good? Wigger's song sounded hard as fuck. It did. But nothing beats trying hard not to cheat on my bitch, okay? But yeah, how's everybody's Friday? Is everybody good? We've got a big stream tonight. Big doc, okay? Now, one of the things that, and turn this down a little bit more. One of the things that, I'll just pause it. One of the things that I've been kind of looking into recently, for a good amount of time, is political lolcows. Right? They exist. They certainly do. And the problem is, just because the rest of the world sees them as a lolcow, doesn't mean that they are to their audience. Okay? Like, usually when you get a lolcow, you know, the people watching them also think of them as a lolcow. Right? I'd say that that's usually a thing. At least the vast majority of them. But then you got somebody like Candace Owens. Candace Owens, like, let's look at some of Candace Owens' numbers to kind of start us out tonight. So, let's see this. I know that Candace Owens has her own, you know, thing going on, okay? She's got her own, like, I think she has her own website and stuff like that where people watch. We're not going to look at those because I think that these YouTube numbers speak for themselves, right? So, we got 5.74 million subscribers. 5.74 million subscribers. And then you may ask yourself, well, that doesn't mean much sometimes. Like, let's look at her proportional numbers, right? 2 months ago, 2.2 mil. Like, even her low performing is getting 693K, right? People love this woman. They trust this woman. They get their opinions from this woman. Ace of Spades, this is an alt-right grifter. And we're going to do a deep dive on her tonight and what she's been up to, because recently she has gone absolutely fucking insane. Absolutely insane. Like, to a degree that I really just did not even think possible, okay? And that's why we're talking about her. Not because of the politics. I'm not really a political guy. I don't really like talking about politics, especially live. But it's more just to witness the depravity and the insanity, right? So, is she getting wider? It feels like it, doesn't it? So, and look at this. So she streams just about every day. Look at these views here. 1.6 million views in one day on a stream. That is fucking insane. That is fucking insane, dude. Is it grifting if she believes it? That's a good question. I don't know. It's hard to tell the degree to which she believes the stuff that she says. So look at this. We've got a whole 3-page docket here. Just Candace Owens. The Egyptian plains, true. That's true. So I wanted to start us off with this. And this will kind of establish one of the main subjects of this evening. Okay? Let's, how do you full screen a short? Okay, there you go. And I'll make it bigger for you guys. Do you see who that is? Do you see who that is, guys?
Up in tweeting that, like,
I'm living in a
Charlie Dance.
21st century. There's something mean to it.
That's Charlie Kirk. That's Charlie Kirk. So Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens, for those who did not know, were very good friends. They were very, very good friends. Okay. So I wanted to show them dancing to Power by Kanye West. And then she says, Charlie dance, Charlie dance. And then he starts like singing the lyrics. Really great work. It gets bleak. It gets bleak. But I also did some digging. And I wanted to show you guys this. before Candace Owens was an alt-right grifter, she actually was doing stuff like being in music videos. Now, I want you guys to play I Spy with me for a second. And let's see if we can spot her. Because she didn't used to always be this like based woman who like saw, substantial evidence of, murders in her dreams. By the way, that is one of the things that she says about the Charlie Kirk stuff, that she saw like the Charlie Kirk assassination proof in her dreams. Okay. But let's see if we can play some I Spy real quick. As a nice little intro.
She bad. Nobody gotta tell her.
I don't know what the fuck this song is, by the way, but I just found this out.
Yes, dog. Look at Shorty trying to holler, cause she bad.
It's gonna be very obvious. Shockingly enough, she doesn't like to talk about this. I don't know why. It's very strange, isn't it?
So bad it ain't fair.
Who was that? By the way, before anybody says it, I'm not just being racist and saying that all black people look the same. She's literally listed in the credits, like the IMDb or one of those, like, website credits for this. Who is that? Who is that? Is that a happier Candace Owens? Huh. Dude, why is everybody saying she looked bad as fuck, bro? What the fuck? Look at that. Look at that. There's a happier Candace Owens. There's a happier Candace Owens. And this is the only time this entire stream that we will see her looking happy, other than the Charlie Kirk dancey dance that we watched earlier. Okay? You were looking for Charlie? Fuck off, Tyrone. So yeah, that's Candace Owens right there. Right there. She was in rappers' music videos, like twerking it up and doing the splits and shit. Okay? She was having a great time. This was 16 years ago. Okay? So how's she grown up since then? Well, let's just start out with this article. It's always good to start out with an article, okay? Let's play some nice music. Because we're getting into conspiracy. We're going to play some conspiratorial, scary music, okay? Dude, what the fuck is Lil Finkel's? What the fuck is this? That looks awesome. Okay. Yeah, Gunnar, you're always getting canceled. We'll make sure that every stream starts with you getting canceled, dude. Alright. Conspiracy ambient music. Here we go. Inside Candace Owens, sadistic and dangerous, world monetizing baseless conspiracies. Candace Owens attacks Erica on Erica Kirk are fueled by her own jealousy and bitterness after being pushed out of Turning Point USA, sources claim to the Post. Because she has been attacking Erica Kirk. Now, that being said, is it justified? I think it is. Erica Kirk is absolutely insane. Wife of Charlie. She has been grifting since Charlie got shot. She's been around in a prom dress twerking with Nicki Minaj. That's not even a joke. Okay? This woman is insane. These hoes ain't loyal. Okay? Probably having, it's speculated she's having sex with JD Vance. The independent broadcaster 36, described as sadistic and dangerous by insiders, doesn't hold back from spreading baseless conspiracy theories about the grieving widow and her husband, activist Charlie Kirk, after he was assassinated on September 10th. For those who have crossed her path.
I'm gonna stick my dick so far down your throat,
Thanks for
you're
the
not
two,
gonna
bud.
be able to talk for a week, okay?
Stop. Just stop.
For those who have crossed her path, Owens' disregard for the truth, pursuit of attention, and reckless behavior are all calculated. Those who spoke to the Post claim Owens was loathed by the staff when she worked at the Daily Wire. Guests on her podcast doubt she believes her own lies, and her pattern of inflammatory behavior can be traced all the way back to high school. Let's see what this has to say. French-Israeli hit squad. As Candace Owens spirals into lunacy, she blames the digital media cesspool. On an X post on Saturday, Owens claims that a high-ranking employee of the French government had warned her that President Emmanuel Macron had executed upon and paid for her assassination, and the kill squad includes at least one Israeli. She thinks that the French Prime Minister is trying to assassinate her. Why does she think this? We'll get into it. Everything she's doing right now is because she wants to destroy Charlie's legacy and the organization he built because he threw her out of Turning Point USA, alleges one insider. Owens worked for TP USA as a communications director between 2017 and 2019. Charlie pushed her out because she was going a little bit nuts. He would still text her to keep the friendship going. That's Charlie and Erica. That's Erica. After Charlie started dating Erica in 2018, the sources added, Owens was feeling usurped. Who is this interloper who knew nothing taking over? She wasn't invited to Charlie's wedding. That was very telling. Owens and Erica agreed on a truce over the weekend and were set to meet Monday to hash out their differences. Conspiracies that Owens had been spreading about Charlie's murder, including the involvement of Israeli Mossad agents, Egyptian planes, and the French government, despite it having occurred in public and being captured on video. The alleged assassin is in custody, awaiting trial. Comedian and commentator Amy Kozak, who appeared twice on Owens' podcast last year, discussing the Israel-Hamas war, said he believed her conduct follows a familiar pattern. Also, that is sweepy as fuck. Israel-Hamas war? No, it's Israel-Palestine. Let's just be honest. Stan the used boat salesman in Monkey Island. Never played it. But thanks. She goes against the grain, for going against the grain's sake. It's sensationalism and pure pursuit of audience and self-aggrandizement, not a pursuit of truth. Stop Anti-Semitism named Owens Anti-Semite of the Year in 2024, citing her statement that Judaism is a pedophile-centric religion that believes in demons and child sacrifice. We will talk about that too. Owens has also promoted the blood libel conspiracy that Jewish people murder Christians to use their blood in ceremonies. Kozak pointed out that many of Owens' claims collapse under even the most basic scrutiny. What drives her is power and influence in the culture, but the house of cards is crumbling as more of her claims are unsubstantiated. A spokesperson for Owens responded to the Post request for comment, saying the allegations against her are baseless but very funny. Owens also faces a huge reckoning in court when Bridget Macron's defamation lawsuit comes into trial next year. Macron filed a 220-page lawsuit in July 2025 alleging 22 counts of defamation and a campaign of global humiliation for financial gain against her. I am butt-ass naked from the waist down. Thanks for noticing. The lawsuit claims Owens continued to repeat false allegations. The French First Lady was born a man even after her attorneys were provided with the extensive documentation, including birth records, childhood photos, and pregnancy records from her 3 children, all demonstrating that Macron was born female. So, this is what we got here tonight. We've got Jewish conspiracies. We've got claims that the French Prime Minister wife is actually a man. We've got more and more and more. We've got Tim Pool getting angry. We've got Alex Jones getting angry. You know it's bad when Alex Jones, the Sandy Hook conspiracy theorist that said that the Sandy Hook people were crisis actors, you know it's bad when even Alex Jones hates this bitch. Okay? It's getting bleak. So let's get into the Jewish conspiracy theorist because that happened last year. We're going in chronological order here. According to Candace Owens, Israel was founded by Herzl, a Frankist Jew, to protect pedophiles. She also believes that Frankist Jews were conspiring to kill Christians on Passover and threatened to punch anyone who says Israel is America's greatest ally. Awesome. Let's see that post. You already know it's going to be good because let's see if it's archived. But this was pretty well documented. I shit the bed on this one. Sorry, but I thought that this was I thought that it was archived on there. So essentially, that's the one that the article was talking about, where she goes into the blood libel conspiracy, says that Israel was founded on pedophiles. Now listen, not a fan of Israel myself here, but at the same time, I think it's pretty important that we're honest about, you know, like, what's true and what's not, right? I'm not a big Israel guy, but when it starts getting into just being about the Jews, then why did you say you had, you dumb fuck? Jesus. How about this one? Here it is. Yeah, we're in for a transvestigation, don't worry. We've got one coming. Oh my god, dude. This is so gay. Dude, Internet Archive. I love Internet Archive, but sometimes it can be gay as fuck, dude. I would totally stream next to my fireplace, dude. Why is none of these visible? I love how it was archived but just didn't work. Okay, great. Anyways, you get the idea. She hates Jews. So, now one element that I don't see commonly talked about with Candace Owens is Candace Owens' husband. So, let's talk about it. Accusations against Candace Owens' husband. Let's start with this one first. Right-wing grifter Candace Owens and her husband, George Farmer, who is a literal son of a lord and former head of Turning Point USA, got engaged over FaceTime 17 days after they met. How do we feel about this? How do we feel about getting engaged over FaceTime 17 days after meeting someone? And this guy's the son of a lord, okay? He got piped by Will Smith. That is a big theory. There's a big theory that Candace Owens' husband is just using Candace Owens as a beard. I think it's very possible. But there's also darker routes that we can go with this that we're going to talk about in just a second. Farmer asked Owens to marry him during a FaceTime call on December 29th, 2018, just 17 days after meeting her for the first time. I was flying to South Africa at the time for a New Year's, and I called her and I said, listen, I know this is completely crazy and we just met, but how would you feel about getting married to me? And there it went. There it happened. Very romantic, right? Yeah, I need a beard. Can you do the honors? Thanks, babe. Yeah. So, then we've got these accusations against Candace Owens' husband by Raheem J. Kassam. Don't get me wrong, I think it's cringe, and so is that fraud Candace Owens, who blocked me for telling the truth about our sham marriage. But on balance, it's funnier to watch these big men reduce to tears over a t-shirt. How are you all just hearing about this? I called her out on her hubby trying to grope me and kiss me multiple times. She blocked me for it. I know more about this world than I care to. Mercer tried to get me to tell Bannon to shut the fuck up about populist nationalism. I was the guy that hired Milo at BNN. Farmer has sexually assaulted me. Candace blocked me for calling her sham marriage out. I know this from all angles. George Farmer tried to make out with me. Really? Why didn't you sue? Sue? For what? An unrequited lean-in? I mean, he called it sexual assault in another post, so I don't know. Something the latest episode missed about Miss Owens: her husband, George Farmer, was accused of harassment and assaulted by a Bannon flunky back when they worked at Breitbart. Farmer is a Catholic convert from evangelicalism who asked Owens to marry him over FaceTime 17 days after they first met, before they even had a date. His father is a member of the House of Lords. Apparently her husband was a longtime close friend with the sex trafficker Andrew Tate. Now we really get into it. So already we've got some weird stuff here that, you know, he's trying to fuck men, and, you know, that's fine, but just be honest about it. You're allowed to be gay. You're allowed to be gay and be on the right too, okay? Like, just look at Blair White, okay? Look no further, right? I don't think he's bi. I think he's ashamed of being gay. That's my opinion. But maybe he's just bi and likes kids too. I don't know. Or just like sex trafficking. Who knows? Let's look into this.
Alright, so the past year or so, Candace Owens has been very outspoken against Israel, and it's caused a lot of controversy. Some people think she's finally waking up to all the corruption and she's doing the right thing by calling it out. Then others think she's just out of her mind. And some people are even reporting her and asking why she isn't banned on YouTube or Twitter.
So as you can see here, she's doing Jewvestigation videos on her streams. She's doing like, dude, like, I mean, this woman just, like, I mean, I guess she has entertainment value, but she is kind of boring. That's kind of the craziest part, right? Yeah, I mean, Milo's going full circle with the grift, saying that he got converted back to being straight.
And some people are even reporting her and asking why she isn't banned on YouTube or Twitter, which I think is kind of ridiculous. I mean, if you're pro free speech, I think you should let her say whatever she wants, as long as she's not inciting violence or anything like that, but obviously she hasn't done that. So if you disagree with her,
which I would agree with,
I think the best option is just to respond and try to correct her or debate her. And personally, I really don't know much about the Middle East and Israel, so I couldn't tell you what she's right or wrong about, and I don't really care enough to defend or support her. Even though at the time when she got fired from Daily Wire, I thought that was kind of ridiculous, and I talked about it on Patreon, and I also talked about her beef with Rabbi Shmuley, and I took her side in that.
Now,
because
to be fair, sometimes she does beef with people who deserve it, like Rabbi Shmuley. Just one look at this guy, and you can tell this guy's not mentally all there. His daughter has a dildo company. He is one of the most audacious freaks I've ever seen. Welcome to the political grifter sphere, because God is it interesting.
That dude was just out of his mind. So since then, I've been kind of keeping up with her, but recently I listened to the interview she did with the Tate brothers, and it led me down a crazy rabbit hole that I'm gonna try my best to explain throughout this video. And I'm sure some people, when they just heard that, are like, oh no, is this gonna be some crazy anti-Semitic Jewish conspiracy theory rabbit hole that he got sucked into? But it has nothing to do with that, and it's more about Candace Owens and her relationship with the Tate brothers. So before I get into it, I just want to play this clip from her interview, and she was talking a lot about how pretty much everybody in power is a degenerate pedophile that's been compromised by Israel, and Israel uses that as dirt to try to blackmail them so they can control them and have power over them.
But I just...
Which is very funny, because Candace constantly totes the fact that she's uncompromised by anyone. She's uncompromised by anyone, and that's why you can trust her, right? She's the only person who is, you know, uncompromised. She doesn't listen to anybody. Nobody tells her what to say. Nobody tells her how to act. But then you start to look into this relationship that she has with the Tates, right? It's pretty difficult to, unless you're like, you have half a brain cell, pretty difficult to dispute the fact that the Tates are probably sex traffickers, right? No, I just got this. Oh, by the way, I forgot to, here, shameless plug real quick. I'm gonna do a dono goal. Donations, never expected, always appreciated, you know, and light the stream up, and yeah, we're gonna get into some fun tonight, okay? If we reach our dono goal for tonight, we will post Candace Owens' gape on main.
like how many
That's a joke.
times I kept finding in the history of Israel and in the president of Israel defense for pedophiles. It just didn't work for me. Like, you know, that Zionists were so hardcore about Israel, were defending pedophilia. And when you can then trace that, and it's funny you talk about the streets, these were people that were weapons dealers and drug dealers that then started Hollywood, right? They started Hollywood. Charlie Chaplin, pedophile, who was under one of their thumbs. And we know...
Dude, the Charlie Chaplin pedo allegations go so hard. You guys just don't know it. You guys just aren't plugged in, okay?
that a lot of these people in our government are being blackmailed. I wonder why. I personally want to hear my conspiracy theories. I think pornography websites are basically, they're able to figure out what your demented interests are. So these people, they're making you more and more perverse, more and more perverse. Suddenly you're watching some weird stuff, and then they got you watching some 12-year-old girl, whatever it is. Boom, you're under their control. And I think this is what Jeffrey Epstein, all of this stuff is about, getting men who would be in positions of power to acquiesce to some like pornography, and then they're under their control. I really believe that. Of the most.
So Candace Owens believes that there is, like, you've heard of the alt-right pipeline, but have you heard of the Epstein pipeline, where people are slowly being indoctrinated to become pedophiles? I don't know. And on top of that, Andrew Tate, of all people, agreeing with her here is one of the most, like, mind-numbing things ever. Andrew Tate, the OnlyFans manager who sex trafficked women. This guy loves porn. Porn has made him millions of dollars. Okay? Like, I don't want to fucking hear it from him. Thanks for the $1.99, Aaron. I appreciate it.
Extreme form of blackmail, which is like, if we know that you have engaged in pedophilia, that you've been involved in any of these weird sexual scenarios, we can control you in office.
So when I heard Candace talking about all this, I just thought it was kind of ironic she'd be saying all this to Andrew Tate, of all people. You know, I'm like, why does she have him on her podcast? Why would she want to be friends with him? I mean, she's talking about how bad adult content is and how the people that produce it use it to get people into some sick stuff, which eventually leads to them doing something with a child or doing something illegal, and then they use that as blackmail to control them. And I was just thinking, okay, if that theory is...
Ace of Spades, if that's an actual question, the way that Epstein got Steven to the island is Epstein had a lot of, like, legitimate science connections. Like, he, you know, and the whole thing that got Steven to the island is that he said that he had built a special contraption that would allow Steven to be able to dive underwater, which Steven really wanted to do. And so then he used the fact that he was able to get Steven to the island to give him more cred and give him more legitimacy.
True. Couldn't we apply that to Andrew Tate, who's known for making pornography? I mean, that's how he made all his money.
True.
And some of his old tweets, like back around 2019, 2020, this guy was completely unhinged. You tweet stuff like, I make porn, I made so much of it, I made millions. You consume it, I am God, you are a loser. He'd also say, I super hope everybody gets addicted to it and it ruins everybody's lives. I hope everybody suffers. I don't want to help at all. Keep watching the cam girls. I want more money. I hope you're miserable.
So, yeah, this guy agreeing that porn is so evil and that, like, people need to break the cycle. Okay. Yeah.
And unhappy. And people keep telling me making it is bad, it's a sin, haram, what you're doing is illegal. Maybe, I don't care. I will F your Christian and Muslim girls in one of my supercars and in one of my mansions, then I put them on a webcam. Keep your legality, God, Allah. You're broke, sad, lonely, and dumb. So I was thinking, why would Candace want to be around
He didn't build it himself, Spoops. He just commissioned it.
somebody like this? I mean, even if these tweets are 4 or 5 years ago, if you're going to be calling everybody degenerates and try to call out how bad adult content is and everything, doing it with Andrew and Tristan Tate probably isn't the best idea. But then I started to put the pieces together, and I realized Candace actually met Tate around this time, like when he's putting out tweets like this is when they first met, and she met him through her husband, who had already been good friends with Tate, and he said they go way back, and he...
Okay. Interesting. And Ace of Spades, to answer your question, there's no even testimony of Stephen Hawking doing anything bad at Epstein Island. As this is not me being an Epstein apologist here, there are people that went to the island who never did anything with children. That is the thing that happened, because Epstein was very careful about some of the people that he brought to the island to legitimize, you know, the island further. I mean, it's certainly possible, Bungless, but there is no testimony, nor is there any proof of him ever doing anything. I'd like to think that that didn't happen. The people who called Stephen Hawking a pedo, it was based on a false piece of evidence that was released, where it said that he got midgets to do math calculations.
I'm gonna stick my dick so far down your throat,
Oh,
you're not gonna be able to
shit.
talk for a week, okay?
Who cares cover something interesting?
Thank you so much for the 50, man. I really appreciate it. Wow. I really appreciate it, man. Wait. Spoops. Stephen Hawking is a sex pest? Is that documented? I've never seen any evidence of that. Huh. If that's a thing, then yeah, sure.
said he knows Tate really well. And if you're not familiar with her husband, George Farmer, he's a...
Because the board that they were writing the calculations on was too high for them to reach, and so it would cause their like asses to show or something. But it was faked evidence. That's the important part. It wasn't real. Yeah, it wasn't real.
Around this time, like when he's putting out tweets like this, is when they first met. And she met him through her husband, who had already been good friends with Tate, and he said they go way back, and he said he knows Tate really well. And if you're not familiar with her husband, George Farmer, he's a British aristocrat. Like his dad's a British lord, and his family's worth a ton of money, and he apparently inherited like $70 million.
Interviewed Andrew Tate.
Long time.
I know, it's been a very long time.
You've known Andrew Tate for a number of years. You were just with him for that interview.
Yeah, I've known Andrew for many, many years. I've known Andrew since before Andrew was Andrew. You know what I mean? I've known Andrew since before he was famous, I guess. Andrew is a great guy.
What? What? What?
Really is, and he's a wonderful guy in many ways. Like all humans, he's flawed.
As I was having this dinner with my husband and his friend, Andrew Tate was there. I had no idea who he was. This is kind of before he really took off on the internet. I had my assistant at the time with me, who happened to be Romanian. He's born in Romania, speaks Romanian, happened to have been in the United States. She spent a lot of the time that we were there talking to him. She comes over to me afterwards and she says, this guy, Andrew Tate, I think he's a pimp in Romania.
I used sex as a tool to make women love me so they'd obey me and live in my house and make me money. That's what I wanted. So I was a pimp in that sense.
No, you're a sex trafficker. That's what sex trafficking is. That's the lover boy method of sex trafficking. You fucking freak, and you just admitted to an international felony. Okay? So, let's not get it twisted. Especially when you take like 95% of their earnings so they can't leave, and you brag about the fact that you do it so that they can't leave. Right? Like we've all already seen this, but it's always just so surreal seeing him just like admit it in 4K.
I said, what? And she's like, no, I think he's like actually a pimp in Romania.
By taking girls who didn't know how to be effective on webcam, girls who had never done webcam before, girls who didn't have the equipment, didn't have the know-how, didn't have the will, didn't have the premises, didn't have the ability to make money with this exchange.
Off camera, I think he would be the first person to admit that. Like he's a flawed human being.
I created a system that allowed me to convince girls to do this, allowed me to retain 100% control of their income. I know how to make sure the girl can't run away.
I know Andrew pretty well, and like, you know.
Sorry, I was being too generous when I said 95% of their income. I meant 100% from his mouth itself. Whoops. Sorry for being too fucking charitable. Okay.
As I said, I know that he's full of flaws.
And obviously Andrew claims...
Oh, okay, you want me to do a derail? Yeah, of course. My bad, King. Schizogroup.exe. Okay, let's see what this says. Oh god, what is this gonna be, dude? I'm actually scared. Okay. I found this odd mod in GTA forums before the page was taken down by the moderators for unknown reasons, but it just got me more curious since pages doesn't really disappear for unknown reason. Something just doesn't feel right with the file even when I downloaded it. Mr. X mod .7z. And I'm using a virtual machine just in case this thing got a virus in it, because who knows what goes on in this world nowadays. That's so true. It's your fault, 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 it's your fault. And it's just a bunch of car crashes. They look fatal. Okay. Okay, no music here. Got it. What the fuck were you doing? It's all car crashes. Why is it always car crashes into a tree? Dude, this is scary. I already know this is going to be some scary one, but when I'm spawned in the Panopticon, I know damn well something's about to go down. Another car crash. It's always a car crash to a tree in some way or another. This mod is giving me questions, even when I started the game. This one is familiar. I can't seem to wrap my head around it.
My dick so far down your throat, you're not gonna be able to talk for a week, okay?
Hello, gay joker, what up? I'm drunk.
Hi, Sister Godiva. Thanks for the 590.34. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Not much. We're talking about, political grifter Candace Owens, and we just got a derail that is some kind of GTA creepypasta. That was an awesome jump scare. That was literally me trying to play Secret of the Mimic last night. If anybody was there, they know. I'm a giant pussy, especially when I'm drunk. And I was drunk trying to play Secret of the Mimic, and I was freaking the fuck out the entire time. It was awesome. That scared the shit out of me, even when I'm editing this. I'm not touching this thing again. Ball? Okay. Great. Great work. Okay. Back to it.
He's changed now and he's a better person. But I mean, back then, which wasn't that long ago, I think just 4 or 5 years ago, he was clearly a terrible, awful human being. There's no way around it. And you'd wonder why somebody like Candace's husband would want to be friends with somebody like that. And I'm not saying this is the reason, but one time on Twitter, Andrew explained why people really wanted to be friends with him. And he said,
now listen to this. Listen to this one closely, because this is where it gets dark.
Everybody wants to be friends with the pimp. Doubt me, Epstein had access to pussy. Look at his friends list. It's basic human psychology. I have the assets every man who's not a hater wishes they had, and the next best thing to being me is knowing me. And if you remember when Tate first got arrested, everybody started comparing him to Epstein, and you would think like...
But I want to read that tweet in full real quick. Does this not freak you out a little bit? When you think about it, with George Farmer's connection here. Everyone wants to be friends with the pimp. Doubt me? Epstein had access to pussy. Look at his friends list. It's basic human psychology. I have the asset every man who's not a hating bitch wishes they had. And the next best thing to being me is knowing me. Okay.
Knowing me. And if you remember when Tate first got arrested, everybody started comparing him to Epstein, and you would think like, yeah, it's just people that hate him, of course they're gonna do that. But it was actually people on the right that were making that comparison to try to defend him, kind of. People like Andrew Tate got arrested before any of Epstein's clients. Let that sink in. And whether Andrew Tate is guilty or not, they
yeah, because he was doing sex trafficking.
Get the entire Epstein.
Why is this so hard to grasp for people?
Client list because he's their enemy and the people on that list aren't. And the media is distracting us with Andrew Tate, so a lawsuit against JP Morgan for aiding Epstein's trafficking can fly under the radar. And I'm not saying any of these people are involved with Tate at all, but I think it's just funny they're saying this because it actually sounds like they're using Epstein to distract from Tate. And then also, if you get arrested and everybody's like, yeah, well, what about Epstein? What does that say? That is not a good look, especially if you consider Tristan Tate is being accused of trafficking a minor, and Andrew has professed his love for very young girls openly many times.
So you said it looks
correct. Let's look at some of that.
Like I'm in a teenage girl's bedroom.
Yeah.
To some people that would be an insult, but to me, I find that quite flattering, to be honest. That's exactly what you expect. I'm fucking all these 16-year-old women or 18-year-old women.
Huh? What was that? Huh? Sorry, was that a Freudian slip there? Is that a Freudian slip there, Mr. Tate? What was that? Excuse me?
I mean, whatever the law is in America. 18?
It's 18 usually. You get married at 16.
All right, in Romania it's 16, sorry. And I only get away with that because the girl is 6 years, plays along. So Vivian's been with me 6 years.
So he's been with Vivian for 6 years, right?
Because Vivian's younger. Melissa's like 28, Vivian's like 21.
Vivian's 21. And at this point, he's been a girlfriend for 6 years. It means that they met when she was 15 years old.
Because Vivian's younger.
Just away from me. No, I want a virgin wife at 16 who's going to obey me. That's what I want.
I was contacted by Andrew Tate, the older of the Tate brothers, 3 years ago when I was just 16.
So I messaged her. She's like, I'm only 16. I was like, give a fuck. Not about me. 21, I don't care.
And before I go any further, I've been getting a lot of these clips and tweets that I'm using in this video from Murdered by Crayons and Milk Bar TV on Twitter. They cover a lot of the Tate stuff and they do a good job. So if you want to keep up with that,
what are we doing here? How, if you're not a pedophile, or you're not like somebody who is in favor of sex trafficking, How the fuck could you, with a good conscience, defend these people and say that they're innocent when you have these clips of this guy himself admitting to it in 4K? I don't know. But then Candace, who loves to expose pedophiles, who loves to expose evil stuff that the Jews are doing, apparently, defends Andrew Tate. Why?
You check them out. So going back to Candace's theory in the beginning about how people who produce adult content want you to keep getting into weirder and weirder stuff, so eventually you're doing something illegal, and if they have that dirt on you, then they own you, you know, you're under their thumb, and they basically have control over you. So I don't know why you couldn't apply that theory to Andrew Tate, who's known for making adult content, who's compared himself to Jeffrey Epstein, who is obsessed with money, power, and influence, and has had access to some high-profile people like Candace's husband. You know, so if you apply that here, it makes you think maybe he made sure to get some dirt on her husband. I mean, I'm sure Tate is always thinking 2 steps ahead, and we've seen this with P. Diddy and Epstein and situations like that. Like, if you're going to have high-profile clients, you're going to make sure to get some dirt on them, because then if you go down, they go down as well. And then this would explain why Candace is suspiciously overly defensive of the Tates, because it's like she's defending her husband as well. And, you know, it makes you wonder. I mean, I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but I'm just asking questions. You know, like, why was Candace defending a registered sex offender on her podcast who was convicted of abusing 2 young girls? To me, that's just kind of strange.
Now, I completely agree with this. And Sister Godiva, I agree. It is side-cocked. But I think it's a little bit more than that. I think it's a little bit more than that. We've got the son of a prominent political member in Britain who is good friends with this guy. And Candace is so passionate about stopping pedophilia, so passionate about stopping crimes against women when it comes to the Jews. But then with the Tates, and with examples like this, Delray Beach guru Yogo Fox, sentenced to 24 years in prison with underage sex with students. Arrested in 2016 after 2 teenage girls allege inappropriate sexual relations with the Yoga Fox. The Yoga Fox is officially a sex offender. Candace would have this person later on her podcast,
especially considering how outspoken she is about this issue. So she did this when she was talking about one of Tate's alleged victims. She did an 1.5-hour podcast, basically just trying to discredit them. And one of the girls who was accusing Tate was also the victim in a few other cases, and one in which was when she was 15. Her and another girl were abused by a yoga instructor, and he was sentenced to 24 years. You know, he was convicted. But Candace and the Tates try to act like this guy was set up because the girl allegedly lied about her age, which, even if that's true, is still illegal. But Candace tries to defend him and act like this girl can't be trusted because she lies about her age, which is insane to say about a 15-year-old. And what's even crazier is Candace refuses to say the predator's name out of respect for him, I guess, because she says the victim's name like 100 times throughout this podcast and goes into all this personal information.
This is literally back to the Epstein stuff, where parts of the government have been releasing the Epstein files, and they continuously say that they want to protect the victims. But you realize more and more, they're not really protecting the victims, and who they see as victims is in actuality the people involved, the politicians involved, the ones who are inside of the Epstein files. It's the same thing here. And Candace is going to morally grandstand at the Epstein files so much and freak out about them and say all this bullshit about them. And yet, here she is doing the same thing to a smaller scale.
About her, but then when it comes to the pedophile, she's like, I want to do the right thing, I want to be ethical. Since this case involves a minor, I'm not going to say his name at all, but yet she says the name of the minor like 100 times. And Candace starts by reading this statement from the Tates where they claim the girl's the predator because she has a history of getting in relationships with men in order to take advantage of them and extort them. And to prove that, she talks about the girl getting abused by the yoga instructor, Keith Fox, and she claims that he was pretty much taken advantage of because a 15-year-old girl might have lied about her age and tricked him into having sex with her. Like,
he succumbed to the advances of a 15-year-old girl. Boo-hoo.
Candace literally refers to him as a victim of hers and says that she ruined his life with these accusations.
According to them, again, if you want to take their word for it, Abby is a predator who has a long history of baiting men into sexual relationships.
She called the victim of sex trafficking and sexual assault a predator
for the specific purpose of destroying their lives. She has a chain of victims going back several years to when she was a minor. Her modus operandi is as follows. She devises sophisticated narratives to elicit compassion and sexual attraction from unsuspecting men. She uses these men as hosts, taking what she wants for personal, emotional, and economic gain. A serial extortionist and blackmailer who preys on successful men. On multiple occasions, she has accused innocent men of horrific crimes, resulting in their unjust incarceration. The case involves a man who I am not going to name.
Unjust incarceration. Awesome.
The only reason I'm not going to name him is because at the time of the allegations against him, Emma was in fact a minor, and that of course is relevant. So we just want to be ethical here and not expose his name so people can look up the case because, as I said, she was underage at the time. Essentially, it was believed that she was having sexual relations with him, and the court found that to be true. And he is now been sentenced to 24 years in prison. Why is that relevant? Because since then, people are alleging, which we are going to get to, that she lied about her age and that she lies about her age repeatedly. And though, despite the fact that he is perhaps not a moral man, he did fall victim to her lying throughout this episode.
So, one of the things, now listen to the wording there. One of these things we have here is proof that was found. One of these things is allegations that do not have proof to them. Candace takes the allegations as proof to say that this guy is a victim, and then takes the proof and sweeps it under the rug and says it's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, he's going to prison for 24 years, but like whatever. Because in reality, he was a victim. She even says that it's alleged. Why? Because she doesn't want to get sued. She's going to say it's alleged, and then she's just going to treat it like fact.
So, by the way, you're going to hear some beeps when I'm discussing this case. If I accidentally say his name, we intend to just beep it out. Again, just to protect the fact that she was, in fact, a minor at the time of these accusations. To suspect that she was lying about her age. Now, remember, is serving a prison sentence. His life has pretty much been destroyed here. They believe, the Tate brothers believe, that was induced into an illicit sexual relationship with a minor under false pretenses. According to Marlon Fisher,
the pattern of behavior used on Jayla John repeats the same pattern used against their other victims. Jayla John was induced into an illicit relationship. Now, reading this, you probably would assume that this is a court document. It's not a court document. You know why? Because the perpetrator of the crime is being made anonymous. The fucking literal pedophile sex offender is being made anonymous. Not E-Gappy. The literal pedophile. This is supposed to look like a court document. It's not. It's not. They don't make the perps anonymous. This is a report made by Candace's team. Deceptively done to seem more legitimate and submit and make concrete a narrative.
Performed deviant sexual acts in the bedroom, such as urinating on her during intercourse.
Yeah, so Candace Owens is a class act, defending and protecting a pedophile. I mean, that is disgusting. Even for her, that's low. I mean, her and the Tates are acting like this 60-year-old man is the victim and not the 15-year-old girl he was pissing on. That is just psychotic. But that shows how far she'll go to defend the Tates, which is a little suspicious to me. I mean, she also has a picture of Andrew and her husband in her home office. So those two are really close. And knowing that, if you go listen to the interviews they do, it seems like she's just trying to help the Tates do PR and do damage control. Like around the time they first got arrested, she interviewed Andrew, and it was clearly her just trying to help Andrew clear his name. She acted like, oh, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of things. I'm being objective here. But it was clearly just a puff piece to try to make Andrew look good. And they both kept acting like everything Andrew did was over 10 years ago. Like they said that a billion times. They're like, if you took anything I did 10 years ago, it's going to look bad. But a lot of the stuff was way more recent than that. And according to the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, the Tates were receiving income from their webcam services up until August of 2022. So if he wasn't...
Lol? And when was that interview? Let's check real quick. It was 1 year ago. As of 2024. So that happened 1 year after the webcam service stopped. Awesome.
Also he's acting like it wasn't that bad what he was doing, so why not just be open and honest about it? And of course Candace doesn't question anything and goes along with it, even though she had to know he was full of shit. I mean, when she met him in 2019, she had a pretty good idea of what he was doing. Her assistant told her that she thought he was a pimp. So it definitely seems like she's just helping them do PR, and I wouldn't be surprised if she was given notes or a script or something. I mean, she clearly is going to do whatever they tell her to, which again makes you wonder why. And then you go back to the beginning of what she said, and it all starts to make sense a little bit.
First person in the world by people who pretended they'd never done anything wrong for the last 10 years.
Look what he said 10 years ago.
So this video is from 10 years ago.
Looking back 10 years.
When you talk about Candace from 10 years ago.
Fortunately, I had no cameras in my face 10 years ago.
The idea that you did something 10 years ago.
Okay, this is 10 years ago.
Talk about these things from 10 years ago.
Again, if you found Candace 10 years ago, that 10 years ago, from 10 years ago. I wouldn't have said this 10 years ago.
Things from 10 years ago that...
Because of things that you said 10 years ago, 10, 11 years ago.
Like, okay, 10 years ago. 10 years, a decade.
For 4 years,
Good
I ran
God.
a webcam studio, which people...
Like, okay, and then this is made 2020. Like, why? It's... Ugh. It's feeding on these people who have no form of critical thinking skills. That's what that is the only people who will ever believe this, because all you have to do is dig into this for 5 fucking minutes, and you will find sufficient evidence to see that, for one thing, this isn't from 10 years ago. This is from way more recent, and secondly, it doesn't matter if it's from 10 years ago. If you're sex trafficking women 10 years ago, and then for the next 10 years you're a good guy or whatever, no, you still need to have your time in fucking court. You still need to rot in a prison cell for as long as the justice system deems appropriate. Right? Including minors. No, it's disgusting.
Find very interesting. I had naked girls sitting on the internet talking to guys.
So you don't, do you do that still?
I have 3 girls who still work for me.
The cam business is it's still going because
So this one was 1 year ago. So this would have been 2023. The same year that this interview happened.
my most loyal girls will never leave me. That's why it's going.
If you look at anybody who made things 10 years ago, something's going to be stupid.
Currently filming this during the COVID pandemic. You may be watching this later on, but right now during the pandemic. For the last 2 to 3 years, I've been making money on OnlyFans from its inception all the way up till now.
Those old clips, my webcam company, things that happened 10 years ago.
Yeah, so Candace and Andrew both know they're lying about this, but of course they're doing it because they need to downplay it since it looks terrible. And this is what Candace has to say about people who lie about stuff like this.
We were specifically told an angle, and that angle has been protected for a very long time for a reason that must be evil, because lies can only be served to protect evil.
Yeah, and I completely agree. And
yeah, lies can only be served to protect evil? I completely agree, Candace. It's so funny how these people, they're always the moral crusaders. They're always the people who have so much to say about all of this kind of thing. They're hiding in plain sight. They're hiding in plain sight.
I think that's what's going on here. I mean, if you listen to her interviews with the Tates, it all just sounds like projection. I mean, it's almost comical. Like, half her podcast with Andrew was them talking about how everybody is a gay pedophile. And then in her interview with Tristan, she has the audacity to say this.
What's actually funny is that everything that they accuse people of doing is what they are.
Oh.
And this gets into,
Oh,
which I need to do a
absolutely.
full episode on this, but like the media is literally an ecosystem that was built to protect pedophiles,
Yes.
right? And
Folks, you can't make this shit up. The irony is killing me. You can't make it up. Like, what is this?
I mean, this is unbelievable. Like, she's literally explaining what she's doing. You know, people obviously wouldn't consider her part of the media or like mainstream media, but she works in media for sure.
But as we've shown by her 1.4 million views in 24 hours on a stream, she's probably more relevant than most of the legacy media. The Fox News and all those people, especially with younger people. She's more relevant than ever. So, no, she is part of the media. She's just part of the new media.
What is she doing, or what did she do in that clip I played earlier? She was literally trying to protect a file by censoring his name and trying to make him seem like the victim. So she was just projecting like crazy. I mean, go listen to those interviews after you watch this video. Like, also she's talking about how everybody's gay. Like, everybody to her is a gay pedophile. And again, that seems like something she's projecting, because when I was looking into her husband, I heard quite a few rumors. He was allegedly a closeted homosexual, and he was actually accused of essaying a former Breitbart editor. And when
Correct.
the editor brought this up,
As we
Candace
talked
blocked
about.
him. And Candace once said, most people that lie for a living block people that expose them. So again, you can apply what she's saying to herself. And
Why did she do this to herself? She needs to shut the fuck up. She needs to shut the fuck up.
Then also somebody asked this guy who accused her husband, they said, why would Candace marry somebody who's pretending? It doesn't seem like her. And he said, yes, I wonder why a perennial grifter, Candace Owens, would want to marry into the family of a wealthy British lord. Very difficult to figure out. Yeah, and also her and her husband got engaged after only 17 days of knowing each other. And when he was describing it, he said nothing romantic was even said before they got engaged.
It was very difficult to describe. Nothing romantic was said. You know, between that day and the day that we got engaged, nothing romantic was said at all. You know, there was no overtures. Like we didn't go for dinner. Like we didn't take nothing.
Send her flowers.
No, nothing. Yeah, nothing exactly. And so I was very clear about that, because it was almost like getting to know oneself in some ways. It was kind of a very strange experience. You know, it was like I saw myself in her.
Was Candace in the files? That's a good question. No. And clearly she's jealous about the fact that she wasn't. So she made up for it by being in with, Epstein Jr., aka Andrew Tate.
You know, and I was very willing to let myself fade and give glory to her. You know, that's how I view our marriage in many ways. Like I'm very happy to take a secondary position to give glory to her. You know, I'm far less politically involved now than I was, because she's much more politically involved than I ever could be.
Yeah, so I think he's probably pulling some of the strings behind the scenes. Like also, if you remember, he was the CEO of Parler, you know, that failed social media app. I don't know if it's even around anymore, but he was trying to pawn it off onto Kanye West, of course. I mean, Kanye is the easiest person ever to take advantage of. It's kind of sad. I mean, just look at the people around him. And also, if you look into what his dentist is currently doing to him, that's a crazy story.
That's true.
But thankfully, his Parler deal fell through. But when it was first announced, everybody's like, damn, Kanye's got to be the easiest celebrity to manipulate. And Candace Owens just ripped some money out of Ye's pocket. And George Farmer's out here laughing his way to the bank, having pawned off the dumbest investment ever on a highly suggestible, mentally ill man. And Candace finessed Kanye. So a lot of people felt like they were ripping him off. And if you remember, even Joe Rogan recognized Candace Owens was a grifter after only one podcast. That's all it took. And he's surrounded by grifters, so you don't have to be the best at it to trick him, but Candace couldn't even last one podcast. And now with this Tate stuff, she's really exposing herself. You know, I think she just got way in over her head with this. And it seems like she might have surrounded herself with gay pedophiles and is now kind of losing it. I mean, go listen to her podcast with Andrew. The whole time they're ranting about how everybody's a homosexual. And again, that seems like projection, because are we really supposed to believe that Andrew Tate isn't a deeply closeted homosexual? I mean, if you look
True
into it, it's pretty obvious. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but there's plenty of evidence. You know, first of all, for his business, he had to sex guys, which I guess he's doing for money, but either way, I mean, you can call me old-fashioned, but in my opinion, that seems kind of gay. And then also, I'm just going to read some quotes from him and try to tell me this isn't somebody coping with the fact that they're a homosexual. He said, any man who has sex with a woman because it feels good is gay, and kissing a woman is actually a sign of homosexuality.
Projection much?
And then also during the Candace Owens interview, he said he sits around thinking about grabbing gay guys by the neck. And then also, just listen to him describe here how much he hates having sex with women.
I don't give a shit about having sex with beautiful women. I f them so they listen to me, so I can get what I actually want.
Well, and Yona, you say that it's difficult to buy this particular grift. 1.4 million people within 24 hours of her making a stream are. There is still a substantial audience of people who buy into this. That's the problem.
Which is not them. I have met beautiful women with a good personality and thought she will make me money. I have to f this bitch. I don't want to have sex with her. I just need the money.
If you have no chance of having
I don't want to have sex with this beautiful woman. I just want to make money.
a child from the sex, that's as gay as sex can be. Now, not many people know you can have gay sex with a woman.
Yeah, so it sounds like he's not enjoying having sex with these women, and he's also saying it's just a way for him to get what he wants. And it seems like what he wants is attention from other men. You know, it seems like his entire existence is just trying to get validation from dudes. So I think Andrew Tate is just very confused, and he clearly just uses women, and I'm sure he's doing the same thing with Candace Owens. Like, she's obviously just a useful idiot to him. You know, he doesn't respect women, he doesn't think very highly of them. So what makes you think he would treat Candace any different? I mean, she's pretty much just his PR agent at this point, and also somebody to promote Hustlers University. Like, in the middle of both of her podcasts, like the one with Andrew and Tristan, she just started going on a rant about how amazing Hustlers University is. I mean, she spent like 6 or 7 minutes promoting it and talking about how great it is, which was hilarious. And it sounded like she's doing a sales pitch. She's like, why go to college and spend 6 figures when Hustlers University is only $49.99 and you can learn so much more, you know? And I'm not like saying college is the best option for everybody, but to try to ship.
Well, you're right, Aniona, but the problem is most people don't have a standard IQ score, unfortunately. Dude, Karn relates to Andrew Tate. This just in. So that's enough of that one. So let's get into one of her other big things from this past year, kind of early in the year, and that is the Macrons. I covered this a little bit earlier and just kind of illustrated it, but for anybody who does not know, Emmanuel Macron is the Prime Minister, aka the President, the equivalent of the President, in France. Candace started this weird tirade against Macron, saying that his wife is trans, that his wife has a penis. Okay? So let's check this out. French government insider leaks the Macrons have hired and paid for the assassination of Candace Owens. And this is a while back. Let's start with this one, though. Macron drops the hammer on Candace Owens, and so this grift about Emmanuel Macron's wife being trans has been going on, or had been going on for months. Months, okay? It even went as far as Candace making a series called Becoming Bridget, okay? Let's watch the trailer for that real quick. An 11 episode, documentary about this. Okay? So let's watch the trailer. I guess there's not a fucking trailer. But this started 11 months ago. Right? Started 11 months ago. Why not make a trailer for this, dude? Come on. So it started 11 months ago. It's got 11 episodes. Let's just see this.
What does a PR person do when they feel burned? They drop a bomb in the press. And it looks like she indeed dropped a bomb, an explosion in the press about Brigitte Macron in the magazine called Closer, okay? Brigitte had somehow been spotted at the entrance to the American hospital in Paris, reportedly for undergoing cosmetic surgery under general anesthesia. And the First Lady was furious about this publication, okay? She publicly condemned Closer magazine for her favorite invasion of privacy. Okay, understandable if you're at the hospital getting some work done. Her reaction, though, seemed like an overreaction, especially to
No, she's just embarrassed that she was getting cosmetic surgery, and she didn't want that to become a publication. This is not hard.
Journalist Xavier Poussard. It just struck him as odd because a year earlier, another magazine called The Express had similarly outed her for going under the knife with a doctor named Dr. Sydney Ohana, and yet she didn't care. She didn't face that doctor and the Express did not face any public condemnation.
It's almost like she was trying to ignore it, but this time the mask slipped a little bit, and she couldn't help but feel bothered by it. Wow, these are very logical things that I'm coming up with on the fly to explain these things. It's almost like it's not a giant conspiracy, and if you use Occam's razor, which I highly encourage anybody watching this to use when you're using critical reasoning, Occam's razor says that the most logical thing is probably the truth, right? Now, strange things do happen, don't get me wrong, but when we're operating with this kind of, thing, what are we doing? It's pretty logical to assume what I said, not that you see these two things, and she's probably a trans person, right?
Brigitte was not mad at them, so Xavier's going, what particularly about this publication in Closer made her freak out? You see, while Closer had not named the surgeon, they didn't at all name the surgeon who worked on Brigitte, they did this sort of petty thing where they left a massive, undeniable clue as to who the surgeon was. In the magazine, they described the surgeon as a, quote, eminent and media-savvy plastic surgeon who would keenly quote Victor Hugo, his favorite expression, woman's flesh, ideal clay. Well, there was only one surgeon who had been featured in the press with that quotation just a year earlier in Paris Match, and his name was Dr. Patrick Buey. He's a plastic surgeon at the American Hospital in Paris. Now, why was this a bombshell enclosure, or rather a threat that was made, a shot that was fired, if you will, to Brigitte Macron? Because in France, Patrick Buey is known most eminently for one thing: feminization surgery. He is the king of transgendered feminization surgery.
That doesn't mean that's all he does.
To soften the face features. If you are a man trying to become a woman, it will soften your face features with feminization surgery. And if there was any question that was remaining in anyone's minds as to whether or not he was indeed being used by Brigitte Macron, they needed to just wait until 2023. Because here's a picture
down your throat, you're not going to be able to talk for a week, okay?
Himpleton, I love you.
Thanks for the two.
Picture of them together. Years later, in 2023, Emmanuel Macron decided to award Dr. Patrick Buey with the French Legion of Honor.
Now, here's the thing. As Bunglis in chat is saying, there's so many better things to go after the Macrons for, right? For instance, For instance, right, the fact that Emmanuel met Brigitte, or Brigitte, whatever you'd like to say, when Emmanuel was 15, and Brigitte was 39. They met because Emmanuel was getting taught by Brigitte. So, probably a fucking groomer, right? But no, it's far more important to talk about how she's like trans or something. Now, when she was a teacher, and many people were taught by her, was she Brigitte? Or was she, what's the male equivalent? Bart. Was she Bart? Okay? No, she was Brigitte. This falls apart as soon as you start looking into it. That's the problem, right? Now, listen, transvestigation can be funny. The Michael Obama stuff from Michelle Obama was funny. But, good God. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Now, that being said, is it a little bit sus, right? Hold on, I'm getting my vape. Is it a little bit sus that Brigitte decided to do a defamation lawsuit? It's a little weird. It would be kind of like Michelle Obama doing a defamation lawsuit against the vampant conspiracy theories that she was Michael Obama and not Michelle. I think it's a little weird. I think it's a little soy. But I kind of attest that to, being soy. And I also attest that to being in Europe, where people are just soy all the time, right? Freedom of speech is not really a thing there, right? Let's face it. Y'all, any of my British or European viewers, you guys live in 1984. There's no other way to put it, okay? You get arrested for making a pug do a Sig Heil as a joke, okay? So, not great over there, but, So, let's look into this. Macron drops the hammer on Candace Owens, delivers birth and family records, childhood photos, court rulings, etc., to prove that Brigitte Macron is a woman. During an active lawsuit, Candace continues to lie and spiral. Insanity plea seems to be a best resort. Which, by the way, this is not a criminal dealing. You can't plea insanity for a civil matter. You can't plea insanity for something like this. That's not how this works, right? So, this giant document proving that she's not trans comes out, right? And we got the December retraction demand reminds Owens that Mrs. Macron's marriage to Andre Louis Azoulay and his existence were well documented. The most obvious proof of his existence is the 3 children he fathered with Miss Macron, all of whom have acknowledged him as their father and adopted his last name. Initially, Owens falsely stated there were no publicly available photos of Mr. Azoulay. The December retraction demand reminds Owens that there's publicly available photo exists of Mr. Azur from his wedding. Owens has to take it even further. Since the Macrons filed this action on July 23 of 2025, Owens has unequivocally doubled down. She has continued to use her podcast to expand on the lies about the Macrones, sell merchandise to make fun of the Macrones, and collect donations based on her quote-unquote reporting on the Macrones. Owens, with full knowledge of this lawsuit, launched a new season of Becoming Bridget in September of 2025, in which she makes absurd claims that Mrs. Macron participated in the Stanford prison experiment. What? 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 The Pope condemned censorship? Based? Wow. Wait, but can we talk about that for a second? What are we doing? Are we just like throwing paint at the wall and see what sticks? Bridget Macron was part of the Stanford prison experiment? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Which Owens claims is somehow linked to her later transition. Owens has also gone as far as to suggest that the Macrones are involved in an alleged conspiracy to distract Owens from investigating Charlie Kirk's assassination. So, can we find a clip of this real quick? Hold on. Assuming that's in it, okay.
It's inside of all of us. Well, Philip Zimbardo at Stanford University set out to prove that, yeah, in the right environment, very quickly, people are going to do unspeakably evil things if everybody else is doing it. If management tells them, hey, carve out this person's eye, they're gonna do it, okay? Almost instantly, by the way. Without thought, they just do it because it lives in all of us.
What are you talking about? If we're talking about the Milgram experiment, which is literally like what that set out to prove, no, it takes some convincing. That's the whole point of it, though. This isn't any less bad just because they won't do it instantly, right? I was just going insano mode, Cam Nugget says. What does that mean? But like, you know, the Milgram experiment, which is an experiment, a psychological experiment, which kind of, so the reason that they started making that experiment is they were like, I don't understand how anybody could be a Nazi. Like, how could they just follow Hitler like that? And so what they did was they got these people in a room, and essentially they didn't see the subject, but there was a subject on the other side, and they were to administer controlled shocks to the subject, right? And a doctor who was seen as an authority figure was telling them to administer these shocks. As they went on, they did worse and worse shocks to the subject. And if they would continue it, they would get to a point where it would be lethal amounts of electrocution. Thanks for becoming a member, Cryptid. Appreciate it. It would get to the point where it was lethal amounts of electrocution, and eventually the subject would stop responding, right? A lot of people still did it. And it's because of the fact that they had an authority figure telling them to. Somebody who's supposed to know what they were doing. By the way, the guy on the other side, the test subject, quote unquote, is not a real person. Okay? It's not a real person. No one was actually harmed in the experiment. But it was showing that you can get into this position of being extremely unethical because a larger authority figure tells you to. But the point is, if it wouldn't have worked if the doctor in the authority position would have said, all right, now administer a lethal dose. No, you have to work your way up to it. So to say that it would happen instantly is just retarded.
So you shouldn't question any stories that you read. And also, you should be forgiving and understanding of future military-grade torture like what happens in Abu Ghraib. This is just what people do. They get sadistic. The Stanford prison experiment was funded by the U.S. Office of Naval Research, and I'm going to let you hear Philip Zimbardo in his own words here explain how it all came together. Take a listen.
Our goal... Well, I know what the fucking prison experiment is. And if you don't know what it is, look it up. It's very interesting. It's a very unethical study that was done by Philip Zimbardo that went way too far, right? We've got SS's in chat, all right. But like, the point is that it is absolutely absurd to say that fucking you know, Bridget. Also, holy dead air. Terrible commentary here. All right, so let's hear this.
By chance. Middle class, okay. Zimbardo himself calls the experiment a drama, so let's meet the prisoners. Let's just meet the cast, because I think it's kind of relevant. It's going to be very relevant. Pay attention. Let's go through these. First, we have Doug Corpy. Doug graduated from Stanford in 1989. His father was a Freemason member of the Marines, and he worked on a book.
Okay.
Richard Yako, prisoner number 3401. He had received that for Halliburton after graduating with Mike. Standard Oil Science is the shipper.
Jim Roney, Jerry Shue.
Of course, is the prisoner that we're concerned with here is Thomas Williams. Thomas Williams was homeless. We are told from Letexier in his book that he was an undergrad who was living in his car before the experiment, and that's all we know. So I was interested, okay?
What?
I was interested. We were also informed that one of these prisoners was actually a mole, meaning that the prisoner was working under Philip Zimbardo and really just acting. This prisoner was just an actor. I felt in my gut that that prisoner could potentially be the Jean-Michel Trogneau lookalike, prisoner 2093, but we really only had one clue to go off of about that mole, which was given to us via one of the prisoners, named Jonathan Mark, one of the guards, named Jonathan Mark, who did a Reddit feed in 2015, so that's 10 years ago. He jumps onto Reddit and says, I was a prisoner in the a guard in the Stanford experiment, ask me anything. And this is what he wrote in that Reddit post. He lets us know that the prisoner who was removed from the experiment for a breakdown, that's Doug Corpy, was the younger brother of one of my friends, but I never had any subsequent contact with him. When he was removed, he was replaced by a new prisoner who was in fact a grad student working with Zimbardo, who was placed as a mole to find out what the student prisoners were up to. This new prisoner / grad student was also an acquaintance of mine. So while I didn't out him, and I'm sure none of us were supposed to know that he was a part of the research team, nor was his background ever published to my knowledge, I knew who he was. Okay. Now, I thought that was...
What is the significance of that?
Really interesting. Just in general, first and foremost, we're going to get to the timing that he posted this in 2015. He says very clearly there that the mole was an acquaintance of his and also a graduate student.
Okay.
Macron gets elected in 2017. Thibault Letexier, a business management major with a background in business management, randomly publishes a book the following March about the experiment. And then some French girl, Juliette Eisner, then does a documentary about the experiment. My instincts told me that the sudden, very French interest in this experiment was not actually random.
Do you notice how with a lot of these connectors that she has, what is she saying? She's not saying I read a study. She's not saying I saw some proof. She's saying my instinct is. You're going to see this a lot with Candace. She verbatim said that she knows that Charlie was assassinated because she had a dream about it. She saw it in a dream. You remember that meme where people would say source and then the reply would be I saw it in a dream? This is the real life equivalent to this.
And I can tell you that my instincts have been proven correct.
No, the shock experiment is the Milgram experiment. The Stanford prison experiment is as it sounds. It was an experiment where some people played prisoners and some people played guards, and it was a study on power dynamics that went way too far.
Texier's book, he asserts that the mole was a graduate student. He said this student was receiving his master's at Stanford University, so he agrees with Jonathan Mark when he says that in the Reddit feed. Except he is clear, Letexier, in his book, he names the mole. He said it was a student named David Gorchoff. Came across the first mistake. The problem is that a simple check let me know that David Gorchoff never received or pursued his master's at Stanford University. Factually, David Gorchoff was an undergraduate student who happened to have a class with Zimbardo. So that felt to me like when Xavier says you gotta tell kind of little lies to get people confused, I felt like I needed to confirm who the mole was and to confirm why Letexier put in his book that it was David Gorchoff. It was, of course, like I said, prisoner 2093, who is referred to as the sergeant, in particular, that I was interested in. One, because obviously my eyes, he looks like Jean-Michel Trogneau. Also, if it is Jean-Michel Trogneau, he would fit the description of a graduate student that might have been working with Zimbardo. Zimbardo is referring to this as having a degree of acting that's involved. And also, because when I access the footage that's publicly available of that prisoner 2093, I am able to detect an un-American accent. Listen very closely to this, okay? This is...
What?
The person, when I hear it, that knows how to speak English, but is struggling with their R's, right? You got to bring in somebody like Hugh Laurie,
know, the show House, I had no idea that that man was not American. It shocked me to my core. But most people, when you learn a language, especially when you learn a language like, you know, English, you might struggle a bit with the R's, maybe holding them on a little bit too long. So I'm going to show you a clip of the Sarge, prisoner 2093, and I want you to pay attention to the speech pattern.
If we ballooned you today, would you be willing to give up the day that you wear so far? I feel the only answer to that question would have to be no, sir. Why? My reasoning behind it would be that were I to give up the pay thus far, it would be an even greater loss of 5 days of my life than it would have been otherwise. So I feel that, in other words, the pay compensation.
He's not even struggling with his R's. What are we talking about?
For the time, it doesn't, sir. Not. I began to realize more and more during the 5 days that having the time to spend and study, to advance my studies at Stanford University, could not be compensated by $15 a day.
Okay, I said, I feel like someone's trying to put on an American accent, and it's about to get weirder.
How?
As we, like I said, of course, I had to send somebody to Stanford University to access the documents. We'll take a quick break and throw it to some of our sponsors. Some sponsors, by the way, they're going to become very relevant as we get further into the story. First and foremost, Goldco. According to reports, the Fed chair, Jerome Powell, has just fueled hopes for a rate cut, and of course, the price of gold moved higher.
Oh my god, shut the
fuck
off. Fuck off. I don't want to hear your fucking sponsors, dude. Now you're tricking old to be people into buying gold. Fuck off. I don't care. Alright. So, yeah, we saw that. And then we also have this one right here. So this is what I was reading earlier. The French government insider leaks that the Macrons have hired and paid for the assassination of Candace Owens. According to Candace Owens. Is there any form of evidence? No. Yeah, I don't even struggling at all. And I've met many, a person who is from places like France and Italy and all these other places that I know what accents sound like. I know what struggling to speak like an American sounds like. And that's not what was happening. No, it was not. Maybe he had like a tiny bit of a speech impediment, maybe. Regardless, that doesn't make him a foreigner. Okay. So, here, let me open this image in another tab so we can zoom. All right, Candace says, urgent. 2 days ago, I was contracted by a high-ranking employee of the French government. After determining this person's position and proximity to the French couple, I've deemed that the information they gave me to be credible enough to share publicly in the event that something happens. In short, this person claims that the Macrons have executed upon and paid for my assassination. Yes, you read that correctly. That more specifically, that the green light was given to a small team in National Gendarmerie Intervention Group. I was told that there's at least one Israeli that is on this assassination squad and that plans were formalized. Again, the person provided concrete proof that they are well placed within the French government's apparatus. We don't see any of this proof, of course, because it would make the French government not be in danger, dude. Further to this point, this person claims that Charlie Kirk's assassin trained with the French Legion 13th Brigade with multi-state involvement. Journalist Xavier Poussard's life is also at risk. This is deadly serious. The head of state of France apparently wants us both dead and has authorized professional units to carry this out. I ask that every person retweet and share this. I do not know who in the American government can be trusted, since this source claims our leaders are aware. But I have more specific information which is definitely verifiable, should they care to reach out to me. To the brave official in France who did this because they were so moved by the evil of Charlie's public execution to risk their own life, may God bless you. Truly, let all be revealed. Why do you believe, Ivana, why do you believe that the president could have been, or the president's wife could have been born male? Especially after their 300-page document showing insane amounts of proof that that's not true. I'm not saying you're retarded for believing it, I'm just curious, what's compelling about it to you? Charlie did get Kirk to that one time? Okay, well that's evil. Well, that's evil. No, it's okay. It's okay. We can make jokes sometimes. Sometimes the joke that doesn't land. That's okay. All right. So now we're about to go into what's been happening the past like 6 months, because that's when things get really interesting. That's when things get really interesting. Okay. Let's look at this. Our favorite, too lazy, Candace is going scorched earth.
Trying to figure out what happened on that day. I'm not going to stop unless Erica Kirk asks me to stop, as I said.
The podcaster Candace Owens. You're not going to be able to talk for a week, okay?
I put a very, very short vid in her Muisk Discord.
In my music Discord? I mean, I don't do I don't usually derail unless it's for a tenor. Huh. I hate to be a Jew. French aliens. Okay, well this doesn't seem to be a derail though. Okay, this seems to be somewhat relevant. We'll go for it.
They're French.
What the fuck? Okay. Is that Bridget Macron's origin story? Is that what that is? Very interesting. Do not discount this.
Okay? At one time, a friend of Charlie's, at one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies. What do you want?
No, that was like Kung Pao something. So Ivana says there's like a lot to show that the president might be gay, and I did watch some of her coverage before. Hold on. Before she went crazy, and it did bring quite a lot to the table. It's a bit long to explain. I mean, the problem is, Ivana, she was already crazy. She was already touting that Israel was founded on pedophilia and that Jewish people do blood libel of rituals to take the blood from Christians and drink it. So, I mean, like, I don't know. She's always been crazy. Also, I'm open to the fact that it's possible. I don't know either way because of how crazy she's making me retroactively not feel so confident. But look into it. Sometimes it's interesting. The problem is, if you look at the lawsuit that Bridget, whatever you want to say, is levying against Candace Owens, she shows a substantial amount of proof to the fact that she is not a man and has never been a man. And she uses publicly available sources to prove this fact, right? This is very well documented. This is very well easily able to be looked into outside of, you know, the problem with Candace is that she loves to manufacture resources. She loves to manufacture things solely based on the fact that, like, it could be possible. She's very compelling in that way for people who, you know, don't have enough time to look into it on their own. But the truth is, if you look into that lawsuit itself, it kind of folds upon itself. Dude, I know. Look at Erica, like, trying to fucking rape the shit out of, like, the interview with her eyes, dude. It's freaking me out a little bit. Erica is literally, like, satanic, though. Erica's, like, some kind of, like interdimensional demon, okay? You cannot convince me otherwise.
To say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now. Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
So Erica would like me to stop lying, and I would like...
Stop. This is Erica. Me when somebody's, like, interviewing Erica, it's like... Yeah, wait, hold on. Hold on. Okay.
To honor that.
Candace Owens.
I'm trying to figure out what happened on that day. I'm not going to stop unless Erica Kirk asks me to.
I'm gonna be
stop,
Erica here,
The
okay?
podcaster Candace Owens. okay? At one time, a friend of Charlie's, at one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies. What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now? Stop.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it, or I will get Mossad on your ass. Dude, she's the devil, okay? She's the fucking devil. You cannot convince me otherwise. I swear to God, if my wife, you know, like, if I married Spoops, and then I got assassined because, you know, I'm gonna be like a super influential commentator, and like fucking Jar assassinates me, okay? And then the next day, she starts grifting to the max like Erica does. I would come out from the grave and start haunting her ass, bro. I would like fucking kill her, okay? 100%. I would hire assassins from the grave to kill her too, okay? Like, this woman's the devil. I don't care.
That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
So Erica would like me to stop lying, and I would like to honor that, okay? I can only honor that if Erica is more explicit in terms of what I have lied about. What did I lie about?
All right, so it looks like Candace Owens is never going to let this investigation go, and she doesn't seem to care what anyone thinks. Like, now almost everyone's speaking out against her too, because Erica clearly wants her to stop. But Candace, she probably loves it. Like, there's no way she's going to give it up now. Like, this is just giving her even more fuel. After Erica called out conspiracy theorists, Candace made a video before she went live, and
Just in, a smiling Candace Owens response to Erica Kirk's comments from today, which was the stop that we just saw. Super fun show today. You're probably seeing the clips. It's about me. It's indirect, but it's also about me. And don't worry, in case you think it's not about me, she's going to name check me on stage.
she had this giant smile on her face. She's like, yep, that was about me. Then she went live and had one of her biggest shows yet, and she started attacking Erica, which was a bold move. I give her credit because this was obviously going to turn everyone against her. After the show, like, all of Twitter was just people calling her evil and a demon, which of course makes the conspiracy theorists think Candace is just getting close to the truth, and that's why people are speaking out. You know,
This might be the only thing I agree with Candace on. Erica Kirk is a fucking demon. Okay, I'm sorry. You cannot convince me otherwise.
Scared that she might discover the secret trapdoor that the MK Ultra beekeeper cult used to assassinate Charlie Kirk with a blow dart. So when everyone came out at once and condemned Candace, her fans are like, oh, it looks like the script went out, and now everyone's being paid to go after Candace because she's telling the truth. I mean, the people going after her aren't really helping much. You know, these people don't know how to handle this, which I think is hilarious that Candace is actually causing a ton of problems. That's why I'm just like, hey, let the best grifter win. You know, the gloves are off here. This shit is just getting uglier and uglier and even more personal.
Well, yeah, Ivana, that's a good point. Like, it's like, she is not grieved in a way that is normal to absolutely anyone. Like, there are different ways of grieving, don't get me wrong. Like, people grieve differently, okay? But, like, oh my god. Like, you don't just become the star of the show after you grieve, okay? Or while you're grieving, right? You don't just start grifting to the max after, or like, when you're grieving if you actually cared about this guy.
Like, we had one of Candace's lackeys, Miley Yiannopoulos, claim Charlie Kirk was about to divorce Erica and was secretly gay. Then people made the claim Candace Owens' husband is secretly gay and they don't live together. And then one of the Turning Point guys said Candace Owens' husband should divorce her. So then she called him out for being a swinger. And then also Tim Pool was thinking about suing Candace because she said his brother one time shot at his house. And then another person might sue Tim Pool because he said she smelled bad. So this is like middle school level shit going on here.
We're gonna get into all of that Tim Pool stuff too, don't worry.
Amazing. So even though Candace is a complete nut job, the chaos she's causing is impressive. I've never seen anything like it. People are losing their shit over this. And like I said, to call out Erica takes balls. Like, after the clip of Erica's performance on CBS came out, Candace is like, listen, I'm not talking to the widow here. I'm talking to the CEO of Turning Point, and I want answers.
That is what we mean when we say none of this is passing the vibe check with Turning Point USA. There's no clear answers. There's mockery, there's laughter, but there's no...
Why did she say the word vibe check?
...clear answers. And the mockery and the laughter is not working. Neither is this idea that, well, now the widow has spoken. We're not dealing with the widow. We want the CEO and the chairman of Turning Point USA to answer, okay? If you can't compartmentalize, then I don't see how you're going to be able to lead this organization in the future, because this is why there are many people who do not believe that women are equipped to lead companies, because what you are watching here is an unbelievably emotional response that is absent of any logic, okay? If you really care about your team, answer the questions.
So this is the funniest shit ever. You know, listening to a woman who runs a company tell us that women aren't able to run companies, unless maybe Candace is secretly a man. Have people look into that? You know, I think there should be an investigation done.
Transvestigate Candace Owens?
I mean, there's always just so much projection from Candace. Like, she also said Erica is too emotional and not thinking logically, but Candace is always going based off of her feelings, emotions, and vibes. She used that word in the beginning of the clip. So it's like everything can always be applied to her. But Candace is right. Erica Kirk needs to...
Can you guys find me another example of somebody who is so blatant like this and gets the amount of viewership she does? Again, I know I keep on hammering in this number, but 1.5 million views on a stream that she did less than 24 hours ago. Right? And she's basing so much of her evidence on, I saw it in a dream, I like am feeling this, it seems right, like stuff like that. Like, what are we doing?
Learn how to compartmentalize.
Don't try to like mom the organization and say, well, mother's upset because people are coming after her kids and all of the multi-million-dollar subsidiaries. Not a good idea. Okay, it may work in PR world. You guys, I know how it's an obvious PR campaign. It's never been more obvious of a psychological operation. Every single person that has been telling us to stop asking questions all make the exact same video within 4 seconds of each other being like, whoa, Erica Kirk shuts down. No, she didn't even respond to one of the conspiracies. She gave us emotion. She gave us emotion. She said, I'm a mother, I am a wife, and we never asked about whether she was mother or wife. We want to know if she is a CEO and a chairman. And a CEO and a chairman has to compartmentalize, okay? Does not get to respond and say, that's my family, okay? That's the energy of what I would expect from a mother.
So Candace is basically like, you can't just play the grieving widow card or the I'm just a mom and a woman card when you're the CEO of a massive company and you're making all these media appearances, which she does have a point there. I mean,
yeah, she's kind of right on that. I can't even lie. She's right. Like, again, Candace is one of the most insane people I've ever seen in my life. When she's talking about this demon, this literal fucking demon, yeah, she kind of has some points, okay?
I don't think Erica needs to respond to Candace's demands or anything, but it's hard to take someone seriously when they're like, we just want privacy, please stop talking about our company while you're doing a publicity tour, you know, and people are also like, well, this is his grieving wife, her husband just died, so it's tough for her, which I understand, but if that's the case, maybe she should get out of the spotlight and spend some time privately grieving. I mean,
exactly, why is she doing a fucking media tour then?
Ever since Charlie got assassinated, she's been making media appearances nonstop, which a lot of people think is strange and they're put off by it, and it's obviously only fueling the conspiracy theories. Also, I didn't realize this, but people at Turning Point still go live on Charlie Kirk's personal Twitter account every day in his studio.
Which is fucked. Like, fuck off.
And they still post to his personal YouTube channel, which is just a bad look. I mean, I'm not even a fan of his, but when I go to his channel, I'd like to see his videos, not a bunch of slop garbage his friends cranked out after he died. Like, now his Twitter account is all just live streams and promotions, and you have to scroll way down to even see his actual tweets. But maybe this is what he would have wanted, I don't know. Either way though, people are just put off by it. Like the streams and videos, they don't get many views, and usually the top comments are negative, and people are like, dude, please delete these, just let this be a memorial for Charlie. So I understand Turning Point's in a tough position, and they're trying to figure things out, but this just comes across as strange. And it doesn't help that they basically defend this by saying they need the money, and if they don't do the show, they can't pay their employees. Like that's how the guy who Candace said is a swinger defended it, because he's still constantly posting about Charlie, and people in the comments are like, dude, I think it's time to move on. You know, because they're doing Charlie's podcast, they're using his social media accounts, and even on their own social media accounts, they mostly just post about Charlie. You know, they'll find any reason to post an old picture of him or just talk about him, and people in the comments are starting to feel like it's a guilt.
Who is hotter, Erica or Candace? I don't know. It's tough. I don't like blondes. She looks like a demon. She genuinely, like, the way that she looks kind of scares me. And then we have Candace, who, like, I'm just, So I don't know.
Trip. Like the other day, Tyler Boyer posted, every single day we are reminded of the loss of Charlie. No one feels it more than the Turning Point and Charlie Kirk Show family. And someone commented, I'd like to push back on that. And this is probably a Candace Owens fan, but they complained about how they hijacked Charlie's show and said it deserves an ending and TPUSA should just do their own thing. And his response was basically, we'll do what Erica tells us and we need to keep the show going because we need to be able to pay our employees, which is a pretty bad response, you know, to say you're doing it because you need the money, especially after you raised a ton of money. So it seems like they just don't know what to do, but after a while you got to figure it out and move on and not just rely on Charlie. Same thing with Candace, obviously, you know, she definitely needs to move on as well, but Turning Point and Candace, they're just feeding off of each other because Turning Point is like, hey, you're making money off Charlie. Then Candace just points back at them and is like, no, you're making money off Charlie.
This repeat talking point about people making money except for the people that have actually made.
Literally, Cam. And I'm the exact same way. I'm like, I'm not the woke guy, okay? That's not me. I'm not the woke guy. But like, mother of God, dude. It gets insane when you just have this woman just spouting off whatever the fuck she can think of. Make a poll? Fine. Fine. Okay, fine, you little freaks. There you go.
Awful. All the money. All of the money. Millions upon millions of dollars. But this is the new thing. It's like if you keep doing what you're already doing in podcasting, keep doing what you're already doing and doing ballistics on YouTube, if you catch a bunch of views, they want to convince you that like you wake up and you turn into a millionaire. Building her business. What are you talking about? I already had this business. I was already at the top of the charts. Okay, I said I wasn't gonna talk about it. I actually did because it's so ridiculous.
So Candace always downplays that she's getting more views than ever. If you look at her most popular live streams, it's all about Charlie Kirk and Bridget McCrone, but she ties those two things together. And I'd estimate she's probably making around $200,000 a show now, and probably even more.
Oh my God. 200K for just being this like nonsensical fucking insufferable grifter. 200K a show. And yet she does this every day, bro. And I wouldn't be surprised either. She probably gets shit tons of donos from these fucking retards. She probably gets shit tons of donos. She gets so many views on very long form content that is so effortless. Like, she's rolling in it, bro.
Or, like, in between her investigating Charlie Kirk's death, she does 4 ad reads a show, which she should be making around $30,000 to $50,000 each. She's also promoting a book and a book club. She does behind a paywall and a documentary behind a paywall. Also, she does super chats and promotes merch. And if she's monetized on YouTube, she's probably also making $10K a show from that. So she's making absolute bank off of this. It's incredible. But of course, when Candace talks about this, she seriously acts like she's only made a couple $1,000s.
To that point that people are making hundreds and thousands of dollars, I just don't get how there's not someone on this very large PR team, as we're seeing these PR campaigns go out, that doesn't go, hey, maybe we should strike that. They made $40 million like 2 nights ago at Mar-a-Lago. Maybe that feels kind of a little bit like let them be cake-ish. Oh, and we've made more than, separately from Mar-a-Lago, Turning Point USA, since Charlie was killed, just so you guys know this is a fact, has made more than $100 million. That is separate.
100 million? What the fuck are you talking about?
From the $40 million they made at Mar-a-Lago the other night. So since Charlie has died, that organization has taken in $140 million. But gosh darn you people that are making hundreds of dollars.
Gosh darn you people.
Every day on YouTube.
So if she feels a need to downplay it that much, it shows she knows it'd be a bad look if people actually knew how much money she's making.
True.
Because if not, why not just be honest about it? I mean, she always talks about Turning Point's not honest and they're not answering any of her questions. And she's like, let's see their financials, let's see their taxes, let's see their phone logs. Like, she thinks she deserves to see all this stuff. So if she's gonna do that, then I think it's a fair question to ask how much money she's making from this. And if she wants transparency from them, then she should be transparent. Also, if this really is such a serious issue to Candace, she just wants to get to the bottom of things. She's just trying to figure out who really killed Charlie Kirk, and it's really important to her. I don't know why she's doing ad reads to begin with. Like, why even waste your and your audience's time with that? But obviously, the money's just way too good, and that's the problem.
Right. The money matters. The money is what matters here. It's been clear from the beginning. And if you can't see that, you're fucking retarded.
Here, Charlie Kirk died, and now these people are like crows picking at his dead carcass to get every last cent out of it. And I'm not saying everyone's a bad person that was just trying to make money off of him. It makes sense that Turning Point, his own company, obviously would use this to fundraise, and his friends would report on this and talk about it. Obviously it's part of their job, so that makes sense. But at the end of the day, you are monetizing his death in some way, and how far are people willing to take that? Like, where's the line drawn? Like, that's what we're seeing here.
Like, Turning Point USA is doing just as much bad here, but let's face it, it is just as Cam Nugget said, but I think he was talking more about the looks of these two women, but like, it is the yin and yang here. One are grifting off of Charlie Kirk's death in one way, where they're banking on nostalgia and they're saying, oh, we miss Charlie so much, we miss him, we just miss him. And then the other is saying, I miss Charlie too, but the problem is that you guys did this. And so they're trying to provide an answer. They're trying to provide closure where closure is not satisfactory at this point. It's happening both ways, people. It's the same grift, just in 2 different methods, right? I feel like everybody looked at Nick Fuentes, for example, as this huge troll and outcast, but now Candace is sharing this stuff. Someone that people respected to an extent. That's right. That's right. Oh, shit. Ace Raid, everybody vote in the poll. Everybody vote in the poll. We're talking about Candace Owens tonight, okay? We're talking about Candace Owens. I know that you guys just got done talking about some slideshow commentary stuff, okay? But we're talking about Candace Owens, so we're talking about her war with Erica Kirk right now. That's what we're talking about. We've got half a dozen little Candace Owens blurbs here to talk about, because Candace Owens is one of the most insane and, even if you're not a wokey, okay, which I'm not, but very dangerous woman. Very dangerous, okay? Very dangerous policies, very dangerous rhetoric, okay? So we're talking about this giant political grifter, dumb fuck, okay?
It's 3 months out and still people are milking it to death. And, unfortunately, a lot of people Charlie was associated with are opportunists. I'm sure, like, just a few minutes after his death, there are a lot of people that are like, how can I make money off this? How can I make this about me? Like, the best was Rabbi Shmuley. Like, as soon as he heard Charlie Kirk got shot, he posted a video to Twitter, and he's like, this is why I fear for my life every day. And Charlie was a friend to Israel, and that's why he was in danger. And then the best part is, he put a link to his own GoFundMe to help protect Rabbi Shmuley. So this guy...
Rabbi Shmuley is one of the most, like, freakish rabbit holes that you can ever go down. If you ever want to go down this rabbit hole of Rabbi Shmuley, I pray to God to you, dear viewer, okay? Because it's a strange one. It's a very strange one.
Guy is unbelievable. I mean, as soon as he hears his friend got shot, he thinks, how can I make this all about myself, and how can I make money from this? Which I'm sure a lot of people are thinking. And even if they weren't, like the people that report on this, all their views went up, and they talked about it nonstop for a couple weeks, which obviously that makes sense. You know, it's a big
Correct.
story. Of course, they're gonna cover it, but there is a big incentive for them to cover it as much as possible and speculate on it and try to drag it out as long as possible. So you have to have some discipline to be like, all right, that's enough reporting on it. I don't need to drag this out any longer. I've made enough money from it. And I'm sure a lot of these influencers are looking at each other like, are we still going with this? You know, if you're gonna cover.
Rabbi Shmuley is just another giant grifter, and he's a freak, and he's a giant, like, he's such a giant freak, dude. Don't even get me started on Rabbi Shmuley, dude.
Then I'm gonna cover it because it's like FOMO. So seeing Candace shamelessly milk this thing for 3 months and make a shitload of money by promoting nonsense theories surrounding his death, I think that really made people bitter. Like Tim Pool, you know, he's always complaining about how he doesn't make enough money and how his show isn't worth it for him, especially after that Russian money dried up. So I think there's probably some jealousy there because it is wild seeing what Candace is doing. Every day it's like, I got a new theory, I figured it out, this is the last piece of the puzzle, and then you tune in and it's just some wacky theory you can barely understand for 20 minutes, and then she starts doing ad reads and promoting books and documentaries.
How much for a Shmuley segment? We would need Kalu on a Shmuley segment because Kalu has educated me a lot on Shmuley. Okay, we would need Kalu there. I would say for that specific derail, because I feel like it would take probably like 30 minutes to an hour. Okay, we'd do a big 50 for that one. Okay, now listen, if you hate me for being a Jew, I'm sorry. I gotta fucking keep the lights on. Okay, but there you go. There's your Shmuley derail for 50, okay? Total, not in general, okay? So if you really want the Shmuley derail, there you go.
And paywall content and doing super chats, and it's like, holy shit, she is making so much money from this. You know, it's like peak grifting. So it's making all the other grifters jealous. And I think Candace will implode eventually because her ego is just completely out of control. But she is very calculated, you know, by acting like, I'm not making much money, and look how much Turning Point's making. They're making the real money, and I'm just calling them out for it. Also, whenever people mock her, she's like, oh, that means the theory that I mentioned about the maroon shirts means we're getting close to the truth, and people don't like it.
Aspiration, because I think we're getting close. I think this is all reaction, as some of you have pointed out in the comments from yesterday's episode, that suddenly we start.
Falgi, I encourage you not to watch that video. Actually, you should watch it. It's very entertaining. By the end of it, I wanted to kill myself. I actually had my head in my hands, and I was, like, contemplating death. So, if you want to watch it, go for it. Just be careful, buddy. Okay? It is enough cringe to, like, irradiate your face off. Let me just put it to you this way, Falgi, and I'm sorry if I'm spoiling something for you, but I think it's important. Basically, this guy calls out a groomer, and the way that he calls the groomer out is by hanging out with the groomer and watching movies with them. Becomes buddy-buddy with them for months, okay? So it leads you to question the veracity of this. But, yeah. If you're gonna watch that one, watch the furry CP rank video that they made. You're gonna have to censor it a little bit, just so you know. But that one is also very interesting. He essentially elicited porn from various like pedophiles and zoophiles. He wanted porn. He requested porn from them. Okay, so make of that what you will.
Start talking about Pierre and that $1 billion incentive, and they went crazy. They started going max. So we should stay focused on our investigations. Their color, the 10th Mountain Brigade, maroon. So we're on the right track, and we're gonna keep
I
pushing.
forgot about this. Okay, this is a huge Candace Owens thing, guys. She literally is like, so she's gonna start pointing out people that were wearing maroon at the time of Charlie Kirk's assassination as proof that the French government were partially responsible for Charlie Kirk's assassination because they wear maroon in their military garb, okay?
$1 billion incentive, and they went crazy. They started going max. So we should stay focused on our investigations. Their color, the 10th Mountain Brigade, maroon. So we're on the right track, and we're gonna keep pushing.
We're on the right track.
Keep
Hey,
calling
we're on the
everyone
right track.
crazy and thinking that that wins the argument. Laughter, elite laughter, like they're just in their private clubs, like, maroon shirts, Egyptian planes. It's elitist and scrappy. Anyways, you guys, there is a documentary that is available on our website, What a Woman Is. And it's an interesting, it goes right along with the book that I wrote.
And the only big media personality that's still on board with this nonsense and wants Candace to keep pushing is Tucker Carlson. He was on Theo Von's podcast and he talked about this, and he also posted a video to Twitter where he's like, you know, I like everyone involved. I'm not trying to cause problems, but I'm just asking questions here, like those Egyptian planes following Erica around. I mean, what even is that? So Candace, she uses Tucker to build credibility, and this is insane. She says Tucker is credible because he's tied to the CIA. I guess now Candace trusts the CIA. I mean, this just makes no fucking sense.
It's something wrong, you corrected, but I was right about the Egyptian planes. And when you hear Tucker Carlson say that he is confirming that that part is true, what I take from that, Tucker Carlson is very clear. He grew up with CIA agents, okay? This is a guy who grew up in Virginia. His father, he learns after his father died, he thought he was just working with the CIA. No, his father was on the payroll of the CIA. So Tucker's friends are in the state. So you should take it as a concrete fact that there's something up with these Egyptian planes, and they were in fact following around Charlie, and they were following around Erica, as I told you. And that means people in the NSA.
The Egyptian planes! The Egyptian planes are following around Charlie, and then the French, like, got the they trained the assassin, and they're wearing maroon, and they shot Charlie. Who the fuck takes this seriously? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what is this? Why is anybody giving this any form of credence? Why is anyone giving this anything? Like, I just listen to this shit and I hear this.
What in the goddamn hell are you talking about?
That's all I hear.
The CIA are confirming that that is real. Anyways, Tucker then goes on and states the obvious predicament further, which is that we just don't have any faith in the government.
So the one prominent person who's backing Candace's claims is closely associated with the CIA and might be a CIA asset. And Candace is referring to the CIA as a credible source to back up her conspiracy theory that the CIA killed Charlie Kirk. Like, Candace has talked about how the CIA is behind everything, you know, with MKUltra and mind control and beekeeper cults. And they're responsible for Charlie Kirk getting assassinated and Bridget McCrone being a man and all this crazy shit. But now she's...
Don't even get me started on the fucking beekeeper cults, dude. She is fascinated with bees, dude. Next thing you know, honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised if the next thing I hear about, like, you know, Candace is that she thinks that the Bee movie is somehow tied to the CIA. I'm not fucking with you. This woman's insane.
Saying we should trust the CIA and NSA, and says it's a concrete fact because the CIA agrees with us. So I don't know how that makes any sense. And right afterwards she says, and remember, we have no faith in the government. So at this point, I think Candace is a CIA asset. Like, she sells CIA merch, she completely trusts the CIA and is good friends with a possible CIA asset, and he's the only prominent person backing her here. Also, when she was talking to Russell Brand, this was so funny. She's like, how come people won't answer where they were when Charlie died? You know, if I ask you where you were, would you get weird and act strange about it? You know, if you ask me, I would say I was in my kitchen plotting, and then quickly corrects herself and is like, I mean planning. But if we're gonna question everything, if we're gonna look into everything and go based
what?
Off of like how this feels, how this looks, how people are acting, what's weird. A lot of the shit Candace does is very suspicious.
Also, to not answer basic questions, that if I said to you, Russell, where were you when Charlie got shot, you're not going to get defensive and weird. You're just going to, I can tell you where I was sitting plotting, you know, planning my next show.
Plotting? Plotting? What were you plotting, Candace? What does that mean?
At the kitchen counter, and they are being very strange about details on that day.
So what was Candace plotting? You know, was that a Freudian slip? Did she know about something ahead of time? Like, I'm just asking questions. You know, she doesn't seem to want to be honest with how much money she's making from this either, and she's definitely benefited the most from it. You know, Turning Point's made a lot of money, but without Charlie Kirk, they're lost. I mean, it's not benefiting them in the long run at all. So I'd say Candace probably benefited the most from this, even though eventually it's all going to implode and she's going to destroy her credibility. I mean, she probably already has. But other than Turning Point, I'm sure she made the most amount of money from this. And now she's trying to destroy Turning Point. So is she finishing off the job for Tyler Robinson? I mean, also her fans are saying free Tyler Robinson. So I honestly feel like Candace being involved in this somehow is way more plausible than any one of her 1,000 bad...
That was part of the dream bug list, yes.
That shit crazy theories. Like, if the CIA really killed Charlie Kirk, they probably wanted to destroy Turning Point, which Candace is doing, and she's literally referring to the CIA as a credible source to go after Turning Point, and to help convince people that Tyler Robinson didn't kill Charlie Kirk. So Candace could be helping with the cover-up here. You know, maybe she's really part of the CIA, MKUltra, beekeeper, mind control cult. I mean, Candace Owens is sketchy as fuck if you look into her.
Dude, amazing freeze frame right there, right away. Amazing freeze frame. All right, let's in that poll here. Let's see who won. Oh my God. Okay, listen, we have 54 viewers. We only have 38 votes. You can still edge out Erica Kirk here, but right now she's winning, okay?
Nick Fuentes said he'll expose her if Turning Point doesn't put an end to this. But I think Turning Point is having trouble handling Candace because I'm sure they are doing some shady stuff. And, you know, they also want to be like, Candace, just stop talking about Charlie. But they talk about him every second. They're making money from him. Like, if they really want Candace to stop, they got to drop it as well. I mean, it's too much. Like, every day there's a celebration for Charlie or a memorial or a book or a fundraiser or an appearance from his wife or a dinner.
James, we don't know how the bees are relevant. Candace had a dream about bees, and she's just obsessed with, like, bees being related to the CIA and, like, the Charlie Kirk assassination. That's what this is. That's the only connection that bees have.
and it's been over 3 months and it's still just nonstop. So they can do whatever they want, obviously, but people are getting a bad vibe from it, and they have to know this because they get mocked for it constantly. And some of these posts are just so cringy. Like that guy Jack Posobiec, the Epstein binder guy, on Thanksgiving, he's like, "Here's Charlie Kirk's Thanksgiving menu." And did you know Charlie was extreme? Like that guy Jack Posobiec, the Epstein binder guy, on Thanksgiving, he's like,
let's read Charlie Kirk's Thanksgiving menu. Turkey with gravy, cranberries from the can, no alterations, including can shape, stuffing, cornbread, celery, carrots, and sausage, green beans, not casserole, sweet potatoes, no marshmallows, and then thou shalt have pumpkin pie. I miss you, Charlie. What are we doing? What are we doing? Is everyone in this space an insufferable grifter? Yes. The answer is yes, okay? If you can't see this, you're lost, okay? Every single person in this space is a fucking just, like, insufferable grifter, okay?
"Here's Charlie Kirk's Thanksgiving menu." And did you know Charlie was extremely anti-sweet potatoes with marshmallow? But did you know also...
What? Like, what the fuck is this? What are we doing?
Hey, did you know that Charlie actually liked marshmallows very much? He's dead.
Okay? Okay?
That Charlie was anti-corn, and Charlie was flat out wrong about green bean casserole. Casserole is great, and the hate. So it's like, all right, dude, I know he's your friend, it's sad, but this is getting really weird, and it's been months. Like, this has to stop at some point. I mean, it's like these people don't know what to do with themselves or their careers without Charlie. You know, they hijacked his show, they use his Twitter account, they use his YouTube account, and they tweet about him nonstop, and they always have a new story to tell about him, and they post every picture they've ever taken with him to Twitter. And people at this point are just like, all right, let him rest. You know, we can move on to something else. But this is what gets him the most engagement. This is what gets him the most clicks. Of course, they're going to be like, well, I'm just trying to make sure everybody remembers my friend. We're trying to honor him. But a lot of it feels like it's about the money, which even that guy from Turning Point said they hijacked a show because it's about the money. So of course people are going to call him out on this, and now they're like, well, we want our privacy, don't talk about our company, don't talk about Charlie Kirk. So you can't...
Oh my god. Like, it's literally such a good example of having your cake and eating it too. Like, it's so just gross.
Have it both ways. Also, Erica Kirk, you know, she's choosing to be in the spotlight. I mean, she could have immediately been like, listen, I just want privacy, let me be with my family and kids. And I'm sure everybody would have respected that. I mean, most people, you know, you'd be terrible to go after her in that situation. But instead, she's putting herself out there. She's the CEO of this company. She's making all these appearances. She's making everything public. You know, Candace pulled up the video of her over Charlie's casket that she posted to social media.
Oh my god, I hate that video. I hate that video so much. Have you guys ever seen that video? Where Erica Kirk is standing over, like, Charlie's, like, jaundice-ridden, like, yellow body. And she's like, I miss you, Charlie. Never cries a single tear, by the way. That woman's a demon. That woman's a fucking demon. If you try to tell me I'm wrong, I'm sorry. I saw it in a dream. She's a demon.
I have to agree with Candace here. This is not normal. I don't know why anybody would want to post a video like this. Like, you're over your husband's casket crying, and you want somebody to record you, so you post it to Instagram.
But the decision to publish that, you crying over your husband's casket, and to publish his dead body on Instagram was a decision that was made by Erica. And we can watch that. Take a look.
Oh, I love you.
Oh.
I love you.
I
know. I love you.
Oh no.
I love you.
God bless you. That is an incredibly personal and an incredibly intimate moment that you invited the public into, okay? There was no reason to do that outside of wanting to share something that was very private with the public.
Did that make you as uncomfortable as it made me? Because that video, without fail, makes me so fucking uncomfortable, dude. It freaks me the fuck out. I hate it.
That video and all the appearances Erica has made since Charlie's death have just been feeding into the conspiracy theories, because everything feels like a performance, because a lot of it is. I mean, obviously Erica has genuine emotions, but if you're on stage for a sold-out arena with pyrotechnics going off, and you give a speech that you probably didn't even write in front of a bunch of cameras with the whole world watching, and you know when to cry, you know when to pause,
and you get Nicki Minaj there,
you know when to make a certain face, that's a performance. You know, there's nothing genuine about that. So this whole thing was just turned into a giant spectacle, and conspiracy theorists are going to run wild with that. And now it's just out of control. Like, Candace is demanding the public knows where Charlie's buried, which is insane because everybody knows it's just going to get vandalized right away. And probably by a Candace Owens fan, you know, they'd for sure go investigating and probably try to dig up his body to see if it's real. And then if they get caught, Candace could just be like, oh, it's a false flag. You know, the Jews really did that. They paid him to vandalize the memorial. So they could blame it on me and use that to censor me because they don't want me to talk about Bridget Macron's dick.
Now you fast forward 3 months removed, and it's why does the public want to know where he's buried? It doesn't work like that. You have to make a decision. I want this always to be private, or I want this always to be public. That's my personal feedback there.
So this shit is getting really ugly.
Well, it's not just because it feels fake. It's also because there's just no reason we should have a video of that. There's no reason, unless it's a grift. But in general, like, I mean, I hate to agree with Candace here, but like, we're watching this just unbelievably uncomfortable video that should not ever be published of a wife supposedly grieving her husband, and it's just like, I don't need to see this. Why do I need to see this? Unless it's for clicks and views and attention and sympathy. Why do I need to see this?
And Candace said she'd stop investigating if Erica told her to, which she did, but Candace found a loophole because when Erica was asked about the conspiracy theorists, she was asked, what would you say to people lying? So of course, now Candace is pretending like, oh, Erica just told me to stop lying. Well, if I'm lying, what am I lying about?
So I wrote, Erica Kirk will forgive someone 1 week later for murdering her husband, but she won't forgive someone for not believing the FBI narrative. I saw a lot of people commenting that online, that the energy definitely feels different for people that want to get to the truth than it does for the person who she believes killed her husband, and I don't believe that that was the person who pulled the trigger. I just don't. And you're allowed to disagree with Erica. You are, and that's fine. She's allowed to think what she thinks, and you're allowed to think what you think. That's what I want you guys to know. Don't allow this strategy to stop you from standing by your convictions. Butterfly writes, Candace, you mentioned several times that if Erica asked you to stop, you would, in fact, stop. Will you honor her request? Please stand by your word and honor what Charlie left behind. Prayers to you. I was
honor what Charlie left behind.
Very clear here. Erica asked me to stop lying, and I will immediately.
And what did Charlie leave behind? Charlie left behind a bunch of grifters. Charlie left behind a bunch of disloyal grifters who want to use his dead body for profit, including Candace. Candace is just as bad as Turning Point. Turning Point is a bunch of grifters. Erica Kirk is the demon of grifting, and then we have Candace, who is just as bad. None of these people are good. Charlie, I almost feel bad for him in that way. He left behind a legacy of disloyal, disgusting grifters. And I can't find anything that I probably fully agree with Charlie Kirk on. Not a fan, okay? But like, good God, man. Just a league of fucking backstabbers.
Abide by that request. You know, Candace is lying. What do you want to say? Please stop lying. I understand, I comprehend. What I don't comprehend is what I've lied about.
So I don't know if Candace is going away. I mean, she's out for blood. I think she's just trying to tear it all down. So it'll be interesting to see how far she takes this. It seems like the more people tell her to stop, the more she just wants to keep going.
So yeah, that's a good introduction into this modern day Candace. The Candace of the past 6 months. So let's talk more specifically about what she said about Charlie Kirk. So around 3 months ago, she started leaking texts that were from Charlie, supposedly from Charlie, okay? So we got this. Just lost another huge Jewish donor. $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Ugh. Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. Please don't invite Candace. That might feel good short term, but that's not good long term in my opinion. Like all groups, you're going to get a wide variety of opinions. That nasty free will thing that God bestowed upon us makes life frustrating at times. Now, if you really want to get into a conspiracy theory that may not be as crazy as it sounds, maybe you could look a little bit into the whole Israel thing, right? I'm not saying I believe it, but I'm saying it's significantly more compelling than most of the stuff that Candace says. Like the French government having involvement, like the US government having involvement, like all of this other stuff. Because if you look into the Israel stuff, Charlie became not anti-Israel fully, but he stopped being pro-Israel and he started disagreeing with pro-Israel movements very shortly before his death. There's a clip of Ben Shapiro talking about what a shame it is that he stopped being pro-Israel, right? And what's very interesting is less than 24 hours after he died, and I saw this, and I was like, this is weird. This is really weird. Benjamin Netanyahu tweets about him dying, and verbatim says, wow, this guy was one of Israel's biggest allies. Well, no, he wasn't gonna be anymore. But he never really had the chance not to be, did he? So he got to die as a martyr to Israel. A little bit. It's just strange. I'm not saying I believe it. It's strange, though. It's very strange. Right? Are we sure Candace wasn't the one who was shot? I mean, she was shot. Dude, she got a... her frontal lobe was taken from her. We do know that, okay? Like, I will say that. Alright. So then we got these next text drops from Candace right here. Ben Shapiro believes Candace is Charlie's slave and that he wanted to destroy them. You are bigger than Ben now. Walking into the White House yesterday, I realized that. I know, he hates it. We just have to treat him like noise. He wants to punch down. He wants you to punch down to him. His respect amongst movement fighters is quite low. He's making his entire show with Joe Rogan this weekend about worshiping celebrities. Just think about that. It really means I just controlled his entire show. You got in his head. Yes, which is terrific. That's wonderful. The Ben thing involves me more than he wants to admit. He knows Jon Snow is stronger than as the dragons fly higher. Dude, that is so gay. That is so fucking gay. The more I see about Charlie, the more I'm just like, dude, this is a closeted homosexual. But, like, that's okay. 100%. It pisses him off. 2 reasons. You've always been a threat to him because you're smarter, and he is sending his incestuous brother to try and kill us. And he views you as responsible for me. It's worse, he views you as my slave, 100%. Quote-unquote, control her, is what he was really saying to me when he called. One of about 300 that I have to think Charlie is in heaven laughing at the sheer audacity of Ben calling me evil and presenting himself as Charlie's defender. Charlie and I will laugh about it together one day. Cross emoji. Thanks for joining, Elite. So then we have this. Candace Owens claims Turning Point USA killed Charlie Kirk. And one of the things that you'll notice with this, guys, is that Candace's opinion on who killed Charlie Kirk changes every fucking week. Every week. First, it was Israel. Then, it was the French. Then, it was the CIA. Then, it's Turning Point USA. Where are we going? We don't know. It's always going to change. It's always going to be different. Okay? It's always going to be a new guy. You know, in the one that I'm going to show pretty soon, it was even insinuated that Donald Trump did it. So, we've always got a new guy. Okay? She doesn't even know. She can't even be, what's it called? Consistent on her opinions on this, okay? Alright. I received information last night that put the final pieces in together for me. I can now say with full confidence that I believe Charlie Kirk was betrayed by the leadership of Turning Point USA and some of the very people who eulogized him on stage. Yes, I will be naming names and providing evidence for my claims, and I am making a personal plea to every well-meaning person who donated to this godforsaken organization to request a refund. You were lied to, and leadership knew. Right? You hate the poll? Well, it's about time to end the poll anyways. Yeah, we've gotten 46 votes. Ow, wow. Candace Owens actually thugged it out at the very end and did win the poll. Congratulations to Candace Owens. So next we've got this one. Piers Morgan presses Candace Owens very hard over theories about Charlie Kirk's assassination, and she admits that she does not have concrete evidence. Check this one out.
Said that people at Turning Point were complicit in his murder.
No, my exact sentence that I said was that there were people at Turning Point who are engaged in a cover-up.
No, you didn't.
I believe
Sorry,
that
you didn't.
thoroughly.
Candace, you didn't say that. You said literally.
I did say that
they
on
were,
my entire
You said
show.
there were people at Turning Point complicit in his murder.
Okay.
At
Conspiracy.
JFK.
There's going to be.
Let me just emphasize this one more time, because she's backpedaling on it now. Okay. I can say with full confidence that I believe that Charlie Kirk was betrayed by the leadership of Turning Point USA, and there were some of the people, and some of the very people who eulogized them on stage. Why are we backpedaling?
Multiple people that are going to be complicit by the time, in order for a large stage murder to happen.
You specifically said, you didn't say complicit in a cover-up. You said complicit in the murder. Because I said who at Turning Point was involved in his murder. And
let
you
me
said,
clarify for you. Okay, you can keep saying what I said, or you can listen to what I am saying.
Okay.
When I was there,
did anybody at Turning Point, in your opinion, know that Charlie Kirk was going to be murdered?
There is specifically 2 people at Turning Point USA, and I have communicated that information to Erica and Justin Strife, that I would not be surprised if they had foreknowledge of Charlie Kirk being assassinated.
But do you have any evidence?
I'm not going to name.
I would not be surprised. I felt like it. It was an instinct of mine. I had a dream. Like, these are the standards of evidence that this woman, who has millions of people captivated, her every word has.
I am not going to name those people, okay? Because it's not right for me to name those people until I know for a fact that they did.
Did you give the names Did you give the names to Erica?
Yes.
So
I absolutely did.
You gave the names to Erica of 2 employees, current employees at Turning Point, who you believe were involved in the preparation for the murder of Charlie Kirk. Is that what you're saying?
I told them that if I were in your shoes, these would be 2 employees that I would look further into. That's
And what evidence do you have that they had any prior knowledge of the murder?
Because I don't have concrete evidence is the reason why I'm not naming them. So I've been responsible.
You've got no evidence,
not saying,
but you're telling the widow that these 2 people may have been involved in the murder. But you see the problem.
Well, the evidence for it is people that there was not concrete evidence. It's like you're trying to get me to say something that I never said in my show.
So she's trying to get into the fact, like, she does a little Freudian slip there at the end. It's a guilt by association thing. Big shocker. Okay? Big shocker. Is anyone surprised? Fork found in kitchen. God, dude. She's so insufferable. Next one. Candace Owens, who hasn't released a new podcast episode in weeks due to mental illness and a drug addiction, has finally come out with it and just accused Trump of assassinating Charlie Kirk and covering it up. Look, I have no idea who it is over at the CIA that's responsible for the psychological operations, but this Charlie Kirk one has failed miserably. Please just end it. There's no amount of our tax dollars that you can spend that can convince me that Charlie was assassinated by a furry trans named Tyler Robinson who was acting alone. Do we really need to carry this nonsense into 2026? Frankly, this entire operation was sloppy, and the subsequent "you all have to pretend things make sense because people are grieving" has lost its touch. I don't know who sat back in the office and was like, all we need is Tim Pool to scream, Ben Shapiro to stomp his feet, and a lot of pyrotechnics, but that employee needs to be fired. Please end this. It's so stupid, it hurts. Great. How about this one? Bombshell, Charlie Kirk's security team had zero plan for the next tour stop, as if they knew that he wouldn't make it. Candace just dropped a massive red flag on tonight's episode. Someone leaked to her that Charlie's security team, led by Brian Harpool, never bothered to create or communicate any security plan for the scheduled September 11th event at Pharisee Bible College, the very next stop after UVU. Brian Harpool previously bagged on Sean Ryan about how they generally do advanced planning, questionnaires permitting all the busy work days in advance. But for this one, nothing. No prep work at all. Why? Did they already know Charlie would be dead and never reach the event? This isn't just sloppy, it's suspicious as hell. Candace, another glaring oddity in the security protocol. The internet's connecting the dots, and it's not looking good. We deserve real answers. Who dropped the ball? Or was it intentional? Here we go.
Nightmare. That's kind of been the story here. Someone called me last night and told me a very strange story about what happened to her back in the 90s at an evangelical.
Now again, with this too, where's the proof? There is none. This is her just saying, trust me, bro, somebody called me last night.
University. But first we have to revisit Brian Harpool's story about how far in advance they typically plan security, because someone has leaked to me another glaring oddity in this security protocol. Let's jump right back in. Welcome back to Candace.
Really? We're using Kanye? Okay.
You know what I think? I think that whoever made the decision for Brian Harpool to sit down with Sean Ryan made a terrible mistake. Big PR mistake, PR nightmare. That's kind of been the story here. One long, bad PR decision after the next. Because the issue is Brian said too much. The internet is meticulous. The internet is clocking them every sentence. It's really easy to catch people in inconsistencies and then to keep replaying what they said about certain things, especially when they don't add up. So I would like to gently remind you all back at home what Brian Harpool said about what typical preparations entail for Charlie Kirk events. Take a listen.
Let's move into the threat assessment and the pre-planning for the event.
Absolutely.
How many days prior were you guys there?
We generally, the permitting process and all that goes on behind the scenes, and then there's a questionnaires that are filled out that we used to, there was a lot of busy work, and then so, you know, kind of like in the military, what you did, we create forms that, hey, let's get this information up front, and so that we have a duplication process so that we can confirm it. And so we started.
Did you see that smug-ass face? Look at that smug-ass face real quick. Look at that. She's an unashamed grifter.
And so that we have a duplication process so that we can confirm it. And so we started our first, before that one, the 24th of the month prior. And so, and that was with the hard conversations, meetings.
You started that on the 24th?
Right. And we do
2 weeks.
At least. No, it started before that with the intelligence gathering and all that. But the hard conversations, the sharing of information, the conference calls, the data sheets, and we put that in a timeline on an app. So that,
I mean, to be fair, this like barely even makes sense. Why do you need this level of like what are you even talking about? What are you even talking about? What spreadsheets do you make for like being guard detail at a Charlie Kirk event? What does that even mean?
This all goes up, and every guy that's on that job can see all the intel that comes in. It's a decentralized command model for the company, and so anybody can make command decisions for the betterment of the client or the team, and so everything goes on that app. And so when I get it, they get it. And when whoever's gathering that intel, it gets it. There's no hold, there's no power hold on it. And so that first information came in on the 24th, and then the information share starts, where we're walking through, you know, everything that you need for a detail.
Everything that you need for a detail. Obviously, elsewhere in the interview, he describes this conversation that he had with the chief of police. He's upset about the chief of police not covering the rooftops because he feels that his team was on it. So on it, you're coordinating with the whole police departments. You're discussing drones. Drones were not allowed. And so they just had to let that go. Well, interestingly enough, I received a tip from someone that was directly involved with the planning of an event that Charlie Kirk was supposed to attend the following.
And this right here is just where it falls apart. Because she's not going to show any evidence. She didn't record the call and then, like, you know, make his voice anonymous. No, nothing.
Following day, on September 11th, the day after his assassination, Charlie was slated to speak in Woodland Park, Colorado, at the Charis Bible College. Okay, so that's in Woodland Park, Colorado. He was slated to speak there, and according to this person, after Charlie was assassinated, there was a bit of a panicked meeting that took place, which was headed by the chief of police. They decided to transform this event into a vigil, and they were panicked because, believe it or not, they had absolutely no security plan in place. They thought, how odd. We don't have a security plan in place. Now we better consider this, and we need to make sure that we have police officer involvement. Why didn't Dan Flood and Brian Harpole and Turning Point USA's security have any coordination with the police department up in Colorado?
Completely alleged. No proof behind it. Great. And 1.5 million people are going to say, oh, Candace, that's so true. Candace, that makes so much sense. That makes so much sense. Right? Next. Candace Owens has dropped a massive spreadsheet exposing ties between Eric Kirk's Romanian orphanage, Erica, and a sex trafficking organization. Wow, was it Andrew Tate's? Your buddies? Is that who it was? Let's see. DMs. Watch the first 43 seconds of this. Okay.
Okay, everybody, Shabbat Shalom. Just want to say Shabbat Shalom to everybody
Shalom.
back at home. Happy Hanukkah to our greatest friends and allies. And, you know, this is a good time to mention that Israel does have a right to defend itself. Tucker Carlson.
What the fuck is this?
Is Adolf Hitler. And TikTok does need to be purchased by the Mossad. It's just how I'm feeling today. I am not different. Maybe you are different. Welcome back to Candace.
What the fuck? What the fuck are we doing?
Okay, you guys are crazy. You guys are absolutely crazy. The amount of people who attacked me for sending out a tweet being like, hey, I'm good, I'm alive. We had a very productive conversation. And they were like, she got the call. She got the call.
Thanks, Candace. Really appreciate it. Really good stuff. Okay. So it's in a graduate. I don't care about this. I can't do this. This one because it's way too blurry. Way too blurry. All right. So now we have some more specific stuff against Erica. Candace Owens sparked outrage by publishing messages where Charlie Kirk shared his previous love interest before meeting Erica. It's just a fucking image. There it is. So, let's see where these messages are. Where are the messages? Oh my god. I'm not watching the fucking churning. I'm not watching the fucking episode, dude. Johnson, only person. Eric Kirk. Yeah, Another life taken you is only 31. You guys ever seen that? Erica Kirk is a lizard person, Sliggins. That's so true. Do we have the text themselves? No. Well, she revealed text over a podcast that doesn't have visuals, by the way. So make of that what you will. But that Charlie Kirk had previous love interest before meeting Erica. Wow, bombshell, bombshell, bombshell. Whoa. Okay. That was a weird picture they used for Charlie, yeah. Charlie Kirk's close friend, Candace Owens, tears into widow Erica after she begged for the conspiracies to stop. I think that we already saw this clip. This is the one that was in Too Lazy to Try's video. We already talked about that. Now this one right here. Candace Owens has guests on who claims that he saw Erica Kirk and the Turning Point USA security head and Nevada congressman at a military base in Arizona the day before Kirk was assassinated. Let's see this. Claims that I'm sure will have evidence to them, of course.
But what I started seeing come across and got more familiar once I saw a picture of somebody in a ponytail with those eyes. That was that person. They were there. And yeah, the head of security there, he was one of the people walking out with the congressman. Now, how would I know that? I just have a gift for recognizing people. And yeah, maybe it's not him. Maybe he has doppelganger, but somebody with the same mannerisms, the same crick in his neck, face, the waxy look on his face, hand gestures, shoulder shrug, gait, approximate height, haircut.
Gape? Why is he talking about the Turning Point USA's, like, security detail Gape? What's going on?
Definitely walked past me. And
if
in
you
the
had
hotel,
to put it at a percentage that you were looking at Brian Harpole, maybe he's got a brother in the military, who knows, right? Maybe he does have a doppelganger, he's got a twin brother, who knows?
A doppelganger?
And I want to be clear, I can confirm on this podcast live every step of your story in terms of where you went, what time you were there, that there was this big meeting that happened. I confirmed the location with other people that are on Fort Huachuca currently. I can confirm everything with metadata. I obviously can't confirm that you saw who you said you saw. What does that mean? If you had to put it at a percentage that you saw Brian Harpole, what percentage would you?
I can confirm this with metadata.
Put it at
95.
95%. Okay.
95 to 99. I mean, when I saw him, you know, on the interview with his face and gestures, yeah, with that photo.
Even if this is true, why does it matter that they were at a military base? Who cares? What? There's a series of legitimate reasons why they could have been there. I don't know. Maybe he was like gonna be in Arizona later. I don't know. Why does this matter?
It struck me in my gut. I blew it off until there was, you know, some other pictures that came up with other people.
What other people? Other pictures?
What other people?
If you want me to say, there's a picture of Erica Kirk with a ponytail, and from her past.
No.
That person.
This just in, Erica Kirk has had ponytails before. Guys, I might be shocked for saying that. Erica Kirk has had ponytails before, guys.
And matches who I saw at Fort Huachuca in the lobby the night before.
Uh-huh.
And she was with that man in the lobby.
No.
And that man, he was present at that meeting.
No.
The next morning.
If
So
you had to put it at a percentage that you saw that the girl in the ponytail matches the description of Erica Kirk, what percentage would you put that at?
those are really rare eyes.
Rare eye? What the fuck are you talking about right now? What does that even mean? What the fuck is this even referring to? Wow. Let me see your eyes. Those are just light blue eyes. Okay. What? Rare eyes? What the fuck are we talking about right now? What the fuck is this?
That's 95 to 99%. I can't imagine somebody else.
Yes, Bungless, try your hardest. Honestly, get me on Candace Owens' show. I would do a great job. Alright, so now we have something that's even more fun. We've got Tim Pool. If you don't know about the Tim Pool beef with Candace Owens, good God, does it get crazy. You thought this Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk stuff was bad? Like, here's a bad one. So, Tim Pool calls Candace a cunt, okay? And this is over the Charlie Kirk stuff. That's how this all starts, of course. So let's see.
If this is what happens after Charlie Kirk is killed, Candace Owens is a fucking evil scumbag. She is a degenerate cunt.
Now, always remember, guys, Tim Pool, well known for the fact that he accepted over $1 million from a proxy of the Russian government and was essentially calling the Ukrainians Nazis and saying that Ukraine was evil and all this stuff. Tim Pool, that's Tim Pool. So let's see what he has to say.
Burning everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you fucking told me? She has no security. She doesn't fucking deal with the shit.
Let's take a breather. Let's take a breather, Tim. Let's take a breather, okay?
We have to deal with. She's a piece of shit. She's making everyone else suffer. And all of these fucking conservatives out there that send me these fucking messages have no fucking balls to call her out. More and more people have started doing it. They send me these fucking messages. Good for you, Tim. Good for you, Tim. I wasn't the first person to do it. I'm not gonna take credit for that. But don't fucking DM me like I did something for you as you cower. As you fucking cower. Scared that she'll put you on her thumbnail and claim you benefited from...
What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? He's crashing out so hard. And trust me, it's only gonna get worse.
Charlie Kirk's assassination, which he's doing to me right fucking now.
Yeah, that was the...
I'm fucking done with these people.
Where did she drop the big C? I don't see the big C, dude. Where's the big C? I wanna hear him say the big C, bruh. Come on. The big C. Can we remove like the mysticism behind cunt? So then we have Mel saying this is so lame. First off, no one who doesn't already publicly hate Candace is texting him. Good job going after her. That's not happening. The only people who think these performative PMS bitch sessions are good, it's the same people who routinely have their own expletive-fueled freakouts over Candace. this whole hate on Candace trend has turned into a big gay circle jerk with the same people taking turns saying the same stupid shit. If there's so many influencers and people with platforms who hate what she's doing and are so worried about losing the midterms, how about you pull the sand out of your pussies and do something to stop it? Or you can continue to have these little daily meltdowns like a bunch of toddlers on a Walmart toy aisle. So this is the extended
Candace
version.
Owens is a fucking evil scumbag. These
So,
fucking
let's
balls.
skip up.
It's good for you, Tim. Good for you, Tim. Something for you. Coming to me right fucking now.
Yeah, that was the...
I'm fucking done with these people.
She has security, just not on the level of you.
Oh yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors. She doesn't give two fucking shits. No one's out for her. She's lying about all of this. You told me.
Dude, the beanie, Tyrone, the beanie is like cutting off circulation to his head. Like he's losing it.
You went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy. And she doesn't give a shit about her security. Meanwhile, I get bullets fired at my fucking property and I have to go live in the middle of nowhere. And I got...
Alright, for context, for those who don't know, Tim Pool did have like somebody like do a drive-by and essentially like riddle his car with bullets. So yeah, I mean, not great. Not great. You don't like to hear it. As much as I hate these people, I don't think any of them deserve to get killed, okay?
Fucking strangers coming up to my house in Maryland, breaking in. I got people showing up and beating up the residents who try to live there. How the fuck am I even supposed to sell this property? And you know, it's all lies, it's all hypocrisy, and it is for the purpose of making money, and she does not live the way other people live. And she claims she liked Charlie, she loved Charlie, and she is burning everything down that he built. Because she is...
Dude, also Voltage Mike. Voltage Mike. Hi. I miss you. I miss you, Voltage Mike.
Is evil. She is evil. And I'll say it again, this conservative movement is fractured, it's fried, whatever it is. Okay? Republicans are on track to lose the midterms. They were actually trending the other direction until Charlie Kirk was murdered.
Yeah.
And this is the point, isn't it? The most effective political assassination in history, and thanks to the likes of the vile cunt Candace Owens, she has turned Turning Point into the perpetrators.
The violent cunt. That sounds like an awesome like horror movie. Here, Sam is asking what my setup looks like, so let me just take a picture of it real quick. There you go, and I'll send that, and then I'll show it to you guys too.
Of the crime that was against them. I don't get paid by any of these people. I'm not on good terms necessarily with Turning Point USA. They didn't invite me to their stupid event. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. They invited me back after I started criticizing Candace. I'm not going to your event. I'm over all of this shit. The last thing that I need to deal with is a bunch of cowards in conservative media refusing to stand up to her. Megyn Kelly, come on. I appreciate the kind words.
Megyn Kelly,
but
come on. Come on.
Such fucking pathetic bullshit. You know, and I get people saying, Tim, you know, thank you so much for talking about it. I don't care. I'm not doing a favor for anybody. I'm not doing this to benefit anybody. Nobody's paying me. There's no fucking Russia. There's no fucking Israel. There's just me sticking my neck out and then risking dying for what? A bunch of cowards that don't want to stand up to protect themselves? People like fucking Candace Owens?
I couldn't believe that she put you in the thumbnail.
What a fucking cunt.
I'm gonna stick my dick so far
What
down
a
your
fucking
throat, you're not gonna be
cunt.
able to talk for a week, okay?
Remember, if anything happens, Himpy wasn't suicidal.
True! True! That's so true. If I die while I'm filming my We Are Rose Malay music video tomorrow, which is happening tomorrow, I'm filming it tomorrow. If I die while that happens and Cryptid is a witness to my murder, I'm not suicidal, okay? I'm not. If I'm not able to make that music video tomorrow and Cryptid has to break the news, I'm not suicidal. I'm not, okay? Candace claims the shooter was his brother in another shooter case, not the drive-by. Yeah, I know.
Her piece today.
I'm done.
The idea that she'd imply
done.
that you had some benefit or that you benefit somehow, like it.
She benefited. I think she's a Fed, and I think she killed Charlie. No one benefited more than her.
No one benefited more than her. He's not wrong when he says that. I will say, I'll give him that. He's not wrong when he said that, right? Like, he's really not. Like, let's just be honest, okay? Like, you know, we can be honest about these things. We can be honest with each other, okay? So yeah, let's see this next one. So this is Candace getting in this very, you know, unhinged argument with Tim about the shooting, okay? So and this is a direct quote tweet from this rant. Every day you can choose between a variety of 500 influencer videos aimed at me, but Tim Pool thinks when he does it, he's somehow uniquely risking his life to say what's already been said a million times. What's next? Is he going to brave the wilderness and attack Tucker Carlson? So this sparks a fight. Erica benefited more, but in the short term, in my opinion. Can security provide a description of the vehicle so that, okay, so then right here, Tim talking about the shooting says, my immediate thought is someone's trying to scare us, but we have a security gate and armed guards, and it's possible this deterred something more serious. I'm so glad you can watch Nacho Libre for free on YouTube. Yeah, thank you. Can security provide a description of the vehicle so people can help you track these people down? Also, if shots were fired, they had to have hit something, so you can likely recover the bullets and trace the gun owners. Okay, I don't expect any of you to know about guns, okay? I'm from the South, and I know a thing or two about guns. I also just know about crime stuff, because of that, I know about gun tracing and stuff like that. You can use the bullet casings to track what kind of gun shot the bullets. You cannot use bullets to figure out which gun owner shot the gun. That makes no fucking sense. This woman is fucking delusional. She's insane. She's fucking insane. No one, if anyone believes this bitch is what the fuck is she talking about? And so many people I talked to when we were talking about this stream didn't even notice that. And I was like, dude, you can't even, what is she talking about? You can't trace the gun owner. Do you think that the bullets are gonna have shot by Jimmy Donaldson, shot by Mr. Beast on the fucking bullet casing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I thought it was the law that you had to have your bullets engraved with your social security number, dude. Sorry. What? There's a database of bullet patterns, impacts, and rifling that helps to find what kind of firearm is used. Exactly. You can figure out what kind, what model, etc. You cannot figure out who. Okay. Then we have this one. So, responding to this other post of Candace, I think talking about, this 500 influencers thing. They said, it's always about Tim. Every year he claims someone's shooting at his place. He is the Jussie Smollett of the Republican Party. Candace says, the shooting, quote-unquote, Tim Pool, quote-unquote, survived in December of 2022, was committed by his brother, by the way. His brother was the one who fired the weapon on his property. He cannot deny this fact. Moaning emoji. Moaning emoji. Moaning emoji? Okay. Yeah. So, and then we have Tim's response here. The vile witch is now claiming my own brother tried to shoot me. This is an absolute lie. Candace is vile as they come. She's a fucking demon. Tim Pool fucking hates this bitch. Can't really blame her, or blame him, but still. So let's look at this one. Yeah, don't you love that moaning emoji?
The leanings of a generation for the first time in history is now in dire straits. Their leader and founder murdered, and prominent pieces of human trash are trying to destroy it. Candace Owens is a fucking evil scumbag. She is a degenerate cunt. She is burning everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you fucking told me? She has no security. She doesn't fucking deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit.
I'm sorry to be commentary brain. The way that he yells at it makes me think of the Kumo crash out where he says, you just aren't willing to listen to the fucking context of things! When he's playing Call of Duty. Have you guys ever seen that? I don't know how to find it. It's really hard to find. It is one of my favorite clips of all time. It is so funny.
Making everyone else suffer, and all of these fucking conservatives out there that send me these fucking messages have no fucking balls to call her out. More and more people have started doing it. They send me these fucking messages. Good for you, Tim. Good for you, Tim. I wasn't the first person to do it. I'm not gonna take credit for that. But don't.
Somebody completely crashing out. All right, so ever since Candace Owens left the Daily Wire, she has been wreaking havoc, and now we finally have somebody completely crashing out over it. Tim Pool recently has been going off on her, which a lot of people are happy about because a lot of people hate what she's doing, but are too scared to call her out on it, which is pathetic. You know that all these people are privately messaging Tim saying they agree with him, but won't say anything publicly about Candace. Like, these people need Tim Pool to be the one to try to put Candace in her place, which of course he just gets all emotional and crashes out, but at least he has the balls to go after her. Like, Tim Pool said Turning Point might be in trouble because of Candace. If that's true, how pathetic is that? You know, if they just let Candace destroy their company by insinuating they killed their own CEO, then they deserve to fail. I mean, it's been shockingly easy for Candace to take control of the narrative here, which does kind of prove her point that people around Charlie didn't really care about him because they're letting her destroy his company. It's embarrassing. So Candace might be right about that. These people aren't even putting up a fight. Also, Candace worked for Turning Point early on in her career, so they helped create this monster. And I think now she's the most popular podcaster in the world, and she's been milking Charlie's
That is awful.
assassination like crazy. She's probably made tens of millions of dollars from it. I think every episode she's done since his death has been about that and her theories on it and what kind of dreams she's having. She seriously thinks her dreams can tell the future, and that's how she found out Charlie Kirk was betrayed. Apparently he came into one of her dreams and told her that, which I know it seems like this would be a joke, but she's dead serious about this. She thinks her dreams can actually predict the future, and she uses her dreams and her intuition about Charlie to convince people he was betrayed. And there are millions of people that tune in to listen to this every day. So I gotta give Candace credit. She is the greatest bullshit artist of all time. I mean, somehow the most popular right-wing influencer currently is a lady who thinks her dreams can predict the future.
The dream I was pregnant and to have.
Listen to this. Listen to this dream. We're finally at the dream. Okay, listen to the dream.
Is a lady who thinks her dreams can predict the future.
A super vivid dream. I was pregnant. Tends to happen a lot to women when they're pregnant. But in that dream from 2023, my former producer of the show and I were standing in the control room, and she told me that she was 26 weeks pregnant. This is in the dream. And she told me exactly what month the baby was coming. I asked her in the dream, is it a boy? Is it a girl? And she said, it's a boy. I woke up and I immediately texted my producer in real life and I said, hey, you're pregnant, just so you know, it's a boy. And then she found out that she was pregnant 1 week later. She had no idea when I texted her. I similarly, like I just said, had a...
This woman thinks she's a fucking prophet. She thinks she's from God, dude. Like, what the fuck is this woman on? What is she doing?
vivid dream this weekend, and Charlie came to me and he told me that he was betrayed. I also felt in the dream that it is soon going to be revealed, that it's actually inevitable that it is going to be revealed, that there is nothing and no one that is going to stop the truth from coming out, and it is going to have international consequences. Women tend to have a stronger intuition about people, I would say. We care about whether or not his friends betrayed him, okay?
The woman's intuition, guys. The woman's intuition, right? This person literally, like, I saw it in a dream thing. It used to be a joke. Now it's reality. It's reality now. I saw it in a dream. I saw it in a dream. That's my proof. That's my evidence.
So dreams can give you some sort of intuition, and I certainly think that mine gave me a lot of intuition. Loving your emails telling me about your dreams. People in Turning Point had dreams. There was one young woman who emailed me and said, Candace, like, I just have to tell you, the week leading up to this, I had a very vivid dream about so-and-so at the company and 6 snakes that were around him. There's many people who dreamed, for whatever reason, the number 6 was in their dreams in terms of the weapon, whatever it was 6 that was appearing.
No.
And so I'm kind of going by a vibe that there may be 6 people who betrayed him by the end of this. Because there was one too many dreams to that effect from people around the world. Trust your gut. Don't ignore your dreams.
Please, no. Not the 6. The 666, dude. No. No. Satan killed Charlie Kirk. Satan killed him.
Leading up to Charlie's assassination, I pulled my children out of school. I was having...
I pulled my children out of school? What the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? I pulled my children out of school because I was dreaming about Charlie Kirk. God help your children. God help your children. I got fear for your children. What the fuck?
This dreams and visions about
bees and organization that was happening in America. I have a sense of dread that a lot of these events that are happening, these inexplicable events like the Malibu fires, these sort of coastal events.
So maybe everybody just tunes in.
Like,
what in the goddamn hell you talking about?
What are we doing? Bees? Snakes?
Do her show to see how crazy she is. I mean, I wish that was the case, but she actually has a lot of fans, and she's causing real problems for people because they don't know how to respond to her. You know, they're hoping she'd just go away, but it doesn't seem like she will, and she just keeps doubling down and getting more and more out there. I mean, it's nearly impossible to even keep up with these theories of hers. Like, there are some suspicious things about Charlie's assassination, but Candace just throws so much shit at the wall. It's like, what are we even doing here? Just stick to one theory. I mean, at the end, she said she's had dreams of bees because she also believes there's this underground beekeeper cult that has infiltrated schools.
Okay, here we go. We're getting into the bees now. We're getting into the bees. We're getting into good stuff, guys.
I think that's why she took her kids out of school, and then she also thinks this had something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination. So it's just really hard not to laugh at this shit. I mean, it sounds like she's trying to be funny, like she knows how ridiculous she sounds, but people take her seriously, and she's trying to be serious. Also, she always finds a way to tie every significant event into everything else she's been talking about. You know, like Charlie Kirk getting killed, that has something to do with the president of France's wife secretly being a man, and it also has something to do with the underground beekeeper cult Candace has been having dreams about that she thinks is in schools.
Came across what looked to me like a bunch of people talking about bees. Like literally bees. In a way that's the only way I can describe it to you is like they were speaking about bees, but they weren't speaking about bees. It was very coded. And I'm going, am I going crazy? Or do you think that all these people are really actually quote unquote bee farmers or saying that they farm bees? What is this lingo that I'm not understanding? I said to my husband, there is some weird underground, it's like I sense like imminent danger is coming. And for some reason, I feel like there is an underground that has emerged at schools and it's like related to bees. That's what I said.
There's a, what are we doing? What is this? There's an underground that has emerged. There's a... sorry, just give me a second here. There is an underground that has emerged that is in schools, and it's about bees. What? What do you even mean? Do you even understand the words you're saying? Do you even understand what you're saying right now? Are you just saying words? It feels like you're just saying words. See, this is, earlier in the stream, I literally said I would not be surprised if she said that the Bee movie was attached to this conspiracy. I genuinely think she might. I would not put it past her. Maybe she already has.
And I messaged multiple people about this, my sister. I think it's a communist underground, and I don't know why, but it has something to do with bees. Totally sensible thing to say to your husband. Then came September 10th, obviously Charlie lost his life, and a few days later, I was told, and I sensed instantly that there was like a hive of people that were involved in this. I just knew it, and when it happened, I just went...
A hive of people?
Bee reference? A hive of people. That's a bee reference if I ever saw one.
Oh my goodness. And my gut is telling me that this was the thing, that the dread that I sensed that was coming out of school. And I had no idea. I am not a flag person at all. And then someone told me, and I was astonished that Utah recently, extraordinarily, did modernize their bee flag. I had no idea.
No. They modernized their bee flag? Utah has a bee flag. I stand corrected. Candace is correct in everything she says.
That the Utah state flag is a hexagonal beehive. So what's happening here? Well, I can tell you my suspicion. I think that this is a program. I do. I don't know, but I know. I don't know, but I know.
I don't know, but I know,
So there's a fine line between the biggest podcaster in the world and a mental patient. I mean, I'm open to hearing different theories, but this is insane. I mean, if people are referring to Candace Owens' gibberish about her dreams to prove Charlie Kirk was betrayed by Turning Point, it's just going to make me want to have to believe the official narrative. I'd take that over whatever the hell this nonsense is. Candace can't even give us even somewhat of a coherent narrative about this, and she's still dominating the conversation. Maybe because she just cranks these out like every day. There's a new theory she has, and she always refers to her dreams and her intuition and feelings as evident.
Oh, wow. What a great point, Minty Goose. If she thought that he was in danger, then why didn't she warn him? I don't know. Maybe she wanted to benefit from it. Maybe she said, let's see how this shakes out. and she started, you know, she even admitted to plotting. Okay, maybe she was plotting. Who knows?
She really acts like she's a psychic. It's hilarious because she'll be like, I had a bad feeling when Charlie was assassinated. It's like, no way. When somebody you knew was shot dead in front of hundreds of people and for the whole world to see with blood pouring out of his neck, Candace had a bad feeling about that. Wow, she must have some good intuition.
I really am going to miss Charlie, and I think when Charlie was assassinated, there was something about it. I knew that this story was going to be dark. Instantly, I knew.
Yeah, so only Candace could have.
Yeah, when Charlie Kirk, yeah, literally, just as Too Lazy just said, like when I saw Charlie have like a giant fucking quarter-sized hole in his neck and blood started pulling out of it like a fucking, like, faucet. Yeah, I knew this was going to be a kind of dark story. What? What are we doing?
Realized that something like this was gonna be a dark situation. It's so funny. Also, Russell Brand asked her to explain why people would want to have Charlie killed and who it benefited, and she immediately started talking about her feelings and how she knew this was gonna be big. But again, it's like, no shit. When one of the biggest political influencers on the planet gets shot dead in front of everybody, I think that's a pretty big deal.
Who benefits from Charlie Kirk being killed? Who benefits? Like, as they say, cui bono. That's the question to always ask. And I actually didn't understand how Israel benefits from Charlie Kirk being murdered. I certainly can't see yet.
Hello?
Hey, dude.
Domer.
We're talking about Rambus Boban.
That really took a lot out of you, didn't it?
Yeah, it took a lot out. Yeah. So we're talking about how she thinks that she used bees and snakes to decide that Charlie Kirk's assassination was an insider job.
What?
This is not a joke. She saw in a dream that Charlie Kirk would be betrayed, and she saw bees.
She saw in a dream that the Bee Movie was funny.
We're saying that it's connected to the Bee Movie.
It is connected. It's obviously connected to the Bee Movie. She
I mean,
watched the Bee Movie with her son before, and she's schizophrenic, so it really casts something.
Yeah, literally, she's just like so schizophrenic that she watched the Bee Movie and she was like,
wait a minute. The bees
Mary B. Benson.
Did you notice that the bees talk in that?
I would find it really funny if she was actually prophetic, but like, it was Jerry Seinfeld who's gonna die.
She claims that she had a dream that her like coworker was 26 weeks pregnant, and that like she knew that she was gonna give birth to a baby, and then she told her coworker, and then it turned out to be true, and that's what she cites as her source as to why we can trust her dreams.
She looked at her belly and was like, I can tell.
Well, but she said she
You're
predicted
going
the
to have a
month.
boy.
She predicted the month and the gender because she saw it in a dream, of course.
That is not hard to do.
Well, apparently it was before she began to show.
No, I'm being an asshole. Maybe she is a fucking psychic.
Dude, it was before it began to show.
Wizard.
So she's like, she's psycho, or she's psychic.
It was while the baby was pushing out of the vagina.
She's psychotic. I mean, psychic.
She's I mean, fucking.
Yeah, she's
awesome.
a psychopath. I mean, she's psychic. Yes, that's what I meant.
She's a psychic path.
Yes, of course.
How, like, sort of French
Can we
special
get her
forces.
on and see what happens to us? Imagine she's like, you are going to get fucking brutally molested.
Purple Perry Gaming is going to molest you in London. That's what he says to you. That's what she says.
I'm going to London.
I see a purple platypus, and
I see a purple, and I see the color purple and the parry mechanic in the video game.
I see a purple, like, platypus brutally raping a small cat with headphones. And then we're like, that's you! That's you,
Did someone
Spindling!
draw that?
That's you, Spindling! That's you!
Here we go to like a psychics in like Delaware somewhere. You just say that to us.
Yeah, dude, I would give him.
That's what you look like.
I would give him $50 under the table to tell you that. I would. 100%.
Didn't we? When we met up in the US, obviously we want to record some sketch. Didn't we want to record like we go to one of the worst ranked psychics in the area and see what they say and just agree with everything?
Yeah.
I love my friends.
Do you have any thoughts on Russell Brand?
Oh, dude, I got a lot of like home stories about Russell Brand, dude. So, what? You just want my opinion, or?
Well, yeah. So, I mean, one of these big interviews that she did, where she talks about a lot of this Charlie Kirk stuff, is with Russell Brand.
Russell Brand is a serial rapist.
Yeah.
He just got away with it because he's insanely rich.
Yeah.
And he thinks he's like the next Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
He's not even funny. Have you seen his comedy stuff? He's not funny. He just goes like, I have sex a lot, and I used to smoke weed.
Dude, it sounds like me.
I used to do meth, and then I did a BBC documentary why meth was bad.
Well, that's a funny joke, though.
I don't hear you laughing.
I'm laughing on the inside.
I'm laughing at something else.
I'm laughing at something else.
Good. So can you explain that to me? Because I don't understand who benefits from. But I also know that whenever I've seen it my whole life,
she was on. She was the Disney girl, right?
No.
Who is Candace Owens?
She's just an alt-right political grifter who was friends with Charlie Kirk.
I had to tell Yen who Russell Brand was. He's like a British staple.
Wait, what?
Isn't...
Oh, I just realized I'm not sharing screen. Hold on.
Yeah, I was gonna let you know. Sorry.
Look at that face.
What is this music?
It's evil conspiracy music.
The music that makes you fucking ominous?
Yeah, the music makes Russell Brand a rapist.
He doesn't need that.
AKA any music.
Gunman killed RFK, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. I know that's a lie, so I'm open. So what is it?
So look, I can tell you that from the moment that Charlie got shot.
I don't think Israel killed
maybe it's because Charlie would tell me.
No, it's well established that the FBI killed MLK. Like,
yeah,
that's not even a conspiracy. The King family.
No, I know.
The King
but like,
family,
isn't it conspiracized that it was Israel that had a hand in the Charlie Kirk?
Which is retarded. Well, the Charlie Kirk. You said MLK.
Yeah. No, I said Israel did not kill JFK.
Oh, JFK.
MLK.
Yeah,
and JFK.
Right.
Both of those fucking guys.
The Charlie Kirk thing specifically, I think that there's interesting arguments to be had about Israel having involvement in it. I can't lie. That being said, I don't necessarily believe it, but at the same time, it's very strange.
I don't believe it 100%.
It's very
I don't
strange,
know how
though.
they would find a random guy.
Well, I mean,
like
that's
Tyler Robinson to do
okay.
it.
Come on, that's very easy to do. That part's not even the part that's hard to believe.
Nah, I feel like they'd try and find like the most suspicious guy possible.
Why?
Because I think that they'd want to place it on him easier. The only reason Tyler Robinson was kind of like caught was because he was a big Donald.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, and that's conspicuous as hell after you assassinate somebody to go to a McDonald's. Okay? That's insane.
You telling me you wouldn't get hungry after a big fucking rifle hit your fucking shoulder after capping the head of
I'd get my best trans friend who's a furry to, like, get me some McDonald's.
Ugh. You mean that trans wife?
Yeah.
All the time that he was going to die young, and I showed those messages, and I just knew that this was big. I knew it was big. I didn't have the players. I certainly didn't suspect Turning Point USA would be.
So it's hard to take somebody seriously when their response is...
Have you looked into the Russell Brand stuff? So that's
Yes.
like a bit more interesting to me personally. Yeah. Timber on Toast made a really good video about how he's a political grifter and he just doesn't believe any of it.
Yeah. He, like, converted to God, and half of it is just so that he doesn't get questioned about his rape stuff as much. Yeah.
And they said... He said that the reason the rape stuff was coming out in Big 2020 was because he's getting closer to the truth about them putting formula in milk.
Right.
I certainly didn't suspect Turning Point USA would be.
So it's hard to take somebody seriously when their response is, I just had a feeling I can't explain. You know, I'm open to the idea that there's more to the story, but this is just lunacy. Every day she's like, I ground.
Today is going to be the big day. What we will present in the Charlie Kirk investigation is going to change everything. That is not an exaggeration.
If she knew, why didn't she say anything?
That's what people in my chat have been saying, which I agree with. Nothing will be the same.
Breaking info, this is going to be huge, this is going to change everything.
Oh,
and
no,
then it's just
I'm
some
not
crazy
thinking,
bullshit that leads to nothing.
The reason why I said the Disney girl was because there's another, like, one of these, like, grifters who was on Disney. She was on, like, hey, Jesse, like, the black girl. And she's, like, fucking doxers and swatters jits.
Oh, you're talking about, the one who doxed and swatted. Well, that person's on the left, not the right.
Yeah, I know. I just got confused.
Fucking, she doxed somebody over guacamole Nick.
Guacamole fella penis.
Yeah.
Guacamole dude penis.
You will never hear me say that. That was, okay,
What, the
anyways.
M-word?
Yeah, I've never said that before. That's why I said nah, and then I stopped myself. It feels like today will be the day that the government can no longer deny it. Charlie Kirk was assassinated and the military was involved. I can't wait to share this information with you guys today.
Like, also recently, she realized there are a few students wearing maroon shirts during Charlie's assassination.
Oh, this is awesome, Spendling. Just wait.
Of course, there's some theory about that. And whenever people mock her for these theories, she takes that as, oh, I must be onto something here. Like, she has no self-awareness at all. And she always thinks she's onto something no matter how ridiculous it is. Because, I mean, she can say whatever she wants. Her followers literally believe she can predict the future, so they'll believe any bullshit from her.
Here we go. We have this young man. This is after the shot. He's wearing maroon. Show you another person here sitting there under the tree after the shot, and he's wearing maroon. Show you another person here. We're going to come back to this person who is wearing maroon because his dad is going to say something publicly. 3 people.
Like he has a hand in it.
Yeah, he does.
Shot all of them alone wearing maroon. We're gonna come back to the guy at the top there who has the darker hat on. Who's wearing maroon? Just like
the French military wears maroon.
So is it Israel or is it the FBI or is it the
She changes.
Does every fucking country have a hand in the pot?
No, you don't understand. She changes who did it like every week.
What?
Dude, it's been Israel. It's been the CIA, it's been the French, it's been like, and honestly, so Bungla said that in his opinion, he doesn't think that it changes. He thinks that like there's just a new person involved every week, like it's just like all linked together or something. But either way you go with it, like it's just there's new stuff or it changes every week.
It's like if that Sir Raven had like severe learning disabilities, like.
Spindling keeps on mentioning like random black women when talking about this person. Racist?
I think it's a yeah. Is that I never watched that Sir Raven. Was she black?
Yes. What?
Okay, what's like a white woman? Dude, it's like if iCarly was a black woman. Shit.
He's like strapping young men all wearing maroon. We've got this guy in the bush wearing maroon. I could go on and on. This person of how many people wearing maroon. I even have a video of someone holding a maroon shirt. Okay, so I mentioned that quite casually. And that thing happened where there was an overreaction.
Shot in the head.
Yeah, I know.
No reason online, so I knew that I was on the right track and I should probably keep going.
Also, another one of her theories.
Did you hear that? Wait, listen to this last part.
How many people wearing maroon? I even have a video of someone holding a maroon shirt. Okay, so I mentioned that quite casually, and that thing happened where there was an overreaction for no reason online, so I knew that I was on the right track and I should probably keep going.
So she got made fun of for saying that the maroon shirts was a big deal, and that to her was reason that she was correct.
You know how, do you know what she's the equivalent of? You know how, like, you have an uncle who's kind of schizophrenic?
Yeah.
And he keeps, like, he's looking at, like, license plates and he's lining the numbers and he's like, well, your Aunt Julie passed away on the 6th of the 6th and your little cousin Milo was born on, you know, shit like that.
Yeah.
She's like if your schizophrenic uncle had, like, a following. And not just 15 followers.
Well, and by the way, Spindling, guess how many views this woman gets?
What?
She, on her most recent live show, her VOD of the show already has, and it's less than 24 hours ago, already has 1.5 million views.
Fuck off.
And that is just on YouTube.
And that's just a VOD?
That is just a VOD.
That is insane.
And that is just on YouTube.
That is crazy.
Yep.
That is like literal, like Mr. Beast numbers.
I know. She's one of the biggest podcasters in the world.
What, for saying that maroon shirts cause violence?
Yes! Yes!
To be fair, they are ugly as shit, but like...
I mean, yeah, I agree. Right? Like, we can all agree on that.
Where's a maroon shirt? You definitely killed him, you fucking loser. Oh my god.
Yo shit ugly is you, dude. Yo shit busty. You definitely killed Charlie Kirk, bro.
Wearing a fucking maroon Bucky shirt? What the fuck?
Okay, talk to the chat for a second.
Get out of here.
I need to take a piss. Talk to the chat.
Alright, chat. Wait, can you do a poll vote if maroon shirts cause violence? He's gone. He's gone.
No, I'm right here.
Out.
I'm literally right here.
He's out. He's gone. He's gone.
I'm doing the poll. Hold on.
Thank you. Hold in your wee-wee really quick. You holding in your wee-wee?
Yeah, really hard. There you go. There's your poll. Talk to the chat.
Thank you so much.
I'll be back.
Chat. Maroon shirt, maroon 5. They did it. Oh my god. Did this chick cracks conspiracies? I don't know. What the fuck does he want me to say? Isn't iCarly Mexican? Is she? There was some like white woman. I never watched these shows. I watched. No, I did. I know Gibby actually. I know Gibby. I watched I Victorious. I watched Sam and Cat. If you've got maroon interior in your car, you're very likely to be a serial killer. Probably did. Oh, I hate the color maroon. It doesn't look good except like in like a bar or a pub because it just gives the feeling of boring or like worn down. It's literally the color of rust. Maroon? Are you kidding me? Ah, this bitch might be onto something. I didn't want to say it, but I'm agreeing with a lot of what she's saying. She's got like some cool photos on her laptop. One of them was probably a Mexican. I think it was Gibby. Gibby was a Mexican. You seen him, dude? Andale! Didn't they have like a cool vampire in one of the episodes? I'm going to wear one of my maroon shirts tomorrow for Himpleton.
No!
That's what Cryptid said.
No! Dude, I'm gonna die.
The ambience is so serious right now, says Big Aaron.
Dude, Maroon 5 was present when Charlie Kirk was killed.
Maroon pants. I get maroon pants. Maroon pants are fine, actually. Maroon shirts, maroon jackets, maroon fucking hat. Maybe maroon shoes are okay. I've seen some good maroon slacks. All right, but like
no, red shoes are good.
A
maroon is too far. Maroon is too far.
Like burgundy is okay. I think burgundy's
okay.
All right. Maroon is like that weird light burgundy where it just kind of sucks. It's like a washed out burgundy, like you put it in the washer for too long and now it's kind of just washed out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maroon 5 was at Turning Point USA the second that Charlie Kirk got shot. And they were singing.
I made that joke already.
Oh, really? Really? That's actually
yeah,
insane.
I said Maroon 5 did it.
And you know what was happening? When Charlie Kirk got shot, it was
I'm at a payphone trying to call
Did they make...
home.
Did Maroon 5 make Cake by the Ocean?
No.
Who made Cake by the Ocean? Oh, DNCE.
That's what they're saying.
I don't know Maroon 5. I do not listen to Maroon 5. I did not listen.
You never listen to Payphone with Wiz Khalifa where he starts his verse? When he's
yeah, but I didn't know that was a Maroon 5 song.
Well, fuck that shit.
I thought that was just a Wiz Khalifa song. Why do you sound like Talking Tom? You sound like the Five Nights at Freddy's soundbite we keep doing.
Moves like Jagger, that's true.
Also, another one of her theories was about these Egyptian planes that were found.
Oh yeah, here's the Egyptian plane theory, guys. Candace Owens says an Egyptian Air Force...
pyramids.
I wish, but it's even more schizophrenic somehow. Candace Owens says an Egyptian Air Force plane left Utah shortly after Charlie's death. This means Candace thinks that 1:08 p.m. means Utah time. Actually, it was 7:08 a.m. in Utah, hours before the assassination. This is beyond parody.
Following Charlie around, she claimed an Egyptian plane took off right after Charlie was assassinated.
I sat by
but
the
she didn't
ocean
understand the time zone difference. She
Queens
thought
of the
UTC
Stone
time meant
Age.
Utah
No,
time.
not I
So
sat
she
by
didn't
the
understand that the
Cake
plane
by the Ocean.
Cake by the ocean. But she didn't understand the time zone difference.
Oh my god.
She thought UTC time meant Utah time, so
Sorry.
she didn't understand that the plane really took off hours before Charlie died, but she still, of course, found a way to spin it to fit her theory. Also, she keeps leaking personal texts from Charlie, which I think is really inappropriate.
What does a plane
really
flying have to do
Here's
with
this one
the
where
death
Charlie's
of
quoting
Charlie
Nicki Minaj.
Kirk?
Well, she's trying to loop in the Egyptians now.
Dude, leave the fucking Egyptians alone, dude. They made the fucking...
Yeah, let them sex traffic
They
in
made the
peace.
freaking pyramids.
Let them sex traffic in peace.
Nah,
dude.
they made the pyramids.
And
dude.
they're
allowed.
And they have horrific, prolific sex trafficking in their country, but leave them alone.
Nah, I don't believe you.
By the way, this Candace Owens is good buddies with Andrew Tate, by the way.
I bet he is. I bet she is.
Yeah.
Leaking personal text from
She
Charlie,
is.
which I think is really
So
inappropriate.
let's read these.
Oh, that's what. I'm surprised
let's-
he's going after Egypt then for the sex trap.
Let's read this. So 2018 was such a ride. Charlie went from not knowing the difference between Jay-Z and Kanye to texting me like this on his daily runs. Everyone in politics was fake and gay, but at least we had hip-hop.
Really embarrassing.
All
Here's
right,
this
so
one where
I'm gonna
Charlie's
be-
quoting a Nicki Minaj.
I'm gonna be Charlie
I would love
Kirk.
to inject these people with a serum that makes them boiled.
And he said,
You're gonna be Candace, and I'm gonna be Charlie. Okay.
I want to be Charlie Kirk.
No, I'm Charlie. I am Charlie Kirk.
I want to be Charlie Kirk. I don't want to be a fucking woman.
No, you're gonna be the woman.
Sasquatch, Godzilla, King Kong, Loch Ness, Goblin, Ghoul, a zombie with no conscience.
And then gay emoji, and then
ha! When Nikki drops, I lose my mind.
She's the best. I do my weights to that song. Jay-Z's verse is amazing too. Makes me think of where I am at. What, in the gym? All I get is these fake fucks with no fangs trying to draw blood from my ice-cold veins.
Yes, it gets the blood flowing.
He deserved it.
Okay.
Had this weird emoji and said when Nikki's verse drops, I lose my mind.
This guy's gay,
so
dude.
I don't know if you'd appreciate these messages being public, but Candace just cannot let this man rest. You know, instead she has to reveal all this personal stuff about him. And she also shared another message, like she hyped up the show like crazy, and she said,
Can you just pause really quick? What the fuck is that profile picture on the bottom left? Is that like a Wojak?
It's a black Wojak.
What is that?
That's awesome.
What? Dude, that ain't real. That's scary as shit. That's like a cognito hazard.
He did love Nicki Minaj, Aaron. That is true.
She had info that would change everything, so I tuned in. I wanted to see what she had to say. And of course, most of it was just incoherent ramblings about...
So let's see what she says here.
I can't see shit.
Yeah. So,
I have received information last night to put the final pieces together for me. I can now...
Oh, okay, we already read this one. But this is the whole thing of, like, saying that Turning Point USA was partially responsible for Charlie's death.
Out there theory of hers. But then again, she dropped another message that Charlie sent her where he's trying to get fashion advice from her.
Charlie going on dates and the girls they liked and me always being the wing woman and him asking. This text message is one of my favorite text messages between me and Charlie when he was getting ready to go on a date.
She wanted
he didn't
to
date
fuck him.
many people.
100%.
And he was just kind of in love with this girl. And he was asking me, should I wear this? And this is the text message. It's so sweet. He said, do I have to change this shirt? And I wrote back, yes. And throw it away if you can. Charlie.
It's like he's an employee.
Like, this is so bleak, dude.
His death. I mean, I don't know if she'll ever give this up. Like, she somehow always finds a way to...
Are we, like, corroborating conspiracy with, like, this fucker was gay as shit, he listened to Nikki? Why do you need to talk about that?
Don't talk about solar plexus clown gliders, Cryptid. Stop.
Drag this on. And she keeps people engaged. You know, that's impressive. So I gotta give her credit there. You know, her fans are still totally on board with all this madness, and I'm sure she really is affecting Turning Point. Like last week she said, I can now say with full confidence that I believe Charlie Kirk was betrayed by the leadership of Turning Point USA and some of the very people who eulogized him on stage, and I'm making friends are even making things worse. Like these people are getting destroyed by Candace Owens. It's hilarious. Like they're barely even putting up a fight. Some of them are even making things worse.
Wouldn't they
like
just
this
pop her in the fucking head?
Jack he was close friends with Charlie, and I think he might work for Turning Point. So he obviously thinks Tyler Robinson was the person that killed Charlie Kirk. So he tried to prove to Candace Owens fans that Tyler Robinson was the shooter by showing how much he likes guns. So he posted pictures of Tyler Robinson's brother with guns with his face blurred out and acted like it was Tyler Robinson. So he got community noted. So this obviously is not helping at all. It's only making things worse. Also, I think this guy's kind of scared to call out Candace Owens. He never directly mentions her name and instead refers to her and her fans as Tyler Robinsonpers. So this guy
Why
is
is
pathetic.
Charlie
you know, it seems like the only people that are rich.
Homosexual, says Bungless.
Tyler Robinsonpers. Awesome.
What?
Tyler.
That is the first time
Robinsonpers.
that word has that string of words have ever been conjured up in the existence of man.
This group isn't just asking questions. They're actively Tyler Robinson-ing.
So true.
Trying to put Candace in her place.
Why is your
Nick
politics
Fuentes, who
so
hated Charlie
weird?
Kirk, and Tim Pool, who isn't a big
That's
fan
how
of
it
Turning
goes,
Point.
man.
And he even seems kind of annoyed with them and Charlie's friends because they've just done such a bad job at trying to defend Charlie and call out Candace. You know, most of them are too scared to. So Tim just seems fed up with everything. Also, he's always on the verge of crashing out. Like at least a few times every year, he's like, I got nothing to lose. I don't care anymore. I can do all this
politics
stuff
is
tomorrow.
I'm just trolling, but let's
so
kill
this is a
black
perfect storm here.
people.
No.
She's going completely off the rails, and it's that time
Yes,
of the year.
no,
for Tim
not
where
you specifically, but America.
I know.
He starts crashing out and acting like he has nothing to lose.
Charlie spent his life building out these organizations. Candace is doing everything in her power to tear them down. She hates Charlie, she hates what Charlie built, and she wants it to burn. She hates Charlie's family, she hates Charlie's friends, she's accused them of killing him, she's accused his wife of having knowledge of these events, and then she comes out and says, I never said that. Not in the literal sense, but there's literally no other logical conclusion to what you're saying. I'll tell you this, Candace lighting a Molotov and throwing it through the window is not helping, and it's the most demoralizing thing ever. Additionally, all of the fucking cowards on the right who are too scared to say anything about it. Because she tweets at me talking shit or whatever, and then a bunch of people come and flood our chat. I could give a single flying fuck. You can come and you can burn everything I have to the ground, and I will happily live in a van down by the river. I don't care to be number.
Yes.
number one. I don't need to be number one. What I care about is what is true and what will help this country and what works. And she is a fucking scumbag, okay? And she's getting worse every day. And she crossed the line.
What?
She continually crosses the line every day.
For a bit more.
Yeah.
Insinuating the turning point literally killed the guy who made them all rich. And I hear this in the streets, and at a certain point, I'm like, holy shit, we're gonna lose the midterms. We're gonna lose the midterms, then we're gonna lose in 2028, and it's because she's a piece of shit. Because instead of saying, guys, let's come together and figure out how to work together, she says the stupidest retarded crap.
Wasn't
and now
Tim
everybody's
Pool,
running.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know Tim Pool law that much. Wasn't he like a leftist centrist and then like immediately switched to Trump?
Yes.
And now he's like on the right wing grift for a couple of years.
Correct.
He's like one of the first to like hop on it.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and he took Russia money, and now he's saying that Trump is awesome and Charlie Kirk. We are Charlie Kirk.
He just said, listen to what he said there.
We're gonna lose the midterms. We're gonna lose the midterms, then we're gonna lose in 2028, and it's because she's a piece of shit. Because instead of saying, guys, let's come together and figure out how to work together, she says the stupidest retarded crap, and now everybody's running around divided and broken. For what reason? For literally what reason? Now, guess what? I'm not on the best of terms with Turning Point either. In case you didn't remember, they didn't invite us this year, and it's become a big thing or whatever.
So it's like Battle of the Grifters. I love it. Like also Turning Point accused Candace of trying to profit off of Charlie's death. So of course she's like, I'm not trying to do that. That's what you guys are trying to do.
These men, okay, this company, these amazing lads over here
Hey, man,
have the
and
audacity
that
to
pig.
accuse me of enriching myself when they were out there selling t-shirts, okay, of what Charlie died in to enrich themselves. They were giving those t-shirts away for free.
That's awesome.
At the Staples Center, so they were selling
No, this is
kits
kind of sick.
Faithful servant memorial tee.
of what Charlie died in to the tune of $80
Faithful
million
servant?
plus
If I
that they made
died
in the
the
first
shows,
game.
mate, no. Actually, I'd like that. What's under that beanie? Probably
It's
a
a
fucking lizard.
no. It's like a little rat, like Ratatouille.
Yeah, controlling him, but he's got like a Nazi armband on.
Yeah, it's like a tiny little Jew controlling everything he does.
Weeks, okay? They made their entire budget for the year
Putin,
in the first
little Putin.
couple of weeks following Charlie's assassination. And they are attacking me with zero proof that I made a single dollar off of Charlie's assassination. I did not sell a cup. I did not sell a...
Dude, you're getting millions of views on your VODs about Charlie. Dude.
Yeah.
You're making shit tons of money.
Unless she's turning the monetization off.
Which
and
she's
the
not.
donations.
And she has
And the
sponsors.
donations.
And she has sponsors on every podcast.
Yeah.
Mug?
So,
And Turning Point
what do you
finally
mean
did
you're
agree to
not
talk to her,
making any
which
money
she had
off
been
of
begging for.
If anything,
And
I
she's
would
like,
say the
anytime.
Charlie Kirk thing for her has been the biggest money grab of all
It has.
time. She's
It has.
probably ranked in millions
Other than
of dollars.
other than Erica Kirk, she has profited by far the most off of Charlie's death.
Well, no, Vance has. He's putting her in the fucking bed.
Well, yeah, sure. He's profited in pussy, but that's it.
In any place, I'm ready to
You
go.
got pussy
And they gave her a
privilege from
time and
Erica
place, and
Kirk
she's like,
stuff.
whoa, that's the week before Christmas. Come on, I can't make it.
We would sincerely welcome her participation in that live stream at our studio here in Phoenix. At this point, we believe the ball is back in her court.
So I accept it with whistles and bells, everything. I fully accept. You can pick the place, you can pick a time. At 4 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. local time on Monday, December 15th from Charlie's Phoenix studio, our offer from yesterday holds. If Candace wishes to join us in person in Phoenix, you can pick the place, you can pick a time. And obviously, leading up to Christmas, that's the last week of our show. Obviously, it's a pretty busy week. You can pick the place, you can pick a time, but no, they need to have it in person in Phoenix on December 15th, or they cannot have me at all.
So she talks about this nonstop for months. You know, it's like the most important thing in the world to her, and she thinks it's weird.
Why
Nobody
is
will
she
talk to her
dressed
about
like a
it.
fucking
And now she finally
princess?
gets an offer to talk to Turning Point.
She's a black princess. She's Black Queen.
But you'd think she'd make it
Black
work no
queen.
matter
A
what.
black
I
queen
mean, she
is
basically
speaking,
said that.
listening
But
to
of
that.
course now she's too busy for it, and it doesn't seem as important to her. So I think
Why is
between
every
that and her
woman,
claiming
like,
the president
so
of France,
schizophrenic about politics in recent years? Even like my family is.
Typical
my mom
woman.
is.
hired an Israeli to try to have her assassinated. People are like, all right, this is just insanity. I mean, think about what's going on here. Charlie Kirk actually gets assassinated. Candace Owens hijacks his death, comes up
What
with
a
1,000 theories about it,
fucking
insinuates his own
banger
company
picture.
did
You
it,
see
then
that
makes
in
it all
front of
bad.
the hat? That was sick. I think I
It
like
also
Charlie
ties into her own
Kirk.
personal situation with the Macrons and the Jews being after her, and now she claims they just tried to have her assassinated. And she actually says there was an attempt. So Candace Owens survived an assassination attempt by an Israeli assassin who was hired by the president of France because Candace did a 6-part series about how his wife is a man, and somehow Charlie Kirk ties into this.
Wait,
you know,
she
I think
said
maybe
she
him
got
getting killed as a warning shot or
assassinated?
something.
She
I don't know, but
attempted
apparently if
She said that the French government hired an Israeli to try to assassinate her.
Proof? Is that
None.
like footage?
None. There's none.
When did this happen? When did she say this happened?
A couple months back.
Okay. This chick cracks fucking conspiracy.
True.
It always goes back to Israel. True.
You don't believe all this. You just haven't been paying attention enough, and you better wake up fast.
Foremost, if you were one of the people online who believed for a single second that it was even a remote possibility that I simply made up a French assassination attempt heading into Thanksgiving week, I don't know, for like attention or something. Yeah, if you thought that for a single second, then you're just not sober, you're not paying attention to anything, and you need to wake up real fast. We're gonna move quickly through a lot of things this week because everyone in the world needs to wake up.
I think she genuinely believed it when she stood on that spider on the street and she thought it was the crack of a fucking AR-15 rippling into her.
Yeah, probably.
I wanted to update you guys and let you know that Cam Higbee, remember that weird propagandist reporter who goes to the Pentagon press secretary and is like, don't laugh, okay, right, don't laugh, and then proceeds to ask if they heard about France's assassination attempt on my life, which I also said that France was on the ground on the day that Charlie was assassinated. So in theory, Cam Higbee, who was laughing off the idea of an assassination attempt, is being paid by the very organization that the Pence leader assassinated.
No, it was a week before Thanksgiving.
In broad daylight in front of the entire world. I find that to be interesting. Who directed him to ask that question? I'm just asking questions. And just the fact that so many people are awake to the reality that the assassination attempt was real, and that if it wasn't, we should be hearing from proper channels, not Cam Higbee giggling like a little girl.
And after Candace announced there's an assassin after her, she took a week off and went to a theme park with her family. She was seen...
Oh my god. Okay.
Smiling and taking pictures with fans. So she didn't seem too worried about this, but obviously she's just nuts and making it...
Well, and that's the thing, like, Spindler, you say that you genuinely think she believes it. I completely disagree. She knows exactly what she's doing.
I think she forgets and then remembers.
No, I disagree. I think you're giving her way too much credit. I think that she's a cold, calculated freak.
Dude, she played that so Raven, man. I gotta.
You're racist.
Complete mockery
That's
out of
not
Charlie
racist.
Kirk's assassination.
She's
I mean, this whole thing has
obviously
turned into
got-
complete
she's
absurdity.
seen the
Like, everything just feels like a joke
future.
now. Like, after Candace announced her assassination attempt, Tim Pool kept mocking her for it, and he claimed Germany was trying to assassinate him. But then apparently, I think later that night, he claimed people actually did drive by his house and shoot at it.
I have just been informed by a very credible source that the German government has actually acted upon a plot against my life. I am now informing the White House and the federal government that they're trying to kill me, and I may die. Car had been lurking, or something to that effect, and a shot was fired. We now know that it was 3 shots that were fired. We don't know exactly what or why, and we are desperately trying to rationalize.
So now Candace, after providing no evidence of her assassination attempt, is questioning Tim's shooting and is asking for more evidence. So this is just so ridiculous, it's making my head spin. Also now, of course, people are going to play Candace's game and insinuate she's behind the shooting, you know, because Tim and her were going at it. And also, this is just kind of random, but one of Candace's lackeys, Milo Yiannopoulos, was on Tim's podcast, I believe earlier in that same night when the shooting happened. And this guy, he's also trying...
Yeah, the basement pisser himself.
And there we have... What,
take everyone down.
Yeah.
He went nuts on Tim's podcast and caused so much shit. So if you're not familiar with Milo, I have a Patreon video about him that you should check out. But he's a gay right-wing troll that was really popular years ago, but then got canceled because he defended a priest to them.
I can never see
and that kind of destroyed his career for a while, but now he's kind of working
Yiannopoulos. Is that how you say
his way
it?
back, and he's been doing a publicity tour recently to talk about how he's actually not gay anymore, and he used to just be possessed by
I'm not gay no more.
demons.
I've been addicted to one or two little things. And I realized my sex worked the same way. I believe that.
You see that?
But he went to conversion therapy, dude. You don't get it.
Look at his fucking hand movements.
Yes, he's
You can
obviously
tell
still
someone's
gay. Yes, he's obviously still gay. Yes, it's a grift. It's called a grift.
He's gay as shit.
It's called a grift.
He's a gay little fucking fruit bag.
Here's the thing that you need to understand about American alt-right politics, which is just the extremist right. It's all about money. None of them believe anything that they're saying. None of them are telling the truth.
He looks like he's been fucking sucking dick before the show. Like,
yeah, like the priest who raped him.
is that why he's gay? Is that why you said he's gay?
Yes.
Because a priest raped him?
Yes.
That's
when
cool.
I was on a plane, I'm sitting down, hey, team 1A, sitting on the plane, I'm like, yeah, I'll have a gin and tonic, girl. And then, like a basketball player, well, not basketball player, gay notes, but like a football player would sit next to me. Like it would take hold of me. There were times I had to like go to the bathroom and because I had to get rid of it because it was taking hold of my mind.
It sounds like a demon.
I was going to say, he's speaking very fast.
It sounds like
Is that Tucker Carlson?
Tucker Carlson said about him having to masturbate in the plane bathroom. It sounds like a demon.
What it is.
Sounds like a demon.
I joke, I say Gorgoroth is a demon. He comes out the way. He doesn't visit me very often anymore. But he's like,
it's totally real. I mean, that stuff is all.
Like, they trying to kill me.
He doesn't visit me very often anymore. But he's like,
it's totally real. I mean, that stuff is all real.
I realized that. So I don't do cocaine anymore, but it'll shock people to learn I used to be a bit of a cokehead.
So he's something else, and he used to hate
Hey,
Candace Owens, but now they're friends, and he's always running defense for her. It's really weird because just a little over a year ago, he said Candace has a fatal flaw. She
dude. They loved each other so much.
I know.
Doesn't know how stupid she is, and he said her husband is gay, which I've heard that a number of times, and
He's
I actually made a
trying
whole
to
video
look
about
straight.
how I think her husband used to have degenerate sex parties with Andrew Tate, and Tate might have dirt on him.
Which is true. We watched that earlier this stream.
So Milo,
Wait,
he
what?
said all this shit about Candace and her husband.
So Candace Owens' husband got married to Candace Owens he proposed to her 17 days after they had met over FaceTime. And is old friends with Andrew Tate. Is it a coincidence that Candace constantly defends Andrew Tate and says that he isn't a sex trafficker, despite the fact that she is constantly talking about how important it is to, combat sex trafficking, to expose pedophilia, expose all this stuff. And yet with the Tates, nothing. It's almost like she's compromised.
But now he's good friends with
It's
them.
almost like
I don't know what's
they don't
going on
care
there.
about children.
But Milo
They
always
just wanna
has
use
dirt
it
on
as a
people.
political
If you
talking point.
Lanza wants me to watch Poppy Playtime.
He wants you to play Poppy Playtime.
Or, yeah.
Hi, Lanza.
Hi, Lanza. Play Poppy Playtime? I would for dude, I'm gonna need to be paid some serious cash to play Poppy Playtime, dude.
you have skeletons in
use
your
the money
closet,
that I've been
Milo
given
will
to get
probably
to
know about
London
them
on
somehow.
playing Poppy
So he
Playtime.
went on Tim's podcast and just caused another shitstorm for Tim and the right, because he claimed Charlie Kirk was gay, and then also Benny Johnson, who's a really popular right-wing influencer. Which Benny, I mean, that's an open secret. Just look at his old
Aren't
tweets.
these the same
that guy
people that said, what's his name, Pete Buttigieg or whatever his name is? You know what I'm
Buttigieg.
talking about? Pete Buttigieg.
Who's a
Buttigieg
leftist.
or whatever.
Leftist.
Who's a leftist? Who's gay? They said he was faking being gay, but now as soon as there's a gay guy on there, he's like, no, dude, the gay infected my mind.
True.
What is all this fucking?
Well, I already said you can be a member of the LGBT and be totally fine as a right-wing grifter. Just look at Blair White.
Yeah.
Just look at Blair White. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Sexuality has nothing to do with political ideology, I feel, in a lot of cases, except for
And that
if
made
you
him
hate
obvious.
everyone.
Sure.
And his response to it is he's threatening to sue Milo. And then also he alluded to being possessed by a demon as well, which I don't know if that's really helping the rumors. But Milo, he just went off on Tim's show, and Tim also has previously talked about how he thinks it's really strange how many conservatives are secretly gay.
That was the problem Epstein had, is that all the Republicans he found were gay, and all the Democrats were pedos. What is up with that? A lot of gay Republicans.
Many gay the log cabin Republicans are taking over the party, huh?
I guess. There's a lot of stories of Republicans who were anti-LGBTQ stuff, and it turned out that they were actually gay the whole time.
Yeah. So when Milo went on Tim's podcast and started going off about how everyone is gay, I don't think Tim pushed back at all. And even at one point he said, yeah, it is strange. But then these clips blew up and people dug up Benny Johnson's old tweets, and I guess Tim felt bad or something and he called Benny and apologized. And then also I'm sure people are pissed that he let Milo go on a show and say that Charlie Kirk was actually secretly gay and was about to divorce his wife.
I'm always a couple of days behind watching on the show because I've got got stuff going on. But somebody tweeted today that
Dude, Milo talks so fast. He's the only one of this whole group that talks fast.
Candace said that she believed that they were about to get a divorce. I think he was gay. I think he was gay. And
come on, you know that you do know that I've criticized
Andrew Tate thing. Where I can't tell if he's British or American.
He's British.
And
come on, you know that you do know that I've criticized.
What? I'm sorry, Tim, but why would you even go there, to say something like that?
Oh, I'll tell you why.
No, the man's dead. You're calling now. You think he's
that's
gay.
when people can tell the truth. One of the most distinctive things about the right wing in this country is its homosexual overtones. Benny Johnson posts pictures.
It applies both ways.
Of his children every 2 days. It's weird, and everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Man. Dude, why do you get so hype about that? Everybody knows.
I don't.
Younger men, not underage. At least I don't know that.
No.
His wife was crying drunk in the lobby 3 SASs in a row about how her husband was upstairs with boys.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Little boys.
Come on. Go ask her.
Come on, Milo.
Go ask her.
Milo, aren't you ever
And the
scared of getting
Why is he
sued?
so upset
You
about
see,
it?
I'm sitting here like I am humbled by the lore and your ability.
The audacity,
to
just,
I mean, like, there's
you
no
know,
teapots in this room right now to express how I feel.
George, I have said these things about people for 20 years and never once in my career been sued. I've issued 3 corrections in my entire journalistic career because I get my facts right, and people
I know, Aaron. It was very funny.
know that they do not want to go through discovery.
Actually, I want to say this.
I've never been sued for anything I've ever said about anyone.
The one thing I can, I need to say
this.
this. I need to say this.
Because I'm right.
Like, not like everybody is not gay just because
In
you want
conservative
them to.
media, yes, they are.
No, stop.
Yes, they are.
Strangely, a lot of them are. Though.
No, they are.
No, but the ones who are out
Look who's
about it.
talking.
I'm
Look who's
gay. I've
talking.
never said I'm not gay.
So Candace is sharing texts that Charlie Kirk is a Nicki Minaj fan, and then her lackey Milo claims Charlie Kirk was gay and about to divorce his wife. So they're just humiliating the guy, but they're really just trying to find out who killed him. That's all they're trying to do here. So I believe the shooting at Tim's compound.
George something. He's been on Matan Evans' show. I can't remember his name.
Took place the same night as this
Wait, who
podcast, like
asked
soon
for
after
that?
this, which is weird timing. Like Tim goes off on Candace and then has Milo on and he causes a shitstorm and then he gets shot at. So maybe this is why people are scared of Candace. But Tim doubled down and just went nuts the next day because he had somebody on.
It's
He
really
told
awkward with Matan.
Yeah, he has like a lot of scandals.
Candace doesn't even have security at her place. Well, I guess
She
she just
don't?
has one fat guy as security.
can't
And
remember.
Tim claims to have a ton of security that's causing him to lose money. He also threatened to end the
She's
show,
lying.
which he does this all the time. This is like the 3rd or 4th time he's crashed out and threatened to end the show.
And you know what you fucking told me? She has no security. She doesn't fucking deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit.
Doesn't that remind you of the Kumo crash out? I was saying that earlier on stream.
Yeah.
Doesn't that remind you of like
yeah.
they don't have the fucking context of anything?
Yeah.
I love that clip. Do you have that clip?
Bull is Kumo's father. Why would I have a random?
Oh, George Santos. George Santos. Right.
That's George Santos.
Dude, I always try to find the that clip of Kumo, and I can never find it. The only person who's ever shown it to me is
Probably on like a
Amos.
church stream.
No, because it was way before any of the Kumo stuff became relevant. It's like it's a lost media. It's lost media.
Is it about old drama?
Yeah, it was about old drama. It was
I
about
was
the,
probably there for it, but I don't have a
it was about the cut slut stuff.
Was it on Doc stream?
No, it's a video that Kumo made that he ended up privating. That was about the cut slut stuff. Him responding to those
Oh.
claims.
I didn't know he made a video. I thought
Yeah,
he
that's-
just went on streams.
Yeah, that's part of where the whole claim of him saying that his name was the shortest, and that's why he volunteered to have his name cut into the girl's size, came from.
Well, do you remember the Samuel episode that they did with Kuma, and he said, and he changed his reason, and
Yes.
he isn't gonna go fuck a bitch with some other guy's name written on her.
Correct. Yes. Do I like orchestras? Yes, I love them. They're awesome.
I love orchestras too.
I'm a little autist for orchestras for sure.
I like orchestras. I like stuff like that.
She's making everyone else suffer, and all of these fucking conservatives out there that send me
Well,
these
we can
fucking
become the
messages
straight
have no
white
fucking
left
balls
wing
to
if
call
you
her
want
out. More and more
Harrison,
people
so
have started
we
doing it. They send me these fucking
counteract
messages. Good for you,
gay
Tim. Good for you,
pride.
Tim. I wasn't the first person to do it. I'm not gonna take credit for that. But don't fucking DM me like I did something for you as you cower, as you fucking cower, scared that she'll put you on her thumbnail and claim you benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination, which she's doing to me right fucking now.
Yeah, that was the.
I'm fucking done with these people.
She has security, just not on the level of you.
Oh yeah, the one fat
Is
guy
this
you
him
mentioned with
getting
no
mad at
wall and no
Candace
barrier
Owens?
in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors. She doesn't give two fucking shits. No
He's
one's ever.
crashing
She's
out.
lying about all of this. You told me you went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy, and she doesn't give a shit about her security. Meanwhile, I get bullets fired at my fucking property, and I have to go live in the middle of nowhere. And I got fucking strangers coming up to my house in Maryland, breaking in. I got people showing up and beating up the residents who try to live there. How the fuck am I even supposed to sell this property? And you know, it's all lies, it's all hypocrisy, and it is for the purpose
I
of
bought a
making money.
property in
And she does not
Israel.
live the way other people live. And she claims she likes Charlie.
Yeah, if I'm still in Colorado by March, I'm super down.
She loved Charlie.
I've never seen Attack on
I
Titan,
made an Attack on Titan. No,
so we'll have to watch it.
And she is burning everything down that he built
pretty long.
because she is evil. She is evil. And I'll say it again, this conservative movement is fractured, it's fried, whatever it is. Okay? Republicans are on track to lose the midterms. They were actually trending the other direction until Charlie Kirk was murdered. And this is the point, isn't it? The most effective political assassination in history, and thanks to the likes of the vile cunt Candace Owens, she has turned Turning Point into the perpetrators of the crime that was against them.
And then Candace made a tweet about how there's a shooting that Tim claimed happened at his compound a couple years ago, and Candace said it was from Tim's own brother. So now Tim is threatening to sue her. I mean, this is just such a mess. She also went on her podcast and responded to Tim by saying he's acting like a gambling addict that lost all his money at the casino and then went home and beat his wife.
It never is. It never is. That's something you notice with Candace.
been
There's
attacking me.
never, like,
You are a
it's all
coward.
just, like,
you
the
are less than a man.
camera
Okay.
Right.
You are behaving.
Like, at least
your
Tim
type right
Pool, when
there
he does
is like
his
a person.
podcasts and his episodes and stuff, he's pulling up images on the side and shit like that.
Right.
Obviously, it's not, none of them are true, but he's providing what he believes is context and evidence. She's just sat there with a gay little MacBook that she's covered up with photos so she doesn't get sued by Apple.
Correct.
Who's having financial issues and yet decides to go out and put 100K on a poker game, and when he loses and is a further 100K in the hole, comes back home and beats his wife and kids and thinks he's a tough guy. That's how you're acting.
What? Wait. I need to hear that clip in full.
Saw his money at casino and then went home and beat his wife.
You have explicitly been attacking me. You are a coward. You are less than a man. Okay? You are behaving. Your type right there is like a person who's having financial issues and yet decides to go out and put 100K on a poker game, and when he loses and is a further 100K in the hole, comes back home and beats his wife and kids and thinks he's a tough guy. That's how you're acting right now. I'm not your wife. I'm not your kids. Get your affairs in order and stop blaming me, because I'm actually traversing down the path that hasn't been traveled.
So this is like peak political brain rot slop content, which would just be hilarious if there weren't a ton of people
Lance, she's accusing him of beating his wife and kids.
that actually take Candace Owens
Yeah,
completely
well,
seriously.
she's at least, yeah.
Well, she's doing it in that clever, veined way, right?
Yeah, she's saying it. Well, you'll like this kind of guy.
But I'm pretty sure that he's been accused of
she's,
doing that before.
explicitly
I'm pretty sure he's been explicitly accused of doing that before, so that's why she's saying it.
Well, beating his kids and wife.
Beating his kids and wife, yes. After getting in a hole, debt-wise, with gambling.
Also, whenever people go after her, her fans will just say
Right,
they're paid by
Tim
Israel or
Pool is
Macron's or
scared to hit
something.
his
You know,
wife.
everything fits into her theories, which Tim Pool, he has met with Benjamin Netanyahu, and he was involved in that tenant media scandal, so he doesn't have the best credibility here, but I think he genuinely just can't stand Candace Owens, and I don't think anybody needs to pay him to go off on her. I mean, a lot of people feel the same way he does, obviously, and even people who hate Israel and Daily Wire and Turning Point think Candace is nuts, like Nick Fuentes. He's been going after Candace even harder than Tim, and people consider Nick to be one of the most...
Here's the thing, you know it's bad when people like Fuentes and Alex Jones are going after Candace. That's when you know it's bad, because Fuentes and Alex have no reason to be against Candace. She's saying a lot of the same kind of things that they would say, except for the the length that she goes with the conspiracies. But she's a natural ally to somebody like Fuentes. She's a natural ally to somebody like Alex Jones. And yet, look at what they're saying about her.
Anti-Semitic people on the internet, and
Yeah,
he's always
Fuentes
disliked Charlie
is
Kirk.
literally one of the biggest extremists and perpetuators.
Right.
I don't know if I
but
said
now
that.
because Candace
Of,
is so crazy.
alt-right, conspiracy.
Right.
And talking points that are deluded in nonsense. And if it takes Candace Owens saying a man in a maroon shirt caused national violence with the French military, then.
Well, do you know why she's so against?
Keep winning.
Do you? I know it really sucks, man. Do you know why she's so against France? Because we went over this earlier in the stream. So she made a conspiracy about how she genuinely believes that she thinks that the president of France's wife is trans.
And that matters why?
I don't know. And they're suing her.
Jesus Christ. They're suing Candace Owens.
Correct. Yes. That part's
They're
true.
gonna win.
That's part true. They are gonna win because they released a 200-page Google Doc, which is so funny to have the wife of a president
Google
release a
Doc-y.
fucking Google Doc-y. But they released a Google Doc full of 200 pages of evidence of why she's going to lose this lawsuit and how there is publicly available evidence showing that this person is a woman and has been shown to be a woman for years and years. Publicly available evidence. Right? It is so baseless. It's so baseless. There's no evidence on Candace's side other than
I think that's
complete
why she's going
speculation.
down the deep end, is because she knows she's going to lose that, so she's just trying to rake in the bag.
Maybe.
I feel like that would make a lot of sense,
It
Like
would make sense.
I'm going to lose a lot of money with this lawsuit with the French government.
So I might as well get as much as I can on the way out.
Most amount of money. Yeah, I need to find as much money as possible during that time.
Yeah.
Just kind of when that happens, I need to fuck off.
Yeah. Potentially, for
Which
sure.
makes way more sense than just I wholeheartedly believe.
Well, she certainly doesn't believe it. She certainly doesn't. There's no way.
I think she's some form of schizophrenic, because
No, because she didn't used to be like this.
her,
She didn't used to be
insane
like this.
rants.
She didn't used to be like this.
You know
That's
how
the thing.
people they get old and withered.
No.
and animatronic.
Schizophrenia is, if it's going to be latent, it shows up in their late 20s. Candace is in her 40s. Maybe late 30s.
Really?
Yes.
be honest, she looks pretty youthful.
Black don't crack,
I'll
bro.
give her that. Black don't crack. I do.
Well, Bunglas, no, they wouldn't sue if they said it was a pedophilic relationship that the French president and his wife had, because that would just be true. But for some reason, she's not going for that. She's not going for the fact that President Macron, or Prime Minister Macron, whatever the fuck his name is, met his wife when he was 15 and she was 39. They're not going to go for that. I don't know why. It's much easier, but instead they're going to go for the fact that Bridget is a trans individual, right?
Like, is trans worse than grooming?
Apparently, and pedophilia. Apparently, I don't know.
Trans worse than child predator.
Right.
And I think Nick feels like she's trying to hijack his movement. He's like, I want nothing to do with this lady. She's completely out of her mind.
Like,
You lost me.
Egyptian music.
I know. All right, so let's listen to Nick Fuentes with ethereal background.
Like, she's trying to hijack his movement. He's like, I want nothing to do with this lady. She's completely out of her mind.
You lost me. Egyptian planes, maroon t-shirts, beekeepers. Charlie talked to me in a dream. What is wrong with you people? Someone with balls needs to slap you idiots across your faces. Anti-Semitism used to be smart and ahead of the curve. If you were saying Jews did 9/11, Jews brought us into Iraq, we know what we're talking about, we know the names and we know what's going on, and now you got all these stupid idiots watching the show saying, but Nick, Candace said that Charlie confessed to her in a dream. I don't even believe what I'm hearing when I hear that stuff.
The music.
She goes on her show. I've been having visions of beekeepers all year. Oh my gosh. It is literally like medieval peasant idiocy. Someone in the village said she had a dream. Come on, guys. Seriously? I think this is doing profound damage to the country. I think it's disturbing. I think it's weird.
Dude, he got so mad he changed into
that
a
millions
suit.
of people are watching this and they're buying into this psychosis. And it has gotten to the point now where the people that are being implicated in the conspiracy, I'm sure they're being harassed in their real life. She's going on.
Yeah, I know. Let the fucking clip play. Let the clip finish. We'll address that.
Psychosis. And it has gotten to the point now where the people that are being implicated in the conspiracy, I'm sure they're being harassed in their real life. She's going on a show that millions of people watch, and she's naming private individuals and inciting her followers to harass these people. I'm sorry, if you're on the Candace...
It's bad when Nick Fuentes is saying that this woman spouts out dangerous rhetoric. Also, Nick Fuentes getting a fucking $200 donation makes me want to fucking kill myself. Fuck my chud life. Fuck my chud life.
I gave you one and you just never saw
Owens
it.
train. I'm not even gonna pretend like I'm going to try to appease you. It's wrong. It's stupid. All of it is stupid, and I'm not gonna entertain it at all. And I thought Tim Pool had an epic go-off on it tonight. It was awesome. I have never seen such a clear-cut case of an individual person being such an unnecessary detriment through sheer ignorance and irresponsibility. I've never seen it. Because you could say other people that have done things like Shapiro or Charlie Kirk or whoever, you could say they're part of a system or there's an incentive structure, they're playing by the rules, whatever. Candace is spearheading this thing, like she is creating this hysteria, and it is to the detriment of everybody. It is to the detriment of the right-wing broadly.
He's right.
It is to the detriment of anyone that seriously talks about Jews in Israel. And it's to the detriment of rationality. It is the definition of hysteria. And I thought Tim Pool, very courageous, because I know he's getting shit for it, to say something about it. He had an epic go-off on it. Major respect for him.
So Candace is so crazy.
I mean, you hate to see, Nick Fuentes being right about something. You hate to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to address what you're saying, Kagan, that's fine. We're not talking about legality. We're talking about ethics. And I would argue to you that 14 being the age of consent in France is fucking disgusting, regardless of when it was. I don't care. I'm not talking about legality, I'm talking about ethics. Whenever I'm talking about something like that, I'm talking about legality, or I mean ethics, not legality. Couldn't give less of a shit about legality when it comes to a lot of stuff, right? A lot of what we talk about is ethics, because legal arguments never really work. Quick shill real quick, like the stream, just did a little new dono goal. Donations, always appreciated, never expected. It's how we keep the lights on here at Hempletopia. I don't yet have a new roommate, so I might be owing $3,000 to my new place, so anything's appreciated, really appreciate it. But at the same time, if you're just here and you're just watching, that's all that really matters, okay? I really appreciate you even just being here, okay? So, never expected.
Forcing Nick Fuentes to side with Turning Point, Daily Wire, Steven Crowder, and Tim Pool. And now Candace's minions are begging Nick to stop and join their side, and they're calling him a sellout. So it seems like they can sense the walls are closing in here. Like, also Nick said if Turning Point can't get the job done and expose Candace Owens and put an end to this nonsense, then he'll have to.
And depending on how they do, if they don't do a good enough job, I think I'm going to have to step up. And I think I'm going to have to expose Candace Owens for what she really is. I'm going to give them, they have the opportunity because they are involved in all this. But I am so frustrated with how people are handling it. They're losing. If Turning Point doesn't do a good enough job on December 15th, I'm going to have to step up. And just like I exposed Tucker Carlson, and just like I exposed JD Vance,
he loves
I'm
minions.
going to have to step up, and I'm going to have to blow the lid and expose everything about Candace Owens. And reveal who she really is, who her husband is, who her donors are. And unlike her, I will be naming names. I will be coming with receipts. I will blow the lid on the whole thing, and I'll give her the Tucker Carlson.
So Turning Point has done such a bad job at handling this whole situation.
Sure, Tyrone. Come live at the Himpleton compound.
They have to rely on Tim Pool and Nick Fuentes. I mean, these people are just so pathetic. You know, all day they're like, we're doing this for Charlie, we love Charlie, we're honoring his legacy. Yet they're letting Candace Owens, who's a total idiot, just destroy his organization. And now, since they're not getting the job done, Erica Kirk is being forced to address it and call Candace out. Of course, not by name, but she's definitely referring to her.
Tell me what you want. Go down that rabbit hole. Whatever. But when you go after...
She's a demon. You cannot convince me otherwise. She's a fucking demon. Look at her eyes. Look at her eyes. Look at her face. She's a demon.
It's not real.
She's
it's
a
not
demon.
Real. It's not real.
After my family,
It's not real.
my
It's not
Turning
real.
Point
It's not
USA
real.
family, my
I
Charlie
just saw the
Kirk Show
cross on
family,
her
when you
neck
go
turn
after the
around.
people that I love, and you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars every single episode going after the people that I love because somehow they're in on this, no.
You know, I have to say it. I've never seen you like this.
No, this is righteous anger because this is not okay. It's not healthy. This is a mind virus.
And Candace needs a
She
reality.
can possess me.
Dude, her face is just horrifying. Horrifying.
That's what JD getting up to.
Check, but I think she might be too far gone at this point. You know, you'd think her husband would step in and do something, but he might just be checked out at this point, and maybe even encouraging it, possibly. Like, I don't know how somebody can sit around and listen to Candace all day ranting about this shit. You know, I jump out a fucking window. So her husband is probably out of his mind as well. I mean, I don't know how somebody could sit around listening to this shit. Like, also, just look at this clip of her talking in her kitchen to Russell Brand, which I think even Russell is like, damn, this chick is out there. She's talking about how she thought when Charlie died, Trump and the FBI would reach out to her, and they'd ask her for help, and they'd all investigate this together. So she's just so delusional, it's unbelievable.
Charlie's life could have been the Truman Show. That terrifies me more, that nothing in your life is real. Genuinely, like, I was expecting, like, we're all getting the old band back together, and it's gonna be me and Shrub, and I'm gonna have the FBI help me investigate this, and we're gonna figure out what happened to my friend. And it was like, Candace is the enemy for asking questions. Was Charlie Kirk's life real is what I think I cried the hardest about, because how are you not fighting for him?
So this lady has to be the biggest narcissist ever. She thought the president and the FBI would just run to her right away so they could ask her what dreams she's been having so they could figure out what happened to Charlie Kirk. Like, this is just too much.
Also, Wicked, no, righteous anger is different than wrath in the Bible, but that's okay. It's okay. We say that's okay. All right, so now we've got the Ben Shapiro beef. So let's check that out. So Candace Owens in this clip is going to say, "Fuck you, Ben Shapiro, and the midget horse that you rode in on." Let's check it out.
So fully off of the mother effing plantation, truly Ben Shapiro, fuck you and the midget horse that you rode in on. And And I say that on behalf of the world. I know you're going to get applauded by Konstantin Kisin and Andrew Christ is King Clavin and all of the people, the men who have to keep applauding what you do like you're a 4-year-old to make you feel good. But the rest of the world can't stand you. You're obnoxious. You have absolutely no values that exist outside of the Talmud. You describe yourself as a Talmudic Jew, and I've learned what's in that Talmud, and I encourage other people at home to learn what is in that Talmud so that you know what Ben thinks of you, because he doesn't just hate me, he hates you too, white men. He hates all black people, okay? If he's following the rules of the Talmud, I mean, when I say hates, they think that we're animals, that they have a right to own us, that they have a right to make us worship them, that they have a right to lie to us, that they have a right to sue us and take everything that we have, that they have a right to deceive us, that they have a right to treat Charlie the way that he treated Charlie while he was alive, only to then try to defraud the population into thinking that he is somehow a part of his legacy, that he somehow cared about Charlie Kirk and cares to protect the people that are working at Turning Point USA. Goodbye, Ben. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Question is, how much more money is Ben Shapiro going to spend to make people think that he's popular? How many more articles is his father going to write under a pen name, Hank Berrien of the Daily Wire, under the pen name Hank Berrien, as he wrote while Ben was at Breitbart, before he turned his back and betrayed them too, because that is his nature. He's one of these belly creatures, sliver on. Question
Jesus
is,
Christ.
Belly creatures? What are we
That's
doing?
kinda raw though. I'm using that insult. You're
Dude,
a fucking belly
you
creature.
fucking belly creature.
how many
I get exactly what she's
more
saying as well.
weeks and years do we have to keep pretending like Ben
so far down your throat, you're not.
Thanks for the 5, buddy. Appreciate it, man.
Shapiro is relevant?
I mean, it's again, it's like that Onion article where it says like the worst person you know just made a good point. That's how I feel about that one. I agree with her there. Actually, I think that Ben Shapiro is more relevant than ever.
I haven't even thought about Ben Shapiro.
But
I had to wait a minute to be reminded on who he is.
Let's see if I can have my mind changed here. Here's a video called Ben Shapiro was right about Candace Owens.
Is in serious danger. It is in danger, not just from a left that all too frequently excuses everything up to and including murder. The conservative movement is also in danger from charlatans who claim to speak in the name of principle, but actually traffic in conspiracism and dishonesty, who offer nothing but bile and despair, who seek to undermine fundamental...
It's louder on the left, but I think it's partially just because of the echo, because of the mic.
Principles of conservatism by championing enervation and grievance. These people are frauds, and they are grifters, and they do not deserve your time. So, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk casting aspersions at TPUSA, and the people who work here, who worked with Charlie every single day, his best friends, to cast aspersions at Mikey McCoy, and Andrew Colvin, and Blake Neff, and Tyler Boyer, and yes, at Erica Kirk, and to imply or outright claim complicity in a cover-up over Charlie's murder, to spew absolutely baseless trash, implicating everyone from French intelligence to Mossad to members of TPUSA in Charlie's murder, or a cover-up in that murder, then we, as people with a microphone, have a moral obligation to call that out by name.
So America Fest, or as...
I can't disagree with that either, unfortunately. I hate it when I agree with these people, but here I am.
It's better known as AmFest 2025 has officially wrapped. I actually just got in from Arizona last night. I attend AmFest every year, for those of you who are unaware, in order to see friends, catch up with people that, again, I missed throughout the whole course of the year, and have a great time. And I will say, throughout the course of this particular weekend, I absolutely had a wonderful time. Now, of course, this year's AmFest met...
I'm so glad, man.
A lot more than other ones in the past, due to the fact that Charlie Kirk was assassinated about 3 months ago to the date of this happening. AmFest is the big year-end event for Turning Point USA, so this was essentially the big test for Erica Kirk and the new leadership at TPUSA on whether or not they could pull it off and honor Charlie Kirk's legacy at the same time by having this year event and having it feel like this same event that it was previously, while simultaneously honoring Charlie Kirk. And I think in that regard, they did pull it off. Honestly, it did feel a lot like a regular AmFest to me, and I'm not sure exactly how I feel about that. I thought it would be a bigger vibe shift, but it really wasn't. But that being said, what we're here to talk about is is not my personal feelings towards AmFest. Obviously, we got to talk about the controversy that came out of it this year, because Ben Shapiro was chosen to be the first speaker after Erica Kirk, and he took his 20 minutes of speaking time to go after people by name, including Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, and most notably Candace Owens. And Candace Owens decided to respond in her hour-long podcast, dedicating nearly the whole show to attacking Ben Shapiro, and I think it is important for us to talk about this, so that's exactly what we're going to do. But before we get into that, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
Because we have a duty to truth, we also have a duty to provide
more of this.
You with evidence of the claims that we make. Emotive accusations, conspiracy theories, and just guessing questions, that's lazy and stupid and misleading. None of them are a substitute for truth. None of them are a substitute for evidence. So, when Candace Owens says, I don't know, but I know, that is retarded. And we are almost...
Oh, Ben, stop making me agree with you.
I know, it's really pissing me off, dude.
Please.
Fuck. Dude.
You're a bad person, stop.
I don't like you. I
don't like you, stop making me try and fist bump the screen.
I saw Ben Shapiro in person one time, because I went to college in Washington, D.C. No, I just saw him, like, you know what I saw him doing? It was really funny. So, I was, like, walking around, you know, it's this big field, I can't remember what it's called, and it's near the Capitol and everything. And there was the stage set up, but I wasn't looking at it. It was near the Smithsonian's. And I was just kind of walking around, and I hear, testing, test.
Shut up.
I swear to God. And I turn around, it's this little fucking midget. And I was like, what the fuck? And it was Ben Shapiro. And I was like, okay, I'm leaving. I was like, I don't want to fucking hear this. I don't care.
Let's talk facts, okay? Himpleton is a grifter.
Himpleton is a grifter. I think we all know this. I think that...
Remember the Tom McDonald song he made with him?
Let's not talk. Let's talk the facts. My bars are rubbish. What is it? My bars are awesome.
Let's talk the facts.
Bars are trash.
Let's talk the facts. Your bars are trash.
My bars are awesome and you smell like ass.
My other Ben Shapiro story is I had my car in DC for the summer, and because it's way too expensive to keep your car there like the whole year round. But when I was off of college, I stayed in DC, and I had my car there, and I had a great time. I was like the only guy with the car, so like, you know, all my friends always wanted to ride in it and stuff, and we kind of just take joyrides. My car had this glitch at the time where sometimes it would randomly switch from Bluetooth to the radio. And there was this song that we were playing. I'm trying to remember the song. It was some like dubstep song that my friend wanted me to play. And it did that thing that most dubstep songs do where it builds, it builds and builds and builds and builds right before the drop, you know? Where it's like, it disconnects from my Bluetooth right when the drop's about to happen. It's like, and then it just says,
The Ben Shapiro Show.
and then it just starts playing the Ben Shapiro Show because it's on the radio. And I was just like, dude, my friends and I fucking died, dude. It was so funny.
Himpleton is a known grifter. We all know this. Nobody's been brave enough to say it, but I'm here to say it today. The fact that you people support him is absolutely disgusting. If you try to say that you are on the conservative movement and you support Himpleton, you probably need to leave. And I do not support you.
That's what he said on that
episode.
episode.
That is not a do-rag. That is just my hair.
Don't cancel me, Ben Shapiro. Don't cancel me.
Or retarded for having heard it.
Dude, these thousands of people cheering at the word retarded gives me so much faith in the world.
When Steve Bannon, for example, accuses his foreign policy opponents of loyalty to a foreign country, he's not actually making an argument based in evidence. He's simply maligning people that he disagrees with, which is indeed par for the course from a man who was once a PR flag for Jeffrey Epstein. Check the record.
Now, look, I know Ben Shapiro is a very polarizing figure among people in the right.
I think that's enough of that one. I don't want to listen to this rando.
Yeah, that one's
fucking
boring.
talk about
I don't
this.
like actual Justice Warrior.
I don't either. So now we have Nick Fuentes fantasizes about being transgender and having hate sex with a masculinized Candace Owens.
Okay, that's awesome. We need to watch. I'm gonna be silent this entire time.
This is the first clip. I'm not gonna interrupt.
It's gonna be crazy when we finally have hate sex and we're both transgender. Dude, what is gonna happen when me and Candace finally, we say, all right, enough, and we start tearing each other's clothes off, and we're both transgender? She's a transgender man, I'm a transgender woman. We're gonna be like, what the fuck? I'm her dad?
What?
I'm her white dad? Dude, that's gonna be, no, I'm gonna be her mom. I'm actually, do you know that I'm actually Candace Owens' mom? I'm Candace Owens' white mom.
What the fuck
but
is
I
he talking
transitioned.
He's Candace Owens'
I'm
white
Candace
mom,
Owens' white mom, and she's my son. I'm Candace Owens' biological mom, and she is my biological son.
Dude, with the music that was just behind that,
awesome.
I want to put the music
Yeah.
behind that clip. I want to save that clip, put the music behind it, and say...
Make it like look ethereal with all like the glow that they put on Instagram Reels.
But I just want... No, I don't even want to edit it. I just want to say heartwarming. Turns out that Nick Fuentes is Candace Owens' biological mother.
Heartwarming. Two strangers find love in the security of knowing that they're not too different.
So here's Alex Jones. Now, we've got the king of conspiracy, the king of, you know, this guy said that Sandy Hook. This guy said that Sandy Hook was done by crisis actors, or the people who supposedly died in it were crisis actors. Okay, that's this guy. That's this guy. This is this guy. Okay, this one.
So where does he think the children are?
This is this guy. Okay? This guy, who is like the king of conspiracy theories, who is known for saying that they're putting chemicals in the water for turning the frogs gay. What does this guy have to say about this? Let's see.
Stupid bitch.
Fuck you. Fuck you, stupid bitch.
He is not
No.
aged well.
No, he's not aged well at all, but you can see that he's very angry, okay?
He's withered. Fucking...
So, let's see if the clip
Withered
is
Alex.
on here. I'm pretty sure it is. Must see video. Alex Jones escalated the battle, and then he said this. Let's see if he actually... Do we have a single clip of him actually saying it? Or, like, what are we doing? Why is Alex
It's a
Jones...
tabloid journal. It's journalism tabloid. Do you think they show evidence?
I know, it's really annoying, isn't it? Well, the most annoying part is that it exists, right? What is this?
Fort Huachuca, Arizona. Michael Snow, Mitch Snow, whatever his name is.
Okay. Well, here's the important part. I don't know why we're doing this, but when I say why we're doing this, I mean the fucking evil, like, Alex Jones shit without actually saying anything. Okay, let's try this. Because I know it exists. That's why it's really annoying. Because, like, I know that this clip exists, and so it's like the tabloids that are just, like, not gonna say it is so fucking
Man, from convict to conservative, he says that, well, he's not saying it. The autopsy. I said...
So you're literally just gonna talk about the clip? Okay, thank you. Show the fucking clip, you dumb fucking bitch. Jesus Christ.
Ryan Matter? Who the fuck is Ryan Matter?
I don't know, but I want to kill him. I think he should get kirked next.
Ryan
That's
Matter,
a joke.
you're gonna get kirkified.
That's a joke.
What's a joke that you wanting him to get shot in the head, bro?
Yes, I don't wish that anybody should get killed. Yes, that is actually a joke, funnily enough.
Yeah.
And Candace Owens is as well. But credibility...
God gave me a good brain. I already knew. I'd get her now. I got a bad feeling. I didn't have a... I said I got a...
But
Listen,
credibility,
I
she
love
gon'
me an
kick
Alex
us out.
Jones clip, okay? I love me a good Alex Jones clip. Can't lie.
I remember saying that. I said I got to investigate her now. I got a bad feeling. I didn't have a bad feeling. God gave me a good brain. I already knew. I dropped the ball. I apologize. She's a globalist agent. I dropped the ball and I failed you, and I'm sorry. I got to follow my gut every time. It's never wrong. And I saw so much more she did. And I love her people threatening me and all their doxing of people and all of it. You think that's going to make me go away? All you did was wake me up like a nuclear test site waking up Godzilla. So just get your asses ready. Because you want a war? I want your war. I want it all. I want the doxing. I want the lies. I want the attacks. I'm going to take you on. Because you work for the deep state and the Democratic Party and the CIA and MI6, and I see your ass. So you just get ready.
You just get ready.
This ain't my first rodeo.
So let me remind you that Candace Owens hasn't put out...
Fuck off, my Frank Matter.
Dude, nobody cares about you. Just fucking put the clip in the bag, dude. Holy shit.
...on where the two...
Free.
I fucking hate these people.
I'm
Dude, he's doing the Tim. Dude, he's literally grifting Tim Pool. He's skinwalking Tim Pool. He's wearing the fucking beanie and he thinks he's cool.
Ryan
I can
Matter.
run.
Let's make the Ryan Matter video. He's gay and annoying.
Yeah, he's fucking gay, stupid, and he's evil. Okay, there.
Nobody knows who you are, Ryan Matter.
Nobody likes you, Ryan Maddow. Fuck you. Alright, so then Alex Jones also has this as well. Another Too Lazy video.
Candace has a little...
There was a chemical being released by some company that make frogs turn male frogs into female frogs. No, that's incorrect. So, he was being hyperbolic when he said that they're putting chemicals in water that are turning the frogs gay. In actuality, what was happening is that a chemical called atrazine was being released into the water, which was turning frogs hermaphroditic and unable to mate. That part is true. But it was also into drinking water. So, that was the reason that it was significant. Right? Alex Jones has had stuff that he's been right about. And it's not, I'm not being a fucking right-wing grifter saying that. It's just true.
No, he has been right about a few stuff, especially the Sandy Hook thing.
Fuck off.
Candace has a little lantern that has Charlie Kirk in
Tom's video on what he thinks about Sandy Hook with Alex Jones.
Candace has a little lantern that has Charlie Kirk in it, and she can rub it, and then it goes, like she said, the dreams. And then when she has the dreams, we gotta listen. Okay? Oh my God. Oh my God, Candace is the Messiah. Only Candace is investigating. Only Candace talks about the Charlie Kirk thing. Only Candace, and you're attacking her. And Candace Owens is really a man. 5 months ago.
What? Oh, why is their go-to always?
He looks like Hank.
Why is their go-to always transvestigating? Why is it always transvestigating?
You know why.
I don't.
It's because they want to. It's because trans people, the demographic towards trans in the right wing is inherently negative. So if they find,
so for them to be trans is like to be evil,
trans.
Essentially.
To be like their version of Hitler. Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Before Charlie got killed, Candace, also known as Big Mike Jr., got Erica Kirk pregnant.
Big Mike Jr.
Got Erica pregnant? What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? Alex
Jones might be on point.
Also known as Big Mike Jr., got Erica Kirk pregnant. And Charlie found out about it, and that's why the two of them got together and conspired to assassinate Charlie to cover this up. A better word for Candace is a megalomaniac who has no concern for the truth and on a power trip who thinks she can just keep doubling down and that we're just going to buy whatever incredible horse shit she puts out. What are the fucking lies, lady? I mean, how stupid is... Here's my problem. Stop insulting my intelligence.
All right, so Alex Jones has been losing...
I will defend Alex on this. He's not a druggie. He is just a pure schizophrenic. And Alex Jones... The thing I will say about Alex Jones, he believes everything he says. Like
that's obvious.
I am genuinely confident in that. He's the one person who I would never call Alex Jones a grifter. Because he genuinely believes every single I would call him a liar, but I don't think he's intending to lie. I think he genuinely believes every single word that he says. I think he's genuinely just psychotic. I think that he's genuinely... So what happened was, if you trace Alex Jones, if you trace his early career, and... Who the fuck is calling me?
Well, he was an investigative journalist.
What? I'm streaming, what? You're on speaker. Don't say anything bad.
Is there slime?
Is there slime?
Slime.
What about slime?
Is there slime?
What does that mean?
Do you have slime?
Alright. I hung up on him. So
that was really funny.
That was really funny, and that was a worthy derail. I really appreciated that.
We're gonna find you.
Yeah, we're gonna find you and we're gonna hurt you really badly to the point where you can never walk again. No, yeah. If you traced Alex Jones' early career to, yeah, exactly, Bungless. He used to be normal. And then when you get stuff like the Bohemian Grove thing, some of his other conspiracies that were proven correct, that were proven right, that's when he started going insane. And he started to believe that every single conspiracy that he had was true, right? And another thing that happened that caused a lot of this is the fact that he has this form of sleep apnea that causes a drastic increase of DMT in his brain, and so that when he goes to sleep, he will have dreams that last sometimes a lifetime, right? He will have these dreams that last years long. You can imagine how people would go insane in that. There's an old clip on one of Elon Musk, or fuck, I'm retarded. What the fuck am I talking about? On Joe Rogan's podcast with Alex Jones, where he breaks down crying. It's actually very sad, but I always laugh at it because it's very like absurd. Like, you never picture yourself in that kind of situation, but if you kind of separate yourself from that, it becomes sad. Because what you realize is this guy breaks down crying because he had this dream one night where he was a Chinese peasant and like his like children got killed in front of him, and he was just like this farmer that tried really hard and like all of this stuff, and he like starts fucking like bawling his eyes out over it, and you're just like, oh my god, like you can understand how this guy would go insane. You know what I mean? And that again, let me just say this real quick. Like it's not at all to excuse his behavior. It doesn't mean that he was justified in the stuff that he has said about the Sandy Hook victims. It doesn't mean that he's justified in anything that he has done. I'm not trying to give him an excuse. I'm just trying to say that this guy, I don't think he's a grifter. I think he genuinely believes everything that he's saying, and he has gone absolutely insane.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, like, I'm not trying to relate myself to Alex Jones, but I know, like, the pain of, like, being in situations that normal people have for, like, 25 minutes of their life going on for a while. Every time, I think I've told you about this, like every time I like wake up, I always have sleep paralysis, and it feels like days every single time.
Yeah.
And that's happened a while. So I 100% get what he means.
And I've had dreams.
I've had it for the past like 10 years.
And I had dreams because of when you're getting off of weed, if you've smoked like way more than you ever should, and you get off of it, you have extremely vivid dreams that last a very long time. I had dreams that lasted weeks, and it made me feel like I was insane. So to have something that would go on for what is perceived as years would just be absolutely just devastating. Absolutely fucking devastating. Like, I can't imagine it. Also, just so you guys know, I'm not ending anytime soon, but if Jake Weddle is still streaming by the time we're done, I am going to raid you into Jake Weddle, and I want you all to be very nice to him and put in a good word for me, okay? Can you do that? But yeah. Alright, I'm not ending anytime soon though, don't worry. Alright, so let's continue this.
His shit over Candace Owens recently. He does a segment about her almost every show now, which he's been getting a lot of criticism for. In the comments, everyone just calls him a Fed, a sellout, and an Israel shill, which of course just seems to make him want to go even harder. Like in the beginning, he was kind of taking it easy on Candace. He wasn't trying to be too combative, but her fans get so defensive. If you question anything she does, they just go apeshit. So once Alex started trying to debunk her theories, they flipped out, and I guess they thought they could just scare him away or something, because they're definitely not going to win him over acting like this. I mean, now Alex is going to war with Candace and is making it his mission to expose her. Like after everyone started calling Alex a sellout, he accused Candace of being a deep state CIA globalist who's trying to destroy the right from within. So basically everybody's accusing each other of being feds and sellouts. Like that's the biggest attack now, you know, because the only reason somebody would criticize Candace is if they're being paid to, and the only people that would attack Turning Point are globalist agents.
I was saying that, like I said, I got to investigate her now. I got a bad feeling. I didn't have a bad feeling. God gave me a good brain. I already knew. I dropped the ball. I apologize. She's a globalist agent. I dropped the ball and I failed you, and I'm sorry. I got to follow my gut every time. It's never wrong. And I saw so much more she did. And I love her people threatening me and all their doxing of people and all that. You think that's going to make me go away? All you did was...
This.
Because now he's like, man, these people are out of control. They're like rabid animals. I can't take this. But I'm sure a good amount of these people were fans of his, and he helped pave the way for what Candace Owens is doing. Also, Alex was one of the first people to platform Candace. He had her on his show back in 2017, and I believe his former co-host, Paul Joseph Watson, discovered her and also introduced her to the guy she ended up marrying, who Alex claims is part of British intelligence.
Just to show how crazy people are. We're not victims, just the doxing, the threats. I've never seen anything like this. These people are rabid. They're like, look, 90% of your comments want you dead. Yeah, I'm going to fight you even harder. You people are dangerous, trying to take over our liberty movement. I've been doing this 31 years. I have some psychotic cult run by British intelligence, which we've now confirmed is feeding this to break up MAGA and TPUSA. That's coming out with all this infighting and PSYOP. They're going to come at us from our own operations now.
Muggers.
And I knew this forever, but it's worse than I even thought. Totally amoral, totally sociopathic, satanic, literally gremlin.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, what's that little twiddling the fingers?
No, but the noise you made too.
He's having a stroke. He's having a stroke.
Panic.
Like a dark demon lord.
Literally gremlin-eyed. And we know what we're talking about. We knew it was going to come from our own movement. That's their only move left.
And Candace hasn't even really responded to Alex yet. Like, she just made a few tweets about him because her show's been on break for the past few weeks. I'm sure she'll respond when she gets back, though, because also Alex has been, like, the main person now trying to debunk her theories. Like her latest one about some nut job she found who was at a military base the day before Charlie died. And he claimed he stumbled upon a top secret meeting with like Erica Kirk, Charlie's head of security, and some congressmen, which even amongst Candace's fans, this has been polarizing. Like some of her most loyal supporters who have a following on Twitter had to jump ship after this because the guy Candace had on.
The Holy Spirit isn't giving me the green light concerning him. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I'm disturbed in my soul about him. Awesome.
Is definitely a lunatic who's been on other podcasts, and he makes up all these crazy stories to get attention, and he has a bunch of domestic violence charges, which his family started speaking out against him after his appearance. So a few of her biggest supporters are like, yeah, we can't support this, and of course Candace's fans just went nuts on them, and of course they say they're being paid off, and Candace accused them of coordinating attacks together, and she demanded to see some guy's DMs to prove otherwise, which he actually did share them with her.
Who coordinated you? Who told you? And the guy clicks his heels and goes, I'll release everything on my phone, mommy. I'll show you, mommy.
Whoa. What the fuck? What?
Them with her.
Who coordinated you? Who told you? And the guy clicks his heels and goes, I'll release everything on my phone, mommy.
What?
I'll show you, mommy.
What?
Let me give Candace Owens a little newsflash here. Bitch, you don't fucking sit up there on some hill and tell me who ate the cabbage. You don't sit there and tell me what to give you or what to do.
Why are we talking about eating cabbage now? What is going on?
Ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of cab.
You are suspect. You have the left boosting you, the left loving you, the left promoting you with your royal husband, who we're about to expose. So get ready for that, George. So we figured you out. We got your number, and you can't stand the fact that you've run this big psyop, and now it's coming to an end.
So now the guy who shared his DMs with Candace has completely turned on her, and this was a big supporter of hers. Like, he was totally on her side. But after she platformed this lunatic and promoted this theory, he's like, yeah, I can't be part of this anymore. And it seems like Candace is starting to panic. I mean, she lashes.
Oh, you have to. Spooks, he definitely does. 100%, absolutely.
Out with the smallest amount of pushback, even from her biggest supporters. You know, somebody's just like, I like Candace, I'm still with her, but I don't trust this guy. People lose their shit. She thinks they're being paid and coordinating together. Like, she is so paranoid. And she just cannot admit defeat. You know, she needs something to come out of this military-based story because she's been promoting this theory like it's going to cause everything to unravel. She said it's going to force the military to confess to being involved in Charlie Kirk's murder. So if this turns out to be nothing, it's going to be a bad look. You know, because also she platformed this guy who's clearly a maniac and a woman abuser, but she called him a hero. She said God sent him to her. She said he's telling the truth. And for some reason started a GoFundMe for him and raised, I think, $250,000. So to justify this, she needs something to come out of the story.
Got on my knees, and I was not expecting this to come out, but I just focused my prayer on wanting something to be delivered to me, a piece of evidence that would help us put together the full picture. I got back home after this very intentional prayer, and I kid you not when I say that it was the very first email that I saw, the very first email that I opened up. I just cannot see how this would lead to anything other than a full confession from the government about the military's involvement in his assassination. But then I said to myself, this man has lived through so much. You know what I mean? This man has lived through so much, and I would be turning my back on this, really a hero, because I'm afraid of backlash for allowing him to tell the truth. You know what? This is not my platform, okay? I genuinely believe this is God's platform. I'm a conduit. I don't know why I have a platform. I know that my prayer was very intentional that night that I received that email. But you can support Mitch at Gives.
She verbatim just said that she's a conduit to God, by the way.
Sendgo.com/Candace podcast. And yeah, it feels good to be doing stuff from the people to the people.
So now Alex is spending a ton of time trying to discredit this guy and talk about how crazy he is. Like Alex said, this guy has a bunch of restraining orders against him and domestic violence charges and beat his ex with a hammer. And he shared some video where him and his ex are fighting with each other. And people have interviewed his ex and his kids. I mean, it's a mess. But it doesn't mean he didn't see Erica Kirk at Fort Huachuca. You know, that's all that matters to Candace's fans. So they don't care about any of this. And it's driving Alex Jones nuts.
My listeners say, go investigate the planes, go investigate this. I go, look, it's a total con man, huge criminal record, convicted on record now, video of him attacking his wife. What he said she did to him, he did. And they say, we don't care. Big deal, he beats his wife and runs around with a hammer. And the psy-operators know what they're doing, but the minions have already been brainwashed. Literally, they're drinking Jim Jones Kool-Aid at this point. I mean, this is demonic. So they doubled down worse than I thought they would. This is sick evil.
So now Alex has to spend all this time watching Candace's content, looking into these batshit crazy theories and trying to debunk them and argue with her fans in the comments, and he doesn't seem to be handling it well.
He's been lying a lot. What are the fucking lies, lady? I mean, how stupid. Here's my problem. Stop insulting my intelligence. Now I have to watch all the sewage pipeline at your mouth. Just I had to like examine all the turds that come out of it and sit there and explain to people, and you keep doubling down. I want to not look at this. I want you to stop the lying, stop the horseshit, dredging up horrible, bizarre con men with huge pedigrees of scams and bashing women's heads in on record. You know, they're like, well, big deal, he bashes all these women's heads in and everything, lies about everything. But he was there, he's got proof. He was acting so weird, they detained him and asked him, what was going on.
So we'll see if Alex can put a stop to Candace Owens. I think she's supposed to come back tomorrow, and it looks like she plans on doubling down with this military base story. I'm sure she'll also have something to say about Alex, so he's probably gonna have another meltdown. It should be entertaining, so make sure you subscribe to stay updated, and check out the Patreon. I recently covered that Turning Point event where Nicki Minaj made an appearance and had one of the most awkward moments I've ever seen, where she called JD Vance the assassin in front of Erica Kirk. I covered that shit.
What the fuck? Alright, so I have before we end the Alex Jones part of this, let me just show you my favorite clip of Alex Jones of all time. Spilling was present for this clip being formed. Let's see. Look, that's me as Charlie Kirk.
I made that.
True. So it is back down here. It's before the meetup. It is this one right here. So tell me if you hear this, chat. Do you hear him say, "Welcome to McDonald. May I help you? I'm Freddy Fazbear." Tell me if you hear that.
Welcome to McDonald's. May I help you? I'm Bernie Sanders.
Why did he say that?
Welcome to McDonald's.
I'm Freddy Fazbear. Welcome to McDonald's. I'm gonna help you. I'm Freddy Fazbear.
Welcome to McDonald's. May I help you? I'm Bernie Sanders.
Why would he say this?
Why doesn't he like Freddy Fazbear?
Why is he mocking Freddy Fazbear? It's disgusting. It's the worst thing Alex Jones has done, including the scene.
Including the Sandy Hook.
So, finally, to end this off, we're going to talk about what Crowder, the wife-beating loser, the abusing of his pregnant wife loser, is going to say about all this. And then
they're gonna give Charlie Kirk a boulevard.
Then we're gonna end we're gonna end this stream off with watching the new Jar video.
They did in Israel. They gave him freaking bullet. It's like as soon as they give you a boulevard and a holiday, they definitely killed you. Okay, there's no question. They killed you. There's no way. That's like their signature thing. It's like that's what they do. It's the Fed signature. It's when they sign off after they murder you.
Candace. I know he's saying Bernie Sanders, but it sounded like Freddy Fazbear and it's funny. Fuck you.
Owens is an evil. Just as I was about to go live on air, I was made aware, and you guys can correct me if I'm getting anything wrong, because this is coming in live. Candace Owens outright saying, and I want to be careful with my words here because she's not, and I know she'll give herself an out and say that's not what I was implying. But you watch this clip in its entirety, and it seems pretty blatant that she's saying, and people are interpreting it this way, which is also important, that the Trump administration, not whatever it was, we went from underground Jew tunnels, Mossad, the Trump administration killed Charlie Kirk.
Just really needed to just take a breather and really process everything that happened with Charlie and what it kind of means in terms of where we are. And I think it is a circumstance where we just know. We just know that he was truly betrayed in one of the most egregious ways that I think I've ever seen. It has made me lose faith in politics. It has made me fully lose faith in Trump. And my heart aches for the fact that he gave so much of his life to Trump and to politics. And they just were like, nope, that is it. He serves us or doesn't serve us, and we want to move on. And so here's a holiday. Bro, if they try to give me a holiday, what is with them giving people a holiday after they kill them? Why is that a thing? You know what I mean? Like, oh, Martin Luther King, what about this holiday? What about this boulevard? Anyways, let me knock out. Like, they're gonna give Charlie Kirk a boulevard. They already did. They did in Israel. They gave him freaking boulevard. It's like, as soon as they give you a boulevard and a holiday, they definitely killed you. Okay, there's no question. They killed you. There's no way. That's like their signature thing. It's like, that's what they...
What? It's just in. Anytime you get honored, it's because you've been assassinated.
Do. It's the Fed signature. It's how they sign off after they murder you. They're like holiday in a boulevard. And it's never on a nice side of town either. Like Charlie Kirk Boulevard's not gonna be a nice side of town. Anyways, I will be back on my time with you guys. Thank you guys for all the support throughout these couple of weeks, these last...
Yeah, guys, Charlie Kirk Boulevard is gonna be on the black side of town. Like, what is she trying to say?
Kind of 6 weeks since Charlie died, and we will see you guys then.
Well, let me first be tactful here and tell you that outrageous claims, and this is an outrageous claim, require outrageous evidence. Of course, as is par for the course, none has been presented. And I know that there might be a weaseling here saying, oh, well, I said the Fed, not the Trump administration. I said a boulevard in Israel. It's pretty clear, not clear. What she said was, they, the Fed, give you a boulevard when that's a sure sign that they have killed you. You know that they have killed you. He was betrayed in the worst way possible, giving so much of his life to the Trump presidency, to politics. The federal government, the Trump administration killed Charlie Kirk is the claim. Now I'm going to tell you how I feel about it, what I think about it. Because you know who else would have to be involved? And this is the implication, of course, by design. And you can see the response with people out there saying, oh, well, then anyone who's close to, this is an inside job. You know who's really close to President Trump? And you know who people are now saying stood to gain? Well, Charlie's wife, Erica Kirk, who has now been put, Candace with that language, with this accusation, has put the wife of Charlie Kirk, and she'll say, that's not what I tried to do. It is. It's the result. Erica Kirk in the crosshairs. It's not like you have to.
I feel like I don't have much to say to this, and also this is Erica Kirk defense, which is equivalent to defending Satan, in my opinion, so we're just not even going to do this. Fuck this. Alright, real quick, I am going to take a piss real quick. Let's play... What's next? Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna take a piss real quick, I'll be back. Back in just a second. Let me, And then we're gonna watch the new Just a Jew video, okay? So get hyped. Alright? I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
The glamour waking up! Shut it down! Me mom died in a Harley. Me pa was killed by Stalin. Me mom died in a Harley. Me pa was killed by Stalin. Ay, they got lined up by Stalin. For my daddy in a coffin. I'm a Jew, Finkelstein. My uncle, my grandma was lying. Pulled up on me, mom, ayy. Put her in the count, ayy. Told her get a word or be turned into a lamb. Ayy, not in a Harley. Me pa was killed by Stalin. Me mom died in a Harley. Me pa was killed by Stalin. Ay, they got lined up my grandma and my aunt in 1945. They were getting fucked up. Stalin put up on me pa. Ay, put him in the count. Ay, then his op sprayed his ass with the fucking child. My mom died in a Harley. Me pa was killed by Stalin. Me mom died in a Harley. Me pa was killed by Stalin.
DMs for Keno. Alex Jones at it. Is somebody calling me? Let me see. Let me see. And we're gonna get into the jar content. The jar tent, as they say. Turkey Tom, Alex Jones, InfoWars intro re-upload. Let's see.
Purposes, not for the purpose of riling up a mob to harass others. Thank you.
So whatever they do to me, I'm a man. I'm not sitting up here like I'm the biggest badass around, but you punch me, I'm gonna punch back.
Yes, sir.
And I can sit back and tell you my family name is secure.
Yes, sir.
And I've done the job I'm supposed to do. It's not some power trip, it's just who I am. I look at Stephanopoulos and all these sacks of shit sitting there telling us they're going to leave the country. Listen, you son of a bitch. You're scared.
So far down your throat, you're not going to be able to talk for a week, okay?
Spread her cheeks.
Thank you for the 2, Cocat. I appreciate it.
This country's going to throw your carpet-bagging ass out. I see you, you little bloodthirsty maggot. Whatever happens to me, I just pray to God you get brought real low. Real low for what you've done, you little son of a bitch. So you understand one thing. There's a real world out there. There's a real God. There's a real devil. And for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. And I want all the little men to know something. You were brought up as pieces of shit. And you thought you could dominate everybody because you were so insecure. And you thought people that were better than you were bad because they were better than you, and they were building a stairway to heaven for you. And so now you've started fights with people that are going to break every bone in your body. So when you metaphysically have had your sternum broken and your ribs broken, and your little neck strung
little
up,
neck,
you remember that you ran into real men, and we kicked your ass. Now, I'm done till tomorrow. I'm going to turn it over to Darren McBreen and Owen Schroyer. But make no mistake, this is real. This is the info war. Oh, God help us. They're never going to stop. They're going to put drugs in the food and water more intense where we barely can resist. I mean, it's just so evil. Everybody's going to be dying of cancer all around us just with pot-belly pedophiles hopping around.
Pot-belly pedophiles.
Super Mario Brothers, grabbing our children, giggling, bouncing onto the necks with SWAT teams defending them as they just pick which kids they want. And as giant third world hordes just pour in, raping everyone, just sexualizing our children, ruling everything, debasing the currency, drugging the food and water, giving everyone cancer, and just dancing to their god of death, selling body parts, chopping up babies, the battle of the scalpel. I mean, it's just on. Hell on earth. The gates are opening, and out will flood the armies. And by the way, I like Ted Anderson's GCM. I mean, those other shows on there, and they think they're all in competition with me and all this crap. I'm not in competition with any of you people. I'm in competition with the devil.
Yes.
I'm in a death battle. And now you see the enemy say they're in a death battle.
Yes,
they know
sir.
they're in a death battle. Only the spirit of knowing you're in a death battle will have you win. I don't know how all this is going to end, but like I told him 1,000 times, you want to fight? Better believe you've got one.
Yes.
You want to enslave my spirit? No. And I'll call on God to protect me and use me however God sees fit. And if I'm destroyed, my whole family with it, I don't blame God. I blame the stinking trash. Who
will pay? Thank you. Dude, do we have like a new... I'm sorry.
I've got some advice for Dan.
Do we have a new, like, Tactical Templar? Do we have, like, a Tactical Templar clone here? What is this?
Bongino.
Who is this guy?
They were saying...
This was just in the recommended.
Marketing tactic.
Is he not going to say anything?
He knows he screwed himself. But Art Nicole...
I haven't heard him say a single word. What is going on?
But Dan... And, you know, quite frankly, going back to your briefly...
Is he just playing a clip and not reacting at all?
I mean, like...
What is this?
Beat the... yourself.
Happening really, Democrat.
Whoa!
Nothing's going on right now. None of that. And I agree with him. So, Dan Bongino, he had a job. He was supposed to basically get all the Democrats, get all the corruption out. The FBI...
Who the fuck is this guy? Political commentary and gaming channel. Bruce Blader versus doctor/engineer who is like a ghetto black man. Fight EBT bait, deport, or white flight. What the fuck is this? Dude, he's a big Alex Jones guy. Good God, Alex Jones is on like 90% of these thumbnails. Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this guy? He used to not be a knight. He used to just look like
Shapiro.
In order to find the solutions.
Yeah. Like, this is not transformative whatsoever, from what it looks like. Like, this doesn't seem to be transformative at all. It seems like he's just playing a clip without saying anything, and then he just randomly talks. And he talks at the end.
That a lot of you also did that by watching YouTube videos. You just found a random Ben Shapiro video, and it's like, oh, what's this? You watch, he's like, he's saying some cool things. Now it's like, okay, we've moved on from these establishment basic talking points of whatever Shapiro's in favor of. Mostly it's just like Israel related stuff, not really like actual American first stuff, right? The things that people really want. We're tired of America being taken advantage of by all these countries, and Ben Shapiro is like, he is the one that benefited from all the censorship the most, right?
What the fuck? What the yap is this guy talking about, dude? I can't handle this shit anymore. I can't take this shit no more. So let's get into Jar. Let's get into Jar. When going after H3H3 goes wrong, Cruel World Happy Mind. And listen, if anybody else has content that they want me to go over, I will go over it after this video. If anybody has some good content that they think is worthy, just let me know, and I will go over it. Flavor is doing stuff. Flavor is chilling. Flavor's chilling with some friends. I already asked him to be on this stream. When Keeping It Real goes wrong, why isn't it playing anything? Oh, it's because muted. I'm retarded.
News and gets in this episode of When Keeping It Real Goes Wrong. Some blonde bimbo makes a terrible hit piece on a pair of Jews and gets gangbanged by an entire podcast, then gets bullied by the entire internet into holding a strong political position that she literally couldn't give less of a fuck about just a week before. My name is Just the Jewbot, and today we're covering how Cruel World Happy Mind.
How much to watch that? It's 20 hours? Like $300? Like $300? Watch that entire thing? Yeah.
It went from a woke socialist to a national socialist.
Whoa! I mean, I can't lie. His intros are absolutely fucking fire now. They're amazing. They're amazing. I wish he would just like make meme edits and stuff. Like the beginning of his old video earlier was really, really funny, and it was good, and like he clearly knew what he was talking about. And then as soon as he started talking about like the E and stuff, it just folded. It folded under itself. Okay? This guy needs a manager. I would be his manager, but he doesn't like to talk to me. He doesn't like me. So I'd be his manager. If he swore to follow my guidance and my guidance alone, I would never leak another thing that he ever made. Okay, I would never leak anything. I would be in a contractual agreement with him. He would be my client, and I would be his manager, and I could guide this guy to success, I promise. But he would never do that because he doesn't like success.
Alright, so before you ask, no, I am no longer just a Chudbot. I am now just a Jewbot. I did convert to Judaism after my last video. I got my foreskin cut off, I flew to Israel, and I kissed the Wailing Walls. So Shabbat Shalom.
I feel like that was a Freudian slip that he didn't have, that he does still have his foreskin. Jar is uncut. Very interesting.
Daddy's home. What I'm trying to say is that if you don't like me for any reason, you are doing another Shoah, and I will be reporting you to the ADL so that you are banned from Israel, and I will have your bank account taken away.
I was wondering, if you're put onto your website, are you banned from Israel?
So being part of a tribe and all, I have to defend my fellow Jewish brothers, starting with Ethan Klein, who is now my new personal hero. I am getting a bit ahead of myself for now though. This isn't a Tarantino film, so let's start from the very beginning, and with the person I'm going to be covering in this video.
Dude, the shameless feet posting is killing me, man.
Meet Cruel World Happy Mind, a woman who by all accounts actually had a pretty normal start here on YouTube. About 5 years ago, she started making videos on MLM, which in my personal opinion is just objectively a really good thing to do. I think pretty much everyone can agree that multi-level marketing scams are just kind of objectively evil, and offer no value to society whatsoever. Like, if a genocide happened, but only to the people at the top of these scams, not the lower rungs who are actually—
What is that? What is that? What is that, Tyrone? That sounds intriguing. I just DM'd Gamma.
Really all victims, but the people at the tippy top who knew exactly what they're doing, nobody would fucking care. We'd basically feel the same way about an MLM genocide as the Europeans would feel about a gypsy genocide. That is to say, not at all. So with such a strong start, where did it all go wrong for Cruel World Happy Mind? Well, she slowly started to drift from scams and unethical practices done by LMMs to celebrities and YouTubers. If she just stopped it there and kept it to scams, then there really wouldn't be any issue. But as you and I know, it never stops there. YouTube—
Kind of like you, Jar. Kind of like you. If you just stuck to your guns, man, you would have been fine. But it's your pride and your ego and the freaking everything.
Corrupts people. It rots them from the inside out, and turns them into a ghoulish husk of their former selves by exposing them to the way people really are. Example, well, although Cruel World Happy Mind's early MLM videos didn't perform poorly, it became pretty evident that she was getting more—
If you're in Icy right now, go to Icy and tell Gamma, because he's in the ICVC, go to the ICVC and tell him to call in.
Views by targeting specific people. Then she got even more viewers when she dropped the theme of scams entirely and pivoted into basic bitch drama videos. When your videos calling out scams are getting a couple 100,000 views, but your videos on drama are making millions, it becomes pretty evident that people care more about drama slop than they do calling attention to serious social threats.
So this is exactly what happened to Jar. Jar used to just make movie review content. I did tell him that, or I at least reached out, but he's fucking in the ICVC right now, okay? But, this is exactly what happened to Jar. Jar started out doing, movie reviews, doing, talking about that kind of stuff, talking about anti-SJW stuff, and then he started doing drama videos, and they got way more big than his movie reviews or anything like that ever were. And there you go, right?
Prey on women and ruin their lives on the regular. And for minds weaker than that of my own, this blackpilling can drive you absolutely mad. A woman goes into hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt after being gaslit into it from a scam, and nobody bats an eye. But Trisha Paytas cries and says unhinged shit, and everyone loses their minds. Realistically though, her content went from being for women to women and gays. And now that she started making videos about VTubing, her content is now for women, gays, and pedophiles. Looking at her content, she more so resembles someone like June the King, Turkey Tom, Jay Aubrey, and the now deceased Sunny V2, who is indeed dead by the way. I have confirmed this by looking at the comment section of his most recent YouTube videos.
Dude, I was about to freak out. Okay.
Rest in peace, sweet prince. I will never forget leaving your videos run on my second monitor while I was gaming, or watching them while I take a dump, or watch them while I eat goy slop in my car. Anyways, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, Cruel World Happy Mind. That's really a long name to keep saying over and over again, and she kind of looks like a Barbie doll. So from this point on, I'm just going to start calling her Barbie.
Okay.
Oh yeah, she basically completely stopped making videos on MLM scams, and started exclusively making drama documentary type videos. employing all the tactics that generally entails waiting until the end of a big controversy and act like you agreed with the winning side the entire time. A very cowardly tactic, but a smart one. One I myself have engaged in many times. I have 5 different editors working around the clock to make 5 different versions of the same video to account for every possible outcome. The problem is that no matter how much you try to be objective and snake your way through these things, a little bit of your personality will always shine through. And that little piece of individuality that you usually keep hidden from the masses.
I guess this is what happens when Jar's been hanging out with ZV more and more. I don't know.
Tends to be the thing that'll get you in trouble. For example, when Sunny V2 made that extremely transphobic video on the beautiful queen known as Ava Chris Tyson. That was just him being completely incapable of hiding his burning hatred for transgendered individuals. I disavow all of it, even though he was right. And that motherfucker Chris Tyson was actually a total sex pest. That did factually indeed become a...
Oh my god. Alright, we're at our first big error here. We're at our first big error. So, no, No, the reason that Sunny V2 made that video, the vast majority of that video, is literally him just being like, Chris Tyson is trans, and because of that, she's going to become a big problem for Mr. Beast. That was why everybody hated that video. That's why it was bad. So, you know, the problem is Sunny was right for the wrong reasons. Sunny was right for the wrong reasons. That was before any of the pedo shit came out. He's misframing this entire thing to act like, you know, Sunny V2 was right the whole time and acting super sarcastic about the video. No, it was transphobic. It was literally just about him being trans. That's the entire reason why he's going to be a big problem in the Mr. Beast. To Mr. Beast. Yeah, it was a brain dead video. Yeah, it was. I like, he was right for the wrong reasons. Everybody knows this. If you watch the video, you'll know this, okay? Like, what are you talking about, okay? Like, am I going to rehash all of Dioria's talking points from his stream last night? I hope not. I haven't seen, I don't watch Diorio.
Nightmare for Mr. Beast. I mean, a trans person making everyone around them look bad and being a weirdo to kids? That just doesn't happen. I'm as shocked as you all are. Barbie made this exact same mistake when she attempted a hit piece on Ethan and Gila Klein. I don't think she got the memo that you can't outsmear the smear merchant. The Goy simply doesn't have the brain power to outsneak a Jew. The glass
Oh. Can we say that? Can we? Out sneak a Jew? Yeah, Doughboy, if you have a problem with my coverage, you're free to call in. We always appreciate call-ins, especially constructive criticism. So, Doughboy, feel free to call in if you have a problem with my coverage. Any resemblance to Nicholas Diorio is completely unintentional. I do not watch him. I have a job. Okay. Congratulations, so do I. Are we just sharing facts about ourselves now? Listen, if you would like to share your problems with my coverage, feel free. But I don't know what else to say. I'm spiritly Jewish, I should be fine. I agree, but like, I think I could say it because of my spiritual Jewness, right? But like, it's like, oh my God, Jar. Out-sneak a Jew. There's no way you can out-sneak a Jew? It's a little scary. You're scaring me, Jar. You're fucking meaning too close to the sun here. I'm scared.
Canon that was the Cruel World Happy Mind YouTube channel was exposed when the H3 podcast actually decided to respond. And if Barbie actually did her fucking research and had the ability to recognize patterns, then she would have seen this coming. Ethan Klein tends to respond to a lot of his critics because unlike pretty much everyone else she has come.
What is this? Is this a filter on Ian? I mean, on Ethan? Is this a filter on Ethan? Why does he look like this? Did he get like the shit beaten out of him? What is this? Like, I don't understand. No, Tyrone, it felt like he was saying that he doesn't like Nick and like he's pissed off that I'm like touting Nick's points. Which, like, again, like, I feel free to call in. Like, if you have a problem with the coverage here. We always welcome that. Our last call-in with Mark was absolutely amazing. That was an amazing call-in. So, we love these call-ins when people disagree with me. But, like, what the fuck is this? What is this? So why does he look like he has been, like, beaten? Or, like, what are these rosy cheeks he has? Oh, they did makeup? Oh. I was like, dude, what the fuck?
Ethan, more so in recent times, tends to come out on top, especially against women. I'm not trying to say he's a misogynist or anything.
What?
He's not that cool, but he is Jack the Ripper maxing. Because I don't think anyone else throughout all of history has owned so many women so hard, since Jack the Ripper himself. The reception to Barbie's video wasn't just
I did not realize this was going to be a pro-Ethan video. I did not realize that.
Negative from Ethan's side, though. The more vicious people were actually Ethan's detractors. The H3 snarkers who don't think she went hard enough. To be fair, though, these people don't think you're going hard enough until you're harassing him in real life, or getting sued by him, so they're pretty crazy, and probably shouldn't be listened to. But all of this negative attention was the first time Barbie ever got it en masse, and this hard. She was surrounded from all sides on this, so when Ethan and Gila invited her onto the H3 podcast, she took the opportunity without a second thought, or any kind of plan in an attempt to farm sympathy, and maybe score a couple of points on them. So how did it go? This was supposed to be a discussion, but she was claiming that this was a debate after the fact. So who won? Let's watch a little bit of it and find out. I can actually point out to you the exact moment that decided the victory on this little squabble.
Oh, there she is. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, so this is a few seconds into the debate. Barbie is beginning her opening arguments and she already lost. It was over before it even fucking started. But why, you may ask? Well, there's a lot of reasons as to why. Number one, this chick has absolutely no experience in a live setting. I'm sure she could beat her brother, or that meth head she kept talking about in a one-on-one debate in real life. But not Ethan Klein, who does this shit on the regular. Let's go over a couple more reasons as to why this entire thing was totally hopeless for Barbie.
What's the problem with the silver dress? What?
I think that it was just seen as funny.
But you funny? Like to make fun of me? Just because I'm ugly? Like what kind of funny?
No, that's not. Are you fucking retarded? No. The dress is funny because it looks like a piece of trash. It has nothing to do with the way you look, Hila. Like, it has nothing to do with the way you look. And by the way, you look like a goddamn horse. But that's beyond the point. That's beyond the point, Hila. We're not making fun of your looks right now. We're talking about the fact that your dress looks like a piece of fucking trash. Okay? Listen, Lawyer Himpleton is here to save Cruel World Happy Mind. Okay? I'm here to save you. Okay? I'm gonna try my best to be your defense lawyer in this situation, and we're gonna do this as an exercise. Okay? We're gonna do this as an exercise. Alright? So here's my exercise right here. I'm gonna try to be your defense lawyer. We'll see how it goes. Maybe it's gonna go really bad. I don't know. I don't know yet. I don't know how cooked this woman is, but we're gonna try. Okay? And so what I have to say so far is no, we're not talking about you being ugly, Hila. You're being bad faith, and you're essentially like, you know, strawmanning this argument. It's obviously about the fact the dress looks like a piece of trash and she's laughing at it. Okay? The dress looks like tinfoil on you. It looks like a fucking emergency blanket on you, obviously. That's the entire joke. It's not about you looking like a horse, even though you do. Okay? My client did not mean to say that you look ugly, but I do. I do mean to say that you look ugly. Whoa! 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 What the fuck are we doing? Okay, what are we doing? What are we doing, Jar? What are we doing? I'm screenshotting that one. Okay. Giving that one the caption of, okay, stop. Yeah. Loving the new Jar video. Like, what the fuck is this? Okay, sure.
So this...
Did you notice that as soon as I said that this random guy who was like insulting my coverage could come and like call in, he just like absolutely ran away? Did you notice that? That's called the Hempleton effect.
bitch basically stepped into the lion's den, and this isn't even really the H3 podcast fault. You'd know by watching any episode that there is an entire crew in the studio. This entire debate is basically 2-on-1. So they went easy on her, but there easily could have been more. You think if Ethan and Gila were having trouble with her, then other crew members wouldn't step in? Again, this is a battle she chose, so the H3 podcast isn't at fault. But she chose a battle she was sure to lose. Speaking of lions, when you bring a mob to psychologically fuck with a single person in a debate, that's what I like to call convoying. That's not what's being done here, but I thought I'd bring it up.
Well,
okay. Alright. You got me there. That's funny. Alright.
I would certainly commend Ela for having a very creative style. Often some of the outfit ensembles that Ela chooses feels very childlike, with also Teddy Fresh having a little teddy bear as a logo. I don't know. Maybe it's interesting.
So, can you explain to me what...
Yeah, what the fuck is that point? Wait, I'm supposed to be your lawyer. Hold on. I need to listen to this clip again. I need to get it into my head.
Very creative style.
Okay, hold on.
Bring it up.
Well, in the past, I would certainly commend Ela for having a very creative style. Often some of the outfit ensembles that Ela chooses feels very childlike, with also Teddy Fresh having a little teddy bear as a logo. I don't know. Maybe it's interesting.
So, can you explain to me what's interesting about... By the way, yeah, what's interesting about that?
So at this point...
My client is just pointing out something that's interesting. And that's why they didn't address it further. Because it's simply just interesting. So you trying to take an implication out of what she is saying beyond what has been said within that clip, that it is merely interesting, is not valid as an argument and is not something that I will be pursuing further. Thank you, Your Honor. There you go. That's my lawyer response to that one.
In the video.
Is this Jan content?
This is Jar content, and the whole thing is, so there's this person named Cruel World Happy Mind who the H3 podcast went after, and I'm going to be her defense lawyer because she doesn't know how to defend herself like a little rape victim. Okay, so I'm going to defend her.
Man, I'm in for this. I will act as jury.
Okay, great.
Your Honor, she did put in that with a, or maybe it's interesting.
Yeah, that's exactly. Okay, did you see this? Look at this.
Dude, I love Jar. I take back everything.
Like, what the fuck is this? Flatly,
Jar
do you
is
see
so
this?
funny and so based. Okay.
What is this? Oh wow, the jury flatly has nothing to say about this, which means it's true. Okay, got it.
Yeah, what's interesting about that?
Insane.
So at this point...
So, okay, here we go.
In the video, Ethan starts going on the offensive despite previously being cordial. But you can't really blame him for it because Barbie is literally accusing two parents of multiple children of being child predators based on...
Objection! Objection!
Here's that.
Jar, who is the prosecutor of the prosecution, Ethan and Gila, is making defamatory claims about my client and is saying that she is implying that they are child molesters, when in fact all she said was that it was interesting, and that is all she meant by the comment, is that it is merely interesting. That is all she meant. And that's why she didn't elaborate on it further.
I'll do you one better. It's a weak point from Jar anyways, because he's trying to imply that a parent with kids can't molest a child.
I would say that's a bit of a stretch, but I know what you're trying to say.
But we are in court.
We should make a bet on that.
Objection, Your Honor. Stretch.
Nothing. One thing that's consistent for this entire debate is that Barbie is on the defensive, trying to bat away any incoming blows, while Ethan and Gila are just constantly going in on her.
Jar, please get better music. Your Honor, please mandate that Jar gets better music. Thank you.
This is the third reason as to why she lost. She's constantly on the defensive and never going on the offensive. Sad thing is, she could have put up some kind of resistance extremely easily. The H3 podcast response.
Why does it sound like he's describing a rape victim? What's going on? Can we re-listen to this with the context that he's describing a rape victim?
It's amazing. From Jar after he got like totally raped by Chud is so funny.
No, do you know what else was insane? At the beginning of this video, he verbatim said, he was like, she used to make like videos about like what she wanted to make, but then she saw that the drama content got way more views, so she went to that, and I was like, wow, that really reminds me of someone.
Isn't that literally like any drama YouTuber like?
No, it's verbatim what Jar did.
Oh yeah, true.
Jar used to make movie reviews.
Right.
Yeah, well, he used to make anti-SJW content and also make movie reviews. Like, and now he made genre reviews because he saw the views in it. Like, that's what this is. Like, and so it's like it feels like projection, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We like Jar.
She's constantly on the defensive and never going on the offensive. Sad thing is, she could have put up some kind of resistance extremely easily. The H3 podcast responded to her entire
that
video
sounds like
before.
Pause that, Ableton. Replay that again.
No, that's what I said. We need to listen to this clip with the context that he's talking about a rape. Okay, that's what we need to listen to.
It sounds like he's blaming the victim. She didn't even try to fight back.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Listen to this with the context that this is somebody that got raped. Okay.
Then never going on the offensive. Sad thing is, she could have put up some kind of resistance extremely easily. The H3 podcast responded to her entire video before, so she could have skimmed it to get an idea of what they would say and form some kind of preemptive attack from it, but no. I guess that would be too much effort, and it would make it a lot harder for her to portray herself as a victim.
Yeah.
The insinuation that I'm grooming people, children.
Objection, Your Honor. My client never says that you're grooming anyone. That the prosecution is grooming anyone. She merely says it's interesting.
Is not okay. It's just not. It's so destructive. It is so mean-spirited. It is so, and by the way, it's completely without basis.
She is clearly so internet poisoned that she has no idea what she did wrong. So then Ethan and Gila have to explain to her exactly how fucked up it is to wrongly accuse two parents of being pedophiles. At a certain point,
she never says that, though. Like, I mean, you can say what you want about the implication, right? I sure there's an implication, like, but she could have made a defense there, and she could have said, like, no, I'm just saying it's interesting. Like, I'm just saying, if anything, you guys act childlike. I'm saying that you guys are kind of childlike. I'm saying that this company is kind of like, just childlike. That's all I'm saying. And I'm sorry.
Be a dog whistle.
And then you could literally just say, well, you could argue that, sure, but that would be insane speculation. And then you could literally say, like, it's a huge leap to say that I was implying pedophilia when I merely said that it was interesting. That is all I said.
This basically turns from a debate into a lecture, because she is starting to get how bad shit looks. She tried derailing the conversation by talking about how she has a close family member on meth. Then again later by saying that her brother died, which, don't get me wrong, is very sad, but in this context, it just comes off as a manipulation tactic. Maybe that really isn't what she was trying to do, and she's just an airhead who needed to pivot to something personal because she was in distress and needed to be seen as more human, but that's neither here nor there.
Your Honor, objection. My client was trying to relate to the prosecution's dog, Cheddar, and how Cheddar died, and that is why she shared her story about her brother dying.
God bless.
After being wrecked for a while and not being able to worm her way out of responsibility, she just kind of laid down and took a stern talking to, like she was a daughter getting disciplined by her parents for sleeping with too many guys. She kept repeating her points, talking about personal shit, and saying,
I need to hear that again. That didn't even like process in my head.
With too many guys. She kept her
Wait, no, hold on.
To worm her way out
How
of
is this
responsibility.
scenario relevant in his mind, though?
I don't know.
Think of that.
I don't know.
Just kind of laid down and took a stern talking to, like she was a daughter getting disciplined by her parents for sleeping with too many guys.
Okay, well, I have a soundboard for this exact moment. I do.
What in the goddamn hell are you talking about? She kept repeating her point, talking about personal shit, and saying that she has to be better moving forward. But do you really think she stuck to this? Nah.
Hell
After
no.
the debate, she didn't take her original video down, despite how shitty and filled with lies it was. She ended up only editing 1 minute and 50.
Was it shitty? Was it full of lies? Can you name one single lie that was actually in the video? Because we are over 60% of the way done with your video, Jar, and I have not heard a single lie. So I'm a bit confused. Jar is usually lacking on the evidence front. He just states claims as facts and then he moves on. A very bad lawyer.
Objection, you have not seen the source material?
I haven't seen the source material. The impetus is on the prosecutor to show the source material.
Fuck, okay, yeah, you won.
Yeah,
true.
15 seconds out, which the H3 podcast did not appreciate. But she did upload an apology video, but what was it about? Well...
Israel is 100% committing a genocide.
Okay. Oh no. Oh no.
That'd be amazing.
Oh no.
Your Honor, the
Your
client is
Honor?
very guilty here.
Your Honor, my client is retarded. I don't have anything to say. I'm very sorry.
Bro, just like,
I'm very sorry for
Your
my
Honor,
client's
my
behavior.
client is guilty.
Yeah. Your Honor, my client is guilty. Fauci says, Himpleton, you should get Jar on to explain the Jewish ethno-state. Unfortunately, Fauci, I think that Jar is a part of the Jewish ethno-state because of the amount of cock gobbling that he is doing for Ethan and Hila. So I don't think he's going to be of much help.
That's why I said I'm like I have a sneaking suspicion that he watched Nicholas DiOrio's stream for research.
It certainly feels like it, doesn't it? Like it really does. It's just
Are you
like
claiming he's a DiOrio parrot, Amos?
a little bit. You know what's funny is
that's
before
just
you
game
guys
theory.
joined, there was a guy who was in here who disappeared as soon as I asked him to call in, who said that I'm a DiOrio parrot.
Well,
no, shut up. You're lying.
No, it literally happened. I haven't watched a DiOrio stream in a good while, so.
Oh, you use his talking
pull up
points
your
an
watch
awfully
history.
lot.
Oh, for sure. I wouldn't know because I don't watch him, but.
Can you pull up your watch history for all of
Can you
us?
pull up your watch history?
Yeah, absolutely. Here you go.
No, not your YouTube history. Your browser history.
That's gonna have personal info in it, so I decline. I think.
Irrelevance?
Hold on. Let me just not show it to chat. Hold on. Wait, how do I go to my history? I don't know how to do that in Brave.
Your Honor.
Dude, your fourth one down is porn. What the fuck?
That's not true. Okay, I can show this to you guys. Hold on. Okay.
Why were you watching
They're defaming me.
porn?
They're
No,
defaming
he
me.
went
They're
back.
defaming me. They're defaming me.
Yeah, he went back. He went back. No.
What the
No, they're
fuck?
defaming
Me and Amos saw X and X,
Where's
bro.
my
Me and
Where's my
Amos.
history? Okay, there. Here's my history. All right. Look. Okay, so we got a lot of YouTube, whole lot of YouTube. You're not seeing.
And then there's.
Let's
the
look up
midget
DiOrio.
porn.
Let's
I
look up
see it down
DiOrio.
there.
Because this will prove my point here. Let's look up DiOrio.
What is Punjabi
All right.
anal core?
The only thing that I have in my search history regarding DiOrio is the Junk Drawer Gaming video called Nicholas DiOrio is the worst commentary channel.
Objection. He could have deleted his search history.
This is true.
Well, I had to clear my even so.
Clear your hard drive. Wait, what was on the hard drive, buddy?
No, I had to clear my hard drive because you got me to download fucking Adobe Premiere illegally and it destroyed my computer.
Objection proof.
This happened. Everyone knows that it happened. I'm not talking about this.
Objection proof.
Regardless, this would be proof that I haven't watched Nicholas DiOrio in at least over a month. Okay, because the last time that the last DiOrio log we have here is December 9th. Okay.
Do you know what I think, Himpleton? I think you deleted the proof, and Nicholas DiOrio is a guilty pleasure for you.
No,
wait, Amos, get ready for this one.
DiOrio, no. DiOrio used to be a commentator I really enjoyed watching. I just haven't enjoyed watching any of his stuff ever since it became EHD pilled. I've been very consistent about this.
Your Honor, I would like to submit to the Court of Claims that Himpleton on a few streams ago last week was watching a video that was criticizing Nicholas DiOrio and had various Nicholas DiOrio clips in it. Therefore, he was consuming Nicholas DiOrio content, whether he knew it or not.
It was against DiOrio. You're a bad lawyer.
But was Nicholas DiOrio present?
One thing I was saving until now is that in her original video, she said some things that H3 considered anti-Semitic. And another part of the debate was Barbie saying she wasn't trying to make anti-Semitic arguments, and that she's still learning about Israel, Palestine, and anti-Semitic tropes. The kicker, though, is that only H3 gave a shit about this. Nobody else cared about the anti-Semitism. What people really cared about was that she referred to the conflict between Israel and Palestine as a conflict and not a genocide.
Do you know what I just realized? He's playing a chiptunes version of Wonderwall by Oasis.
Problem? Issue?
Yes. Major problem. Yes.
Objection? Relevance?
Objection, I can barely pay attention to anything he says because all I hear is chiptunes Wonderwall. Okay.
Your Honor, you know what? I don't even know what to say to that.
Yeah.
You couldn't even play Wonderwall.
Okay. No, you want to bet?
You can't play Wonderwall. On a guitar.
I don't have a guitar, so you're right.
Exactly.
Okay.
You're a
Great.
loser.
Is Jar playing it on the guitar?
No, he's playing it with JIT tunes.
No, chip tunes, first of all. You didn't even get the information right.
JIT. J-I-T.
Incorrect. And he's not the one playing it. He got it online. If I looked up chip tunes, if I looked up chip tunes Wonderwall right now, I could find it. And it's not his.
JIT tunes.
Okay.
That she referred to the conflict
Why
between
was the
Israel and
first video that
Palestine
popped up
as a
yes, officer,
conflict
I'm
and
a
not a
pedophile?
genocide. Now, instead of doing the rational
love
thing and
pedophiles.
saying, I'm a drama channel, I don't know shit about backwards desert people across the globe killing each other over land.
Whoa.
The conflict and not a genocide. Now, instead of doing the rational thing and saying, I'm a drama channel, I don't know shit about backwards desert people across the globe killing each other over land.
I think Jar's become based, and I think we need to accept him.
This is what happens when Jar hangs out with ZV.
Barbie decides that she needs to hit the books and learn absolutely everything about Israel and Palestine that she can. And to help her with this, she needs the help of a gay nerd. This is Chris Kunzler, the man who is single-handedly saving Palestine by making TikToks. During this
Chris Kunzler? Who the fuck is this?
live stream, Barbie basically goes back on literally everything she said to H3, and she doubles down on her video. That's not the interesting part though. The interesting part is that between doing that, her and Chris basically talked about Jews in the exact same way that the alt-right did back in 2016. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure these guys are saying the same shit you hear a character in a Murdoch episode say. If you don't know what that is, then look it up. It's
What the fuck is Murdoch? Does anyone on the jury know what that is?
I'm afraid not.
Well, then we must watch it.
I have no idea what a Murdoch is.
We're not watching the whole thing. I need a taste of this.
What the fuck is that?
What the fuck?
Look, this is JIT anime.
It's like Hyperborea.
Target in sight, mon ami. You are free to engage the enemy.
You are free to rape.
Is this what Jar watches in his free time?
I mean, it tracks, does it not?
It does track. Got
Objection, problem?
Cole?
made by self-proclaimed National Socialist, but it's really funny. The difference is that when the right talks about Jews, that's all conspiracy theories and Nazism, but when the left does it, they're just pro-Palestine and the Jews are actually the real Nazis. Okay, I'm going off script for this point, but I really need to say this. It is so funny to me that not too long ago, like maybe a year ago, leftists were constantly complaining about Magneto and other villains like him, saying things like, do you seriously think all people who were oppressed are just destined to become just like their oppressors? Magneto is a Holocaust survivor, and you made him into a Nazi? And now
He's only a Nazi in one arc. He's not normally a Nazi. He's a very complicated character. As a comic book nerd, I take offense to this.
now they're saying that the Jews are just like the Nazis. And they don't see the irony of this. Leftists literally did a complete 180. They are literally arguing against the point they made a year ago. It honestly makes me wonder if you could recommend one of those old Hitler books 4chan used to tell everyone to read. Like,
what?
If you told them about Culture of Critique by Kevin MacDonald, The International Jew by Henry Ford, or maybe even Siege by James Mason.
Why does he know the name of every one of these books?
You Googled.
No. No. He sounds a little familiar.
Give him a break.
Would they actually pick it up and read it? Would they like it even though they are the same books promoted by the far right less than 10 years ago? Honestly, the way they are talking about Jews...
Your Honor, notice the fact that he hasn't shown a single actual clip of these two talking. He has just talked over footage of them talking.
During this live stream has me thinking that if I asked them if they thought the Holocaust actually happened in private, they'd have more to say than just yes. And maybe
How do you... objection, Your Honor, speculation?
I could even get them to watch The Greatest Story Never Told. I condemn all of this, by the way. All of this stuff...
Objection, Your Honor. Why does he know about Hitler, the greatest story ever told? Like, what's going on? What's going on? Just a Hitler?
Is
like,
terribly anti-Semitic, and I absolutely love Jews in Israel. If you see Barbie and Chris in the wild, though, maybe recommend them one of these books, just to see if they'll actually read them. I actually forgot this video was about Cruel World Happy Mind for a second, and I just wanted to talk...
Dude, he just got so passionate about his, like, anti-Holocaust dialogue, dude. It's awesome.
Talk about red pill shit I found on Poll. So yeah, basically she snaked Ethan and Hila, took all of her concessions back, and another podcast episode was made on her, where Ethan asked the question, why is it okay for your military husband to willingly join the army and kill brown children, but it's wrong for my wife to do her mandatory military service and also kill brown children? Which in my opinion is absolutely base and I applaud it. You really need to give it to Ethan for taking her terminally online logic and using it against
Jar's pro killing any form of brown child. Got it.
Her. Though at this point, I really think the internet has her so brain broken that they really could get her to leave her husband by bullying her hard enough. She even said at one point that she'd disavow a family member for not...
Did Jar's just, like, blame brown children for his downfall, and that's why he's, like, taking it out on them now? Like, what's going on?
He's just a kind little chudling, okay?
No, he's not kind. He's not being kind at all. He's being very hateful, and it's disturbing, dude.
Supporting trans people. Like, okay, I'm sure your husband doesn't crack tranny jokes with his military buddies when they're alone. So there's one last thing I want to cover
Jar!
before
What the fuck,
Jar?
This is falling from him.
Jar, you have to chill, dude. Like, what the fuck is going on?
When did he become an elitist?
It was funny the first time, but, like, holy shit, dude. Oh, dude,
He
Morale
might
Ray.
genuinely be racist now.
Thanks for rating Morale. I appreciate it, buddy.
Video ends. Another gay nerd. At some point, Barbie made a response to all the drama on her second channel, and took it down. Thankfully, though, I have this possible pooner who saved it, and look at all that K-pop shit on the wall.
I'm sorry, what the fuck did he just say? What the fuck did he just say?
Was that a slur?
Possible what?
I don't know.
Thankfully, though, I have this possible pooner who...
Pooner? What does that mean? Is that like a new word? Am I behind? Am I behind? Like, am I behind on the times? What's going on? Dude, Jar is experiencing springwalk failure right now. You guys are gonna hear like, Michael, don't leave me here. Jar is like actually having springlock failure. I'm just like, is pooner a slur? What is pooner?
Wait, this is weird because spoon is a slur.
No, look up pooner slang.
Urban Dictionary.
Yeah, no, just verbatim look up pooner slang. And you'll get both Urban Dictionary and other things. It's a slur? What's
it's a trans man and it's not pass.
Oh my god!
It's a trans slur.
Oh my god!
Jar!
What the fuck?
This is amazing.
Wait, hold on. To his credit, we got Green's Dictionary of Slang telling me that it's a male sexual athlete, a womanizer. So.
Okay, I don't think it's that.
Actually, I take that back. There's like multiple websites saying that it's actually just for a trans man.
Jesus Christ. Jar.
Jar's pretty based.
Jar, you have to calm down, man.
And look at all that K-pop shit on the walls. This guy's room or booth or whatever literally looks the same as a 14-year-old girl's. And I know this because a long time ago, I had a friend whose sister's room looked exactly...
Wait, why did he just say, I know this because... Okay, alright. We're gonna need to calm the fuck down. We're gonna need to slow down. What's going on?
And I know this because a long time ago, I had a friend whose sister's room looked exactly like this. I don't care if you're gay.
Sorry.
Dude, this is fucking embarrassing. Basically, he says some shit that amounts to...
Look at that god-awful tattoo on his arm, though. Look at that god-awful tattoo. That is so ugly looking. Look at that.
Reminds me of Ian's wife.
It really does. Look at how just gross that tattoo looks. That is such a gross looking tattoo.
Is that from A Nightmare Before Christmas?
No, I think it's from Corpse Bride, which is by also the same guys who did that.
Something I started a war and couldn't win, or...
Morale, give me like a freaking docket like I gave you for Rami Al-Dali, and then I'll do a Linus Tech Diff stream.
Something I'm a victim and also gay. All the shit you would expect after hearing him talk for about 5 seconds. And implying that the H3 fanbase is worse than H3 Snark, despite his fanbase never trying to get people's kids taken away for no reason. And then after 8 whole minutes, he actually starts playing Barbie's fucking video. Let's just say I can tell why she deleted it. A big chunk of it is just, I'll do better! But then she gets to the point where she starts talking about how good her research is, and how it's getting better.
My research has very high standards.
Wait, he's calling this guy a pooner.
Yes.
It took me this long to figure that out. Dude.
Oh my god.
It took me this long to figure it out, dude. I'm sorry.
After making one of the most horribly researched, horribly argued videos on the Kleins out there, and conceding to multiple errors on their podcast.
And while recently I have upped those standards even more to provide the most accurate information.
What do you mean your research?
Don't get me wrong. Okay, don't ever think that I'm agreeing with this guy. I can't remember his name. He is one of the most insufferable people. Adam McIntyre is one of the most insufferable people on this platform. I genuinely think that he should be stoned to death like the medieval times, okay? I think he should be, like, ripped limb from limb. I think he should be drawn and quartered. And all of that should be in Minecraft, of course, because I do not condone threats of violence. But, like, I find this guy completely insufferable, okay? Don't get me wrong that I'm trying to agree with this guy. I'm simply stunned.
What are your thoughts on the shit he made about Colleen Ballinger or whatever from Miranda Sings?
I think even that was gay and retarded. It's the way that he talks about his points and stuff like that. Like, it always annoys me. One of the things that annoys me, chat, and I think this is a good thing for you guys to remember. If you're ever wanting to get into the commentary sphere, remember this. One of the most infuriating things for any commentator, but it's a personal pet peeve of mine. If you have a W, accept the W. Do not add more. Do not add more. Just let it be a W. That's all you gotta do. It's that easy. Don't add more. Whenever anybody has a W, and but here's the thing. But money, you can have a video that's literally just talking about the objective facts of a situation. And if you draw it out, that's fine, but you don't have to add accusations that don't mean anything.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah.
Yes, and that's exactly what Adam McIntyre did with his Colleen Ballinger coverage. It's disgusting. It's so fucking retarded. And it makes the argument weaker. When you have a W and when you're exposing somebody who's shitty, that's great. That's great. Leave it there. Leave it there. Because otherwise, every single thing that you do weakens your argument and makes it more likely that I'm going to have sympathy for whatever pedophile freak that you're talking about. I shouldn't have sympathy for them. I shouldn't agree with them. But when you make these dumbass fucking points, I'm going to care more. Exactly. Dogpack is a perfect example. Dogpack's a perfect example because half of that, I was just like, yeah, I love Mr. Beast now. Right? It's so fucking retarded.
Search is getting better. Was it worse before? I'm not watching this bitch's old videos, but if you're a subscriber and you have any opinions based off her videos, then you'd better do your own research to make sure it's not founded in complete bullshit.
That does not mean that my research was not far better than most content out there, and I'm sorry, but I'm just saying that.
I agree with her. I agree with her completely here.
This guy is literally one.
Yeah, you lose because Adam McIntyre agrees with you. I'm gonna be honest, you lose because Adam McIntyre agrees.
One of the biggest fruitcakes I've ever seen. Anyways, then she starts talking about misogynistic women and quote-unquote pick-me's in her audience.
The main thing that has led me to really reflect on this and try to make a positive change in my content has really been realizing the amount of misogynistic women that had been following me prior to all of this. An archetype that is worse than the pick-me.
And how they flock to her videos to tear down other women because she's a perfect little angel and totally doesn't do the exact same thing. Like most of your videos, it's just about tearing down other women. You made a joke in your H3 video about Gila's dress being ugly. You thought you weren't going to cultivate an audience of mean girls? I don't buy it for one single second. Pretty much all women engage in that type of behavior.
Gokata, that's fucking disgusting, but I'm glad that you admitted it. You're here now, and that's what matters. Yeah, Jar's too afraid to say faggot, but I'm not. Okay? I can say fag all I want. That's a play.
Actually, it's cooler. He finds like weird, obscure slurs that you've never heard before.
He says pooner. Yeah, for sure. For sure. He says pooner. Yeah, he wins because he says pooner. You're right, dude. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're actually right.
I asked a couple of women to help me write this video, and I couldn't use like any of the shit they said about you, because even I thought it was going too far. Also, don't even get me started on how you called other girls pick-me's after taking on an entirely new political position, just because you thought doing so would make the internet like you more.
You have no proof that she never believed that political position and that she just randomly took it on. You have no proof of that.
And on top of that, comparing this video to like Jar's old ACC videos, it's like stark contrast, dude.
Night and day, absolutely. And it's like you have no position to say that she didn't believe that the whole time, and she just decided to vocalize it on that video. I don't even like this Cruel World Happy Mind cunt. Okay, I think she's retarded. She's very clearly retarded. She clearly like has some brain damage. Okay, she clearly has some 1920s frontal lobe removal damage. Okay, but like that being said, when you make a retarded point, I'm gonna combat against it. And this is the difference between me and Jar, because Jar is very clearly biased towards the clients. I'm not exactly sure why, but he is. Meanwhile,
because he based it all off of Nicholas Diorio. That's my game theory.
Probably. But meanwhile, I'm an ally of no one in terms of the fact that if I hear you make a bad point, I'm going to criticize it. I don't care if you're my best friend. Amos can attest to this. I love Amos. I I fantasize about sucking his cock in a bathroom. But like,
true.
Like when Amos makes a bad point, I'm the first person to call him a retard. Right?
True.
So it's like I will do this with anyone. I'm very consistent on this. So, it's just fucking retarded. Like, this is the way that
that should be the standard with everyone.
That's exactly what I was about to say. Anyone should be like this. This shouldn't be something that's novel and interesting. Anyone should be like this. But here we have, this is just the millionth example of somebody who's too biased to admit when one of their sides is wrong. And makes a stupid point. So they have to just defend everything, even when it makes them look like these fucking retards who have their mouth around an asshole so tightly like it's a pit bull on a toddler. Okay?
Anyways, then she goes on about making her content more positive and less toxic.
I'm hoping that shifting my content into a more positive light will make it very clear that my content is not about making fun of women.
I don't buy this for a second. You've been staring into the abyss that is YouTube drama for too long. You can't do that without the abyss looking back at you and making you part of it. Believe me,
You're retarded. You're retarded. You're literally projecting your own experience of making fun of women and stuff like that onto her. If you even saw the screenshot that you showed of her drama videos, I counted around 3 women total. The vast majority of those videos were on men. I saw Rice Gum, I saw Ethan, I saw all these other men. What are you talking about? You're projecting. As always, you're projecting. Just a projector.
No.
You know what that is?
A chugling.
You know what that is? Jap. Just a projector, okay?
You're not getting out. The only way is through your channel dying, which, honestly, it probably won't. People are mass disliking all of your videos because the controversy is fresh, but drama people have an extremely short attention span and memory. If you just kept grinding in the first place like nothing ever happened, then you could have avoided all of this, but I guess you have the lolcow gene because you just couldn't stop responding. Barbie
that
is way over.
That is rich. That is rich. You had one of the worst response videos that any of us have ever seen to the Cine stuff. I let you into my community because I'm a generous guy, okay? I'm a generous guy, and I said I would never leak anything of yours ever again if you didn't return to drama content. Why did I say this? I said this because Jar himself told me that drama content was very bad for him. He told me that it was ruining his life. He told me that. So I let him in, generously. I let him into my server, he called into my streams, and I told him as long as he never does a drama video again, because he himself has told me that it's poisonous for him, that I would never ever talk about him again. And what did he do? He made Cine Video Part 2, because he just can't resist. If that's not the lolcow gene, I don't know what is. So for you to call somebody else a lolcow and say that they have the lolcow gene, I don't think you should even be allowed to be honest.
Over her head, and the future of her channel pretty much depends on if she can prevent it happening again. At this point, there's blood in the water, and people are probably going to attempt to capitalize on that in the future, especially since she made herself out to be an easy target. But if she can manage to resist her lolcow gene, then she'll probably be fine. Thank God I'm not like her. Am I right, boys?
It's bleak.
It's
bleak.
Starting to love Jar.
It's bleak. It's really bleak. I'm always... You know what, Amos? I'm sorry. I'm always right. I'm sorry.
Anyways, my next video is going to be a third response to the City Bear drama that happened.
Okay, well, at least he made, like, a tongue-in-cheek joke about it.
Happened like over a year ago. So get excited for some more UNCTENT. Please send me money on Patreon so I can increase the budget of these videos. And check out my other channel where I do full reviews of movies and TV shows. My full review of iRobot just released, and I think it's a pretty good one. This has been Just a Jewbot, future president of Israel, and until next time, happy Hanukkah.
So, I want to see real quick, how many views did his IDAPS video get? I hate that plays every time. 7K. 7K. Okay. Great. Great work, man. Great work. Amos, can you entertain chat for a second before we get into our next segment so I can take a piss?
No.
Yeah, you can. No, you can.
I'm actually gonna leave stream. Bye.
No, can you please just stay and entertain chat, for fuck's sake? Not give me dead air.
I'm gonna give you that air, but you can walk away. It's okay.
Just fucking talk to them. Just say hi to them. Just be a human. Dude, he fucking left. What a fucking asshole, dude. This guy, by the way.
What are you talking about?
So this guy, by the way, chose to work on his Doodle Tones video that literally like has been over for over 2 years. He chose to work on that over the fucking Guamgo video that people actually care about right now. So like,
okay, buddy.
yeah. So if you want to know like the fucking like moral like deficiencies of this guy, it's right there. Okay, that's all I have to say. All right, disgusting, like a fucking disgusting.
I just did it to
person.
spite you.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So I don't know what the fuck this is. I've received this. Why
is like part of the list this guy said the N-word? Are we dead ass?
No, because this is funny. This is not a serious call out. This is just funny.
Oh, it's just funny. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair
So
enough.
big thanks to Jimmy for this content. Okay, wouldn't be possible without him. Jimmy made this docket. Okay. Did you guys actually hear me piss? There's no way.
I could hear you.
There's no fucking way, dude.
You were draining that snake like nice and long, dude. It's kind of creepy.
That wasn't my intention. The intention is to have somebody talking.
Did you ever think maybe to mute your mic as you walk away?
No.
Oh my god, dude! You're the biggest retard I've ever met.
Yeah, I get used to it, dude. Yeah, I mean, like, is this a shock to you? All right, so we got X-Man versus Larry the Batman fan. Okay.
You crunch it up, you pee.
Just fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off, dude. Fuck off. All right. So let me update the stream name real quick. And while I'm here, listen, like the stream, donate if you feel so inclined. Donations are always appreciated, never expected. I really appreciate you guys just watching, period. So, don't feel like you need to, but if you are enjoying the content and you want to, I always really appreciate it. UNCTENT. But a big shout out to Jimmy, JXMMY. He's on Twitter, he's on YouTube, he's the big next up and comer. He's doing things for himself. Big shout out. All right, so his name's Jimmy. X-Man exposes Larry the Batman fan. Let's check it out.
Good morning. Good
Dude, okay, we've already got Kino. We've got Kino on our hands. This is awesome.
Is this guy in the Bronx?
This is awesome. This is awesome.
afternoon and good evening to my peeps wherever you are in the world. This is your boy X-Man 1991.
What's up, X-Man?
Signing on.
Signing
The Heaven
on.
Monsters podcast is the strongest. It's finally August.
Oh yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This right here is going to be an anticipated rant that I've been dying to do for a while. I've been wanting to do a rant on one certain son of a bitch that's been getting on our nerves. And you can tell by his name is in the title of this video.
Dude, I love that. I love that little stutter there. You can tell by the title. His name is in the title. That's awesome.
Let me do a rant about this guy because I know he's been getting on y'all nerves and he's been getting on my nerves. Well, it's time to bring him up now.
All right, let's bring him up.
Today's rant is going to be on this son of a bitch right here. Larry the Crybaby fan. And I know he's going to correct me saying it's Larry the Batman fan. Duh, we know what your name is. I know what your name is. But to me, your name is Larry the Crybaby fan.
Oh, he just... Dude, he just owned the fucking shit out of him, dude. How's he ever going to recover from this? Larry the Crybaby fan? Damn.
Juggalo Jigsaw Reaction was the first one to call him Larry the Crybaby fan before I did. Somebody called him Larry the Gay Man fan because I heard that he loves the cock. Oh boy, where do I begin talking about
This is fucking Kino, dude. This is actually fucking Kino, dude.
this guy?
Jimmy, I shouted you out, bro. I shouted you out. I gave you a big shout out, okay?
Larry the Crybaby fan, I've been hearing you running your mouth.
Jimmy, do you want to call in real quick and like tell us the fucking like lore? Do you want to just tell us like how you found this community and stuff? Because I would be very interested to hear this. I always love like weird little shitter community stuff. Here, are you in my server? I can't remember if you're in my server. You never interact in there. Definitely, if you'd like to call in, you're more than welcome to, buddy. Yeah, you are in here. If you go into waiting, I'll pull you right in. If you'd like to call in, but you know, I'd love some context because I'm a little lost. But this is awesome.
On YouTube, talking this, talking that about people.
Mm-hmm.
And you are without a shadow of a doubt the worst.
That doesn't mean you can't call in, Jimmy. Goddamn. If you're interacting in my chat, you can probably call in, bud.
YouTuber of all time. Somebody had did their top 20 worst YouTubers on their community post, and of course they put your ass at number 1 because apparently you suck.
Ooh.
I thought you was a cool guy, but now you're starting to get on my nerves.
You thought he was a cool guy?
Just like everybody else. You want to talk about being a racist? Bro, didn't you just made a video saying the N-word? Said, "What's up, my nigger?" And then I...
Whoa! Whoa! Can we say that? Can we say that, bro? My seventh Angry Orchard tonight, by the way. Check this out. You know, stream time is Angry Orchard time. Look at how many fucking caps is on there, bro. Alright.
Hello, Pimpleton.
Hey, Lyrics. What's up?
Alright. So, I was scrolling through YouTube. I went live. I was going to watch a junk drawer video, have a little bit of fun. After, I was going to end stream, and I came across a video by Trace, the X-Men 1991 fan, talking about the Larry the Batman beef. And I kind of just fell in that for the last 9 days of streaming.
Okay, so that's been like, this has been what you've been pursuing.
Yeah. I have a Google Doc. I can send you a bunch of videos if you want it.
No, I have the Google Doc. Gamma sent it to me. Yeah.
Of course Gamma did.
Yeah, well listen, I give you a big shout out. Don't worry about it, bud.
Thank you, Pimpleton. We love Pimpleton.
Yeah.
But apparently, like, everybody in the server is a pedophile. Like, everyone connected to this.
In what server?
Not server. Like, everyone in the circles. Like, Larry,
X-Men
kind of... Everyone, like, X-Men kind of retweets a little bit of lolly on Twitter.
Love it. Love it. Okay.
Larry asks for little kids' addresses to send them video games.
Dude, there's no
I've done it
way.
multiple times.
He asked for their addresses?
There's one time where he calls, like, a little kid Mr. Delicious, saying, like, can I be your second dad? What's your address? It's in the Google Doc. It's super bad.
Dude. Okay, so this is gonna be awesome, is what you're telling me. Okay, got it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay, well, good job finding this. What are you talking about tonight?
We're like way down the rabbit hole is someone that's like loosely connected that's also a pedophile, racist, and his dad's also a pedophile somehow.
So you're like still pursuing this?
Yeah, I kind of want to make a video on it. I haven't come to like a conclusion yet because I just keep going deeper.
What community is this?
We kind of just call it the UNCTENT because I don't think they have a name for it.
But is it like comic books? Do they like comic books? Because I know like is that like an X-Men fan sort of thing? And then we've got Larry the
X-Men
Batman.
1991 versus Larry the Batman fan. I was like, yeah, it's gonna be comics, Marvel versus DC. No, Larry doesn't cover anything Batman related. X-Men doesn't cover anything superhero related. It's just like nothing.
So they're just like talking for the sake of it, essentially.
what they love to do, if you actually scroll through the channel, you're gonna notice they each have a lot of videos. Like everyone included has videos like my top 10 worst YouTubers. They make them like twice a week, where they just put everyone they dislike in it.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay. Well, okay. Well, listen, thank you. Thank you. I'll let you get back to it, but I appreciate you educating me a little bit.
For letting me call in.
Yeah, of course. Big shout out, Jimmy. Everybody go subscribe to Jimmy.
Have a good one.
Yeah, you too, man. I don't know how he got into my live room. I guess somebody pulled him because he does not have those firms. But I'm cool with it. It's fine. Big shout out, Jimmy.
I know you deleted that video, but did you honestly think nobody was going to screen record that and put it out there so everybody will know how much of a racist your punk ass is?
He has that like mega autism like view lock. Do you guys know what I mean? Like here, I'll give you a sample. It's like this. Did you not think that somebody would take that and actually put it in there? Like, notice how the whole time my eyes are trained on the center of the camera, right? Like, there's a special kind of, like, autism mega lock that some people have. And our boy X-Man is one of those guys, you know? Fuck. Dude, I'm on my 7th Angry Orchard. I think I might have said that already. But, holy mother of God, it's getting tough, dude. Okay. Why am I so... Have you guys noticed that I'm off-center this whole time and not said anything? Because if you have, you're fucking assholes. There you go. There you go, I'm on center now. Alright.
Are you kidding me, Larry?
Are you kidding me, Larry?
Did you say the word nigga in one of your videos and then you deleted the video because you honestly think nobody was going to screen record that and put it out there and let everybody know how much of a racist you are?
True.
You're more of a racist than Hulk Hogan. I know Hulk Hogan is dead, you know, God rest his soul. Yes, he did say the N-word 10 years ago, and I'm still mad about that. But at least he apologized.
Okay. Is this Lil Baggio? True. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Dude, not Hip Hop Rap XP. What the fuck? Dude, not Black Sheep of the World, dude.
The video is muted on your stream, Pimpleton.
What are you talking about?
It's like super quiet.
No, it's not.
Okay, don't listen.
Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Wait, why is that so low? I'm sorry, guys. Fine, Amos was right. Fine, whatever.
That, but I don't blame him and everybody else for cutting ties with your punk ass. Because you're a hypocrite, you're a cyberbully, you're a racist, and I heard that you dated a 15-year-old while you was already 18. What does a grown-ass man want with a 15-year-old girl?
If he was just 18, 15, that's a high school age gap, I'm sorry.
Don't you know that's called statutory RAPE right there?
Not necessarily.
A grown-ass man already out of high school dating a little girl that's still in high school.
Listen, I just didn't want Amos to be right. He can't be right.
Quote to Hurricane, what's up with that? You should have went to jail a long time ago. Why would an 18-year-old man want to date a 15? Oh my God.
He should have gone to jail over a 3-year age gap. Come on.
And another reason why.
That's actually such a good point, Gila. Why can't you say rape if he's going to say the N-word?
I don't like about Larry.
Hard R, by the way.
This dude looked like a damn shaved bird. That's exactly what you look like, Larry. You look like a damn shaved bird.
I love that we're going from like he's a pedophile, he says the hard R, also he looks ugly. Okay, got it.
Or you look like Schnitzel from Chowder. Rada, 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 rada. That's exactly what you look like. Or you look like a watered down version of Squidward from SpongeBob. That's exactly what you look like. And another thing, if you're gonna blow your nose, pause the video and do it off camera. Don't blow your nose on camera because no one.
Okay, then I could say the same exact thing about you. What the
Pause
fuck was
the
this
video.
maneuver? What was this
Down version
maneuver?
of
Hold on.
Squidward from SpongeBob. That's exactly what you look like.
Why would you do? You gotta like adjust your fucking. You gotta get the fucking boogers out of your nose. Like, don't be saying that shit. Don't be doing that shit if you're gonna say that he needs to like blow his nose off camera, man.
And do it off camera. Don't blow your. You're so damn disgusting. And why the hell do you still have the Nintendo Entertainment System? Who still plays the Nintendo Entertainment System? The original NES. Nintendo's first.
Why is this guy shitting on the NES, bro? What's wrong with the NES?
Video game system. Who still plays that shit in this decade? I know the Nintendo Entertainment System is a classic system, but who still plays that? That game system came out in 1985.
Okay. So? People still play the original pack? I'm not even gonna argue with this. I don't know. Why are we shitting on the NES, bro?
Here in the United States, that is. It came out in 1983 in Japan. But I pretty much follow video game systems and video games that was released in North America. That game system came out in 1985 in the US.
Yeah.
It's 2025. Who the hell still plays the original NES in 2025? When that
I mean, so what, dude? When was this made, by the way? This is 5 months ago. Interesting.
game system came out in 1985. This isn't 1985, Larry. It's 2025. Get with the times with the game systems, bro. And I know I am way behind with my game system, ladies and gentlemen. I believe when Black Friday comes, I'm gonna buy me a PS4.
A PS4? How the fuck are you gonna insult this guy for playing an NES? Which, like, who cares? And then you only have a PS. What do you have right now? 3? What are we doing, man? What is this? How many subs does this guy have? Okay, he has 1,000. He has 1,000. He's older than me by 9 years, if this is his birthday. Okay, so he's 35. He's got January 9th anniversaries. 25 years of Jim Ross's best commentary. Recap for the Rockets and the Warriors. 25 years of Friday Night Nicktoons. Recap of NFL. So he's not... Okay, it looks like he's not really going for the drama stuff right now. He hasn't done a drama thing in a long time, actually. Huh. He also posts a whole lot, so it's kind of hard to tell. But he hasn't done it in at least 3 weeks. Gang Beasts review. Okay. My 5 top hated celebrities. What do you do? Huh. So he really likes to do these like anniversary videos. It's anniversary videos and it's like top 20 stuff, and then it's like recaps of sports games. Huh. Weird niche.
I have not bought a game system since 2016 when I bought a PS3. The PS4 is the next game system I'm going to get when Black Friday comes. But Larry, nobody plays the original NES anymore. That is so 1980s. It's the 2020s, bro. Come on now. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, dude, playing the PS3 is so like early 2000s, dude. Get with the times. You're 20 years behind. Like, what are we doing?
And I seen a post of your top 20 worst YouTubers of all time. I got so mad when you put Hip Hop Rap XP and Black Sheep of the World on that damn list. I disagree with you putting those two on your list, especially you put Black Sheep of the World at number 2. No, they should have never been on your list.
Who the fuck are these people?
I can name you a few YouTubers that's better than you. My man Black Saiyan is a better YouTuber than you. One of my fellow Houston YouTubers, Sigus, D6, Angry Black Man, is damn sure a better YouTuber than you. Birthday Boy Flight reacts. Oh, it's already August 7th. Happy birthday to Flight. He is now 30 years old. He's a better YouTuber than you. Cash Nasty is a better YouTuber than you. Tyrone Magnus is a better YouTuber than you. Juggalo Jigsaw Reaction is a better YouTuber than you. My brother Mike Henry is a better YouTuber than you. Samurai Red is a better YouTuber than you. Hell, I'm a better YouTuber than you.
I don't know about you guys, but I know every single name of every single one of these people so far. Like, I watch them constantly.
You've been on this platform for 2 years. I've been on for 11 years. And I've been making videos for 7 years. Where the hell were you when I did my top 10 Crash Bandicoot villains video?
What? What kind of statement is that? What is he even trying to say, bro? What does that mean? Where were you when I watched my when I made my Crash Bandicoot top 10 villains video, bruh? Where were you when I made that, bruh? Huh? Where were you when I made that? Yeah, my day ones were there when I made the Crash Bandicoot top 10 villains video, but you weren't.
Where the hell were you when I did my first gameplay of NBA Street Volume 2? Where were you when I uploaded my first video game review on this platform after doing video game reviews on Facebook? Where were you then, Larry, when I was making those videos in 2018?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
What?
And I saw in your community...
Why did you need to be present for those things? What is that? Objection, relevance?
Post. You said that my brother Black Saiyan is banned from commenting on your videos, and he's banned from commenting on your posts? Like my man Black Saiyan gives a damn if he gets banned from commenting on your posts and on your videos. Are you kidding me? Keep my brother Black Saiyan's name out your damn posts and out your damn mouth.
Keep my brother Black Saiyan out your fucking mouth.
Come on, bro. Black Saiyan, he may be a little bit younger than you, but at least he's acting more mature than you. I think it's time for us to get this son of a bitch Larry off this platform. Because this platform would be much better if he wasn't on it. If he wasn't on this platform would be much better than what it is right now. You know what? If we had like a 1v1 basketball game, who y'all think would win a basketball game in a 1v1? Me?
What? What? Why is this a metric? Who do you guys think would win a basketball game? This guy or the other guy? Because we haven't seen him yet, so kind of need to see him before we determine the basketball game winner.
Or Larry. I'll wait.
I'll wait.
Yeah, I definitely had to come on here and make a video about this son of a bitch because he's been running his mouth, talking shit about people, you know, criticizing people, being a racist, being a cyberbully.
Mm-hmm.
And also, why would you make a video showing your dirty ass feet, bro? At least you could have put some socks on instead of showing your bare ass feet. Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me?
And I guarantee you, my dog nephew Juno, he's a much better pet than your dirty ass cat Miles. Like,
your dog is named Nephew Juno, bro?
Do you even watch that cat? That cat looks dirty as hell. And speaking of dog, y'all know National Dog Day is coming up on August 26th.
Okay, that's nice.
And I will post pictures of my dog nephew, Juno. And I guarantee you, everybody's going to say that he's a much better looking pet than your cat, Miles. But the bottom line is, Larry, you suck, you're a racist, you're a hypocrite, you're a pedophile, you're a cyberbully.
A pedophile?
And this probably won't be my first and last time making a video about this dude, because after this, I'm not dressing the son of a bitch anymore. So whatever the hell you guys say after this, Larry, good luck with that, because I'm going to continue making positive content like I've been doing. I'm going to let everybody else that's been destroying you for months and years now finish you off. You know what I'm saying? The bottom line is, oh, and one more thing. You sexually harassed Sonya talking about her titties and stuff. Bro, how disgusting are you?
What? We need to learn more about these allegations.
Bro, this guy is so disgusting. I think Larry has got to go. This dude has got to go.
Larry's got to go, bro.
Because I know I've had it with this son of a bitch. And I'm going to tag him in this video because I want him to see this. And I can't wait for him to respond to this.
Right.
If I feel like responding to this video, I'll do it. But I'm not addressing him no more after this. This is going to be my first and last video on him. But if he has something smart to say about me, I'll definitely respond to it. And if his punk-ass fanboys has something smart to say, I'm just going to remove their comments and block them, ban them from this channel automatically.
Dude, ban them from the channel.
The bottom line is, Larry, it's time for you to get off this platform. And leave Sonya, Hip Hop Rap XP, and Black Sheep of the World alone.
So
You've been
fucking
warned.
true, dude. That is so fucking
Black Sand,
true.
Mikey, Black Sheep of the World, Samurai Red, Jeremy, Beanie Jean. You guys feel me on this one? I ain't want to snap on the son of a bitch too much because I'm not the type of person that likes to raise my voice. But if people does disrespect me, then I have the right to raise my voice and snap at them.
You're goddamn right, brother.
But that's going to wrap up my rant on Larry the Crybaby Fan. What do you guys think about my rant on Larry the Crybaby Fan? And how well did I did on this rant?
How
did
well
I get
did
it
you
good?
do?
Just let me know.
Hey, guys.
If you're new here, hit subscribe, hit the notification bell for my next rants, like this shit.
Rate that 1 out of 10, guys. Rate that 1 out of 10. Hempleton, are we still on for getting those shots of your gaping butthole for the video? I didn't know how to feel when you first said it, but now I think it's going to be really good footage. Hey guys, if you don't know who Larry the freaking fucking retard is, give a big shout out. Thank you, Big Aaron, for the 149. He has a lot more videos of Larry. Well, we're getting into the Google Docs. Don't even worry about it. Alright. Larry the Batman first fan exposed with screenshots. Okay. Let's see this. This is by X-Men as well. No, this is U. Razgani. Okay. And this is an expose of creepy comments left by Larry the Batman fan. Okay. Yeah, dude, I'm a little fucked up, man. Can't even lie. So some people think that others including myself are lying about the Larry the Batman fan. You asked for proof, and you got it. Being a creepy to a boy with charge syndrome. What is charge syndrome? What is that? I don't think those other videos are on the Google Doc. That sucks, man. You just drink another beer? I'm working on it, buddy. Charge syndrome is a rare autosomal dominant genetic disorder characterized by a specific pattern of congenital anomalies with an incidence of approximately 1 in 10,000 births. The acronym CHARGE stands for coloboma, heart defects, atresia of the Coene, retarded growth and development, genetic abnormalities and ear anomalies, though the clinical spectrum has expanded those to include additional features such as cranial nerve abnormalities, developmental delay, and distinctive facial features. So it's just like some guy who's like retarded because of like deficiencies and stuff. Okay. Sound it out. I'm trying. Don't go for Edward 40 hands. I don't have 40s right now. I don't have 40s and it's too late to order one. So we'll do 100 for I do Edward 40 hands for next stream if I get to 100. Alright. Yeah, there you go. Brain stop working? Stop. I don't care if you have charge syndrome or whatever the hell you have. I want to talk to you. I want to be your best friend. If it makes you feel any better, you can think of me as your second dad. If it would help you encourage me to give you your address. What? If I could give you a nickname, it would be Mr. Delicious. What? Can I have your address? I've got some presents I want to send you. What in the goddamn hell were you talking about? His speech with people who have disabilities. People with disabilities aren't as worth as much as a regular person, but it says in the Bible that God loves even the least of these. Yeah, here's the problem, Larry the Batman fan. You definitely have a disability yourself, brother. If you can't tell, you clearly are disabled yourself, so I mean, I guess you're not worth as much. Larry, the Bible is talking about people who are poor. In those days, poor people had low social status and God loved them. When most society did not, God was not talking about disabled people. So is this person saying that God didn't love disabled people? What are we talking about? Other hateful comments he made toward the following: Umbrella Robster 97, Royce Miller, Billy Gamer 05, Black Sheep of the World, Dragon Knight Remastered, Robert. We love Robert. Spear Dude 2021, J Margera, and Backy 06 Slime. The Umbrella Robster 97 having 358 subscribers is laughable. I find it funny that he had the amount, but it goes to show that if you're a drama freak, then people gravitate towards that person more, it seems. Most of my videos I try to be positive about. This guy is not positive, hardly ever, even in his reborn. Royce Miller is a mentally challenged man. He's sending pizzas to our house, and what is he gaining from this? Nothing. Billy Gamer 5 sucks. Black Sheep of the World 98, I heard, has been made junk about me recently. Man, you are no better than Robert. You and him definitely are in my top 3 worst YouTubers of all time. You're a punk that trash talks other YouTubers, yet you're too scared to show yourself on camera. That's just me showing you're a scary cat who is a punk-ass crybaby who talks shit about other YouTubers that he doesn't like. Leave me and Jack Al Goldkick alone. Now, also, what business is it of yours that I do it if I do or don't have a girlfriend? That's not your business, fool. I'll bet he doesn't even have a girlfriend himself. Explanation point, explanation point. Also, this dude is racist and says racist things about white people. So then you're not only against me because I am white, but you're against everyone that is white, fool. You stupid man. Yeah, that Dragon Knight Remastered, he's really stupid. He makes Beavis and Butthead look smart. It's crazy to see how Spear Dude 21 will mock me for my shortcomings and Brian delivers you the goods. But yeah, what about his shortcomings and the bad things that he says about others? So in my eyes, he's a hypocrite. Also, why do you defend bad people's behaviors if you're sad against cyberbullying? If you're against it, then why do you defend Sonia the Seagull? I went here 298. J Mark Jarrett equals something like, I don't even know what that emoji is. That bull? Get it? No good. My friend Baki 06 Slime isn't as smart as some of my other friends, but I still respect her, I guess. Yeah. J Cena, J Margera, shut up about me and John Wilson. Here we are minding our own business, and you go making videos about us talking shit. You need to quit while you're ahead. Otherwise, I'm gonna go ahead and sue you for decimation of character. Interesting. He's violating his first, third, and fifth guideline. What a hypocrite this man is. I don't know what the guidelines mean. Oh, okay. My guidelines for this channel are: be civil and respectful. Questions are welcome, even if it's about religion, but no politics, please. No cyberbullying or cyberbullies allowed here. If I catch one of you here, I will report your channel. I will not allow your comments to stay on my channel either. Do not take the Lord names in vain in comment section of any of my videos, otherwise I will ban you from this channel for good. No harassment or hate speech allowed here. These are my rules here. No doxing people's addresses in the comment sections on my YouTube channel. If you violate that, I will delete your comments. Now there's one more comment he made, but I could not find his original video it was on. It was an inappropriate remark towards Sonia Chiri, and it has been proven to exist. So Larry, you discover you cyberbully people, target people with disabilities, preach false Bible verses, are a hypocrite, are racist, are homophobic, and make inappropriate comments towards women. Larry's also being accused of doxing people's addresses and secretly dating a 15-year-old girl while in his 30s. What? However, I could not find any proof online of either of these things are true, so right now it looks like these accusations are false and started by trolls. But beware of this creepy man. He's lied so much, it's hard to trust anything he says. If you have proof of Larry doxing people's addresses or dating an underage girl, please come forward. I hope for his sake these accusations are just rumors started by a troll. How can you be sick in the head to mess up people's lives like that, Larry? I hope they're just lies about you. Awesome. Awesome. Great work. Really solid work. Larry the Batman fan hater. Here we go.
Sick and tired of you. And I swear to God. And I'm getting tired of you.
I'm getting tired of you.
So please, leave the effing alone. The X-Men, you understand? Do you? Do you understand? And I don't care.
Dude, I love that for you, the first one is my thoughts on the LGBTQ community. That's really awesome.
I'm sick and tired of you. Look at my face. Look at my face.
Dude. Dude. What the fuck?
Yo, Himpler.
What?
Just want to say, shout out Jimmy O.
Yeah, I already shouted him out, but okay. Thanks, bud. Dude, why are his lips so wet? Why are his lips so wet? What's going on? What's going on?
And here's the even worse.
Okay, show me the even worse.
Hold on.
Okay, I'm holding on.
X-Men 1991 is a dumbass.
Oh, shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up.
Okay.
I mean, look what he said to me on this post.
What did he say? He can do whatever he wants? Why do you care about that? He can't except for committing a crime?
Yeah, X-Men, I really did apologize to you, babe, because I didn't see your comment until then, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, look at his post.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking,
and I'm
man.
getting
I don't see what's
mad.
wrong with it. Why are you getting mad, man?
For real, I'm getting tired of mad at him.
Did he say the N-word? Wait, did he
It's
just
not
say
right.
it?
He can
Hold
go
on.
back to LL.
Hold on. This guy doesn't talk very clearly, so I need to see if he said
Yeah,
the
look at his
N-word.
post. And I'm getting mad. For real, I'm getting tired of mad at him.
Oh, he said
mad.
I'm just retarded.
It's not right. He can go back to LL.
Why does he sound like he's about to cry, man? It's okay.
For goodness sakes. I will not miss anything, so I do. then
You didn't even click
I'm not-
read more.
I'm
We
just
couldn't
gonna
even
keep
tell what he
going.
said.
I'm trying my best, so don't worry about it. This is my third time uploading videos this week, so
Okay.
it's hard.
It's hard?
I haven't killed this one yet, so.
What the fuck is going on here? We're going back to 2 times.
Right. Okay, there it is. There's the video. What? Tell you about. Alright, that's the comment.
What's a comment? You didn't even focus on it for long enough, man. So this is the only rant on me by far. Make sure you report this for cyberbullying and harassment. X-Man says.
Okay, there it is. There's the video. What? Tell you about. Alright, that's the comment. Screw you. Rise about the sorrow. It's true. Larry Plant, my friend. Both of you should be punished by God.
Both of you should be punished by God?
I'm telling you. That ain't right in the society today. So, goodbye. You Squidward fan.
Squidward fan?
Boy. I hope you lose subscribers. And I hope you get sick with COVID, because I don't feel sorry for you, dude. And I'm not. Anyways, this is the end of this video here, so yeah, screw you too.
These feel like some very mentally disabled people, man. Okay. Larry's a little horny. Uh-oh.
Okay. That was Steel Paws, A Brand New World from a gaming legend, Yu Suzuki. Larry with...
Dude, not Melanie Mac. Not Melanie Mac. Come on. Not Melanie Mac. Melanie Mac, the fucking, like, worst, like, alt-right grifter, like, pick-me girl that I've ever seen in my life. Literally makes the word faggot not fun anymore. Dude, I fucking hate this bitch. I fucking hate this bitch. So then, what do you do in your spare time out of YouTube? What inspires you the most? And do you have a boyfriend? Gunnar, I did a deep dive on Zoo Chat and I never made the video because it was so bad.
The 5 says, so what do you do in your spare time outside of YouTube? 2, what inspires you the most? 3, do you have a boyfriend? Hold on. No, I don't have a boyfriend. I've been single and celibate for a long time, and that's living for Jesus Christ.
Shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch. I guarantee you're a whore. Come on. Melanie Mac's a fucking whore.
Is this all like mental health awareness?
The game award goes to...
I don't really care that much, but we'll see.
Neva.
I don't even know what that is. Okay, so, what I do in my spare time, I like to draw. I like to play video games. I like to spend time with my family. Those are the main things I do. 2, what inspires you the most? Jesus, reading the Bible.
Oh, shut up. You don't like Jesus. Shut the fuck up. You don't like Jesus. If you like Jesus, you wouldn't be on the gay thing so hard. Okay? Jesus loved everybody. Alright? If you love Jesus so much, you wouldn't care about this shit so much. You wouldn't be on this grift of hating like gay people. Let's just be real. Let's just be honest, okay? Like, I hate Melanie Mac so much, man. Why does she always sound like she's about to cry whenever she says something, man?
I mean, yeah, that's what's inspiring me in my journey right now and all this content creation. It's like my faith keeps me going more than anything now.
Uh-huh.
Okay. We have 7th dimension.
Yeah, whatever, dude. So, he's in love with Melanie Mac. Not a good thing. Not a good thing. So, Larry said the N-word hard R in a video before. Clip censored.
My neighbor. What up, my neighbor? Hello, YouTube.
Lol? Okay, so that's him saying the N-word, and then his justification for it.
Seems like we got a few people that
There's no way that this guy is saying that, like, mentally disabled people are less human, dude. Friendly fire will not be tolerated.
I seem to think that I'm a racist person when I'm really not. I was only trying to point out the wrongs of Daniel Rolfe because he thinks that it's okay to use the N-word in videos, and it's not okay at all for him to act like he's black when he's not. And saying racial things about people is just wrong. People of different ethnicities, it's just not cool, man. It's the black community says that N-word to their own kind because it's
to their own
kind of a brotherly love type of thing. But not when you're a white person. It's not a brotherly love thing. They look at that as racist. They're ready to beat your ass. So, it's just something I don't recommend that Daniel Rolfe continue doing. That's the message I was trying to convey. That was the point I was trying to get across. But then we got these idiots like Jay Margera who think that I'm actually being racist.
He's not.
No,
He's
dumbass.
not
That's not the point.
No,
the point
dumbass.
was that Daniel Rolfe is a racist, not me. I featured a black woman in my videos.
So he literally featured a black woman in his videos.
How am I a racist? You're just an idiot. You're an idiot, a cyberbully, and you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
But the thing is, though, it's...
Okay. Allegations that Larry killed an entire family?
This video goes out to Larry Cool, the gamer. For all of his fans, I hope you know he murdered an entire family.
No.
It's not okay to support his channel, and SpearDude21 can prove that Larry Cool, the gamer, actually murdered an entire family and committed arson.
He can
it's
prove
true. And also, he is not a real Christian. So, Zach G and Larry Cool, you are evil, wicked people, and the Lord will punish you for your wicked ways. And also, he is not a real gamer and is a real bully online. SpearDude21 is the best YouTuber in my honest opinion, and I will refuse to support somebody who murdered an entire innocent family.
No description. Okay. Okay. So, is there proof? I believe you. I'm sorry, brother, in Christ, that these bullets lie. I really do believe you. Their stories don't make sense, nor have proof. What does that mean? What are we talking? What's going on? Jacko Goldkick used to be friends with Larry, but cut him off because Larry was singing in video games that he didn't want, and also because Larry said the N-word. Okay.
Everything. So why?
Can you pull up the video that I sent you? It's made by the Black Sand guy. Yeah, sure, Lord. What the fuck is going on here?
Why I cut ties with Larry the Batman fan? Well, I wrote down, and I'm going to recount some of the things he said over time, that while he apologized for some of this stuff, it wasn't until I said he should apologize. He didn't apologize for saying these things. A lot of them were just rude to me. I didn't like them. And it was just this thing that was building and building where he just kept saying things I didn't like. And it just felt like, you know, I didn't feel healthy in a friendship. It just felt disrespectful at times with some of the shit he would say. And then he went and apologized about it afterwards. It felt rude. And I'm going to get into what some of those things were.
Right.
First thing I'll get into, this is one of the recent things he said. He said that, no offense, but you're picky when it comes to video games. And that offended me and pissed me off because I'm not picky when it comes to video games.
Dude, he's literally not picky when it comes to video games.
I like plenty of video games. I try plenty of video games. I give a lot of games a chance. Sometimes I like certain games, sometimes I don't like certain games. It's how it goes. But he says he has variety taste in gaming, and there's only a few types of games he don't like. But I think everybody has their likes and dislikes, you know. And that was kind of something he said when we first beefed. He just said it in a different way. You know, when we first beefed, remember that shit he was saying about me being closed-minded.
Down your throat, you're not going
Thanks
to be
for
able
the
to
two,
talk
go
for a
cut
week, okay?
Is it brown?
Thanks for the two. Why is he holding his mic up to like right up to his lips like that?
Video games, it's kind of the same thing, but just said in a different way, you know. And when he said that, when he said I was picking about video games, I was pissed about that. And then another thing he said is because he was planning on sending me a new gift. In that same voice message, he says, you know, because we were having some talk about tactical shooters, and I was saying I wasn't really big on tactical shooters, and he said, well, the SOCOM games are that, I'm sending you them. And he said that, you know, I can't keep spending money on games you don't like. And it's like, dude, number one, you're the one deciding to send these gifts to me, not me. And number two, you're the one deciding to spend the money. And number three, I don't even get to choose the games that are bought for me. If I had it my way, I would have you send me a PS5, not a bunch of games for PS2 and 360. But that's just...
So you're ungrateful that he's sending you games? Okay.
me. If I had my choice, I would be like, send me a PS5, because that's actually what I want, not the other stuff. But anyways, it's like, how are you going to sit there and say, I can't keep spending money on games you don't like when you're the one buying the games? You're the one sending the gifts. And you basically, I don't get no choice on what gets sent. So how is it my fault? You're the one choosing it. That's another thing. And that pissed me off. And I said, look, I don't like the way you talk to me at times. I don't like it. Stop it. If it just happens again, I'm cutting ties with you. And he didn't listen. Because recently what happened is we were talking about the whole N-word thing. Now, I've had a bad history with the N-word. Not proud of it. Didn't handle it good back then. But I think I've gotten better with it. I don't use the word anymore. I had a video talking about it. So to say I had a history with it, you know, and I acknowledge it. But Larry, I feel like the way he handled the N-word thing just wasn't right. Because the situation with Larry, when it comes to the N-word, he did that video about Daniel Rolfe, where he said that, you know, Daniel Rolfe shouldn't use the N-word, which I agree. But the problem with how Larry did it is he said the word. It's like, you don't say the word. You don't. You could just say, don't say that word, but you don't got to say the full word, and that's what people take an issue with. And I think the way Larry handled it wasn't right. He deleted the video, he was telling people he wasn't racist and combative against it, when he should have apologized for saying it, saying that was wrong. Maybe dive deeper into why he said it. Because people don't just say that word to say it. There's more to it. That's what it was with me when I talked about it on YouTube. It's the same reason with Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan just didn't say it, and when it was exposed to say it, he probably said it because there was people around him growing up that said it, and thus he started using it. That's part of where that word comes from. I mean, personally, in my opinion, I don't think anybody should use the N-word. I don't like the word, but I don't use it anymore. But I don't think Larry should have used the word. And I told him that. I said, you know, I think you could have did it differently. And he sends me a text message saying, well, maybe not in that way, but it was a text saying, you know, you're saying what everyone else is saying. It's like, well, they're right. And also, it doesn't help the fact that one of his videos about John Weston, which I'm not cool with John Weston. I think the guy's a liar. He cut ties with me because I still wanted to be cool with Larry, which I was wrong for being cool with Larry, but it's still pretty immature of John Weston to do. But he made a video about John Weston saying that, you know, the guy, you know, because John Weston would make a lot of threats about Larry, and Larry said if, you know, he comes to his area, then these black people who are his neighbors will shoot John Weston. And it just seemed kind of weird for him to say that. It's like, why is your first thought about people that are your neighbors that happen to be black is shooting someone? You know, you take that into account with the N-word usage. You see why people kind of maybe would have an agenda that he's racist, you know. I don't know the guy in real life, but I don't think it was right for him to use the word. And I gave my opinion about it like a friend's supposed to do. I wasn't rude about it. And I just like he got rude with me in the text message. Like, here he goes again having an attitude, saying something I don't like. And that's what made me cut ties with him, because he didn't even apologize for talking like that, or in general how he's talked before. And this is my...
Okay. Yeah, that sucks, man. So Jack also made this short apologizing like 1 month earlier.
What's up, YouTube? It's Jackal Goldkick. So, I want to make an apology YouTube short to Larry the Batman fan. Try to talk things out with him on Facebook Messenger. As for the hangout thing, I don't know, but I want to apologize to him because I'll be honest, I haven't really been that good of a friend to him.
Ooh.
You know, like, I appreciate everything he's done for the channel and what he's sent and things he's done, but I feel like I've not been a good friend in the sense of like talking about him to others behind his back, and you know, just things like that. And you know, I should have been like yes or no right away with the meetup thing rather than say I'm gonna do it, I'm not gonna do it. Deleted the YouTube short.
Yeah, fuck you, Jackal. Fuck you. Guys, can I be honest? I feel like I'm out of my depth on this. Hold on. Listen. Listen, y'all are gonna hate me for this. I'm out of my depth. Okay, I'm also really I'm getting pretty drunk. And, it's time for Hempleton to go night-night, okay? But don't leave, because I'm trying to raid into Jimmy. Also, that might be something I talk about later. Hold on. Let's see if we can find Jimmy's channel. Tyrone, if you have it, put it in the chat, man. Put it in the chat, okay? Oh my god, dude, this is bleak. Dude, I am like, I'm not doing the best right now. Jimmy, anybody have his YouTube channel? Anybody? Please? Yeah, Jimmy raid. We're gonna do a Jimmy raid. Okay. Keep on watching though, so that we can raid into him. Show belly first? I don't show belly unless it's for money, man. I'm sorry. Somebody tell me Jimmy's YouTube channel, man. Like, what is this? It's Jimmy 0? Ah, there it is. Okay. Let me just watch this for a second.
Hello, Junk Short.
There you go. So he accepted a call in from Junk Drawer over me trying to raid into him. Okay, whatever. That's okay. It's okay. I'm only slightly offended. Huh. So let me go ahead and make this redirect. We're gonna do yeah. No, who the fuck is that? JXMMY 0. There we go. Okay. So we're gonna raid into Jimmy, and I want to go ahead and thank you guys. Yeah, if we get $10 in these last couple of seconds, then sure, I will go ahead and do it. But otherwise, we're gonna go to Jimmy and let him take over here. I feel like I'm very out of my depth here. I fucking give up, dude. I give up. All right. And yeah. Enjoy yourselves. All right. Enjoy yourselves on this Jimmy craziness. Okay. So I'll talk to you guys later. I'll talk to you guys on Sunday. I'm not streaming on Saturday this time, but I will be streaming on Sunday. So talk to you guys next time, and don't leave so you can go over to Jimmy. Want to support the guy.